Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 from the Gulf Coast and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who have been with us since day one. So big thank you to Folgers. We couldn't do it without you, nor would we want to. Also, big thank you to Justin Snicker, a.k.a. Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, for his time, his music, and his voice for the intro that you just heard. He's an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, and it can be found on all of your favorite music platforms. Also, big thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind all of our banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Also specializes in the horror genre, but does phenomenal commission pieces. So you guys probably figured out by now that last night ended up being a pre-record. We heard from the guests at about, I would say, 45 minutes before showtime, and internet was out for one of them. So Daniel and Teresa, of course, were ready to go, but this specific segment was about Heather Besser and her contribution to their journey. So that show is rescheduled until August the 8th, our next real available date. So sorry about that. And we will bring you that segment because it's going to be just phenomenal. So tonight we welcome back Matt Rosk from Cultivate Elevate. If you guys have not checked this out, please go to Cultivate Elevate. I'm going to put the website up. It is amazing. Check out all of his social media and check out the last segment that we had with him. I have featured that show so you guys can find it very easily. Just talks about a lot of things that you need to hear. And some of it, of course, we're always very cautious with. But go check him out on Instagram. Check him out on Telegram. Check him out on YouTube. I'm not even sure if he's still on TikTok, but just check him out everywhere because the information is really, really incredible. And he's got great health products as well. I did it. I love it. So I'll leave it there. But he is the founder of Cultivate Elevate, and he thrives on bringing back information that has been suppressed and caused our society to become sicker and weaker. So the mission of Cultivate Elevate is to educate and empower people and rise above the state of fear because there's always solutions. Check out his website because it is amazing. So I don't just speak as a host, but I speak as a client. Yes. So lots of great stuff there. So again, I'm going to put the website up for you guys before I bring him on. There we go. So make sure you check him out. Tonight, we're going to be talking about a lot of interesting things. There's a lot of stuff going on with the whole Tartarian Empire, things like that. We started seeing, like, actually, I have to say, I am versed in a lot of bloody things, but it wasn't until I actually started watching some of Matt's short videos, and I'm like, what have I been missing? So I went on and watched pretty much everything he had. And Amelia's like, you just need to check this guy out. I'm like, Jesus. And she's been sick twice. She's just probably slapping herself around right now. Anyway, we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about world fairs. We're going to be talking about ancient technology. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. But in the meantime, guys, make sure you jot down this website. I will put it so it's not moving later in the show, just so you can write it down. And I will also copy and paste it and put it in the stream for you all as well. Okay, so without further ado, our special guest, Matt. Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm all right. Man, it's been a day, but I am just thrilled that internet is up and we've had storms rolling through, and yeah, it's been great. How are you?
It's good. It's 95 over here, and it's the full moon today. So you got the
Oh,
high energy today.
full moon energy, nothing like it. So thankfully we share that, because I love the moon and I could just sit out there and stare at it for hours. So Um, I don't even know where to start, because the last show, which I have put into the feature here, like on YouTube, so people can go and check it out in case they've missed anything. Um, and we decided that we would start off with the Tartarian Empire. There's a lot of conspiracies around that, and there's a lot of cool information that will lead over to other really cool topics of discussion that we figured we would discuss.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's fine. We can talk about that. This is an interesting one. There's
Yes.
lots of documents and articles that have talked about how they wanted to remove Tartaria, off of the maps, remove the information related to Tartaria. I actually have an article from, it's a magazine where Freemasons were talking about how they wanted to remove all of the Tartaria information from the newspapers and from the books and things like that. So that's a big one, and it's interesting because I got a video too on Freemasons where they don't even know where they came from. So you get into all these funny things, and you start to see that our history and everything that we've been told has been hijacked. You're getting told information which has been hijacked. We go back into the bankers, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, J.P. Morgan. So everything that we've been taught relates to those three families, basically. So when we learn about history of Tartaria or anything related to this, that's who we're learning from, that we roamed around on horse and wagon and built all these grand buildings that were built out of, 500,000 tons of granite that were, built with horse and wagon, and the little wagon brought over the granite, and they did their hammer and chisel and all that cute stuff that they told us. But when you start to look at the whole Tartaria thing and all these buildings and things which have pretty much either been TNT demolished or rewritten as created in the 1300s, which is going back even farther, which is funny because then you're like horse and chariot. But when you think about this whole narrative in which you've been shown, or you think about it, you start to realize that you've been duped. And as I started going into collecting different books, old school books from like the 1930s. Right there, that's an airship or a balloon Zeppelin. For anybody listening, I'm holding up a book showing the airships and Zeppelins and blimps of the 1900s. So, you see that all of this technology was already there. And then they started wiping things away and resetting places. And as places got reset and wiped away, they started writing a new narrative. And Tartaria fits into that because a lot of the older books, you can still find information on Tartaria, but a lot of the newer books say it's a conspiracy, it's woo-woo, the whole thing that they usually kind of throw into it. But if people want to look into it, they can just look up Tartaria and you'll just start finding a bunch of stuff. Use things like Yandex or like DuckDuckGo or something other than Google, because Google will tell you everything's fake. Even though everything on Google is fake. So, it's always the opposite, but it's a very interesting one. And as I started getting into this, I started understanding about these old buildings, and you see all these cathedrals and these beautiful monuments that are just absolutely stunning, and all the materials and the quartz and the crystals and the bells and everything related to it. And you start to see that is a beautiful work of art. And you see all these angels too. All the old buildings have angels all over them, as if people were almost building them while they had wings, some winged person, which would make it a lot easier than a horse and wagon, and everything. But, when you get into this, it's a deep dive, but I think people should look into it because when you look at who's teaching you, you're learning from bankers. Like that's who you're learning from. So they're going to teach you a certain narrative to get you to keep paying the taxes they want you to pay, instead of learning the history and understanding the healing spectrums that took place in these old world buildings with bells and crystals and quartz and the church organs, that were in the churches and the cathedrals and things like that. That's also part of the Tartaria movement as well, too.
Right. So, I mean, for people who have never heard of this was a real place. This goes back to what they believe was an area, in Asia. Like it was a real place. Like, let's be clear on this. It's believed to be a real place. I mean, most people have heard of the Mongolian Empire, the Tartars, the Russian Empire. I mean, this was supposed to be a worldwide place, where everybody got along. You had all of these different belief systems that started melding in together, and people shared technology. People shared everything. And then all of a sudden, those great lengths that went into play, and some people believe it was the church had a hand in that, of course, of making it all just disappear.
Well, and like you said with that, you think of all the star forts. People can look into this one. This is just a remarkable one. Look up
Right.
star forts, and these are all over the world.
Yes.
So there was a unified person or personas, whatever you want to say, persons
Right.
across the realm. Because if everybody's building the exact same way all across the entire realm, then you see that someone was communicating with somebody else, or somebody knew and somebody knew how to build this. Same with pyramids. We
Right.
find pyramids here in the United States. You find pyramids in South America. Every country you can go into has pyramids. And that
Right.
connects back into the Tartaria and that the technology that comes with that.
Right.
And you see this, that everybody was very connected and together,
Right.
but it's only through, once again, the takeover of our educational system that all of a sudden it was this person was attacking this person, and
Right.
this country was attacking that country. And you start to see, well, who was orchestrating those wars? And you start to see it relates back to bankers. But, when you get into this whole thing, that also those wars worked as resets, getting rid of buildings that related to this topic in which we're talking about. Because if people, for example, saw, let's say like the 1893 Chicago World Fair and all the buildings that used to be in Chicago, people would be like, who built this? It's just mind blown. But they demolished a lot of the stuff in the United States while still keeping it in Europe,
Right.
because they said that it was temporary in, for example, the United States, but not temporary in Europe. So I think it's important for people to look into this and this, just kind of dabble into it. But the more you start to look into it, the more you start to go, people understood free energy. People understood how to be healthy. People understood, how to heal, how to last for a long time. In the book I was talking about in the beginning of this, they were talking about with radium, you could make a person look like they're 20, but they're really 256 years old. So, when you start to think about the fountain of youth, people lasting a really long time, the myths of people living to 256, 300 years, all those things we used to hear about, all the, the stories and things like that. If you understood the things that are needed, then you could last that long. But if everything is kind of taken away from you and you don't know what to eat, you don't know what to drink, you don't know what to live in anymore, then all that would all change.
Right. Yes, absolutely. And it set precedents, because I've watched, early days. Before I came on the first time, I started watching a lot of the clips. I mean, you really research a lot and you give a lot of information, and you've taken a lot of hits on different social media platforms because of it. So you're obviously you're making a difference and people don't like it. So with all of this leads up to the world fairs, right? I mean, there's people, again, we're getting into the conspiracies. Now, with these conspiracies, there's a part of it. There's so many groups that talk about, no, this is a real thing. But it almost sounds like it's a university or college group sort of thing, and people kind of like, well, that's kind of like creating a tulpa. It's like Slender-Man. Everybody got together, created this crazy thing that started just wreaking havoc all over the place. It's not it's not really like that, but it's cool that there is an interest to the point where people are out there, they're traveling the world, and they are looking for these places and traces of them. It's beyond just disappearing in like this mudslide that went across the whole planet. Like it's like they are looking for this. And a lot of them believe Notre Dame Cathedral was one of these places, to which I've been, built in the 1100s, took like, what, a couple hundred, 400 years to build. and it predates the whole Tartaria time. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I like how you say that because, you have to think about, let's say, we'll go with the narrative. People
Right.
live to like 30 years old, right? That's what they told us. Like people live to 30.
Right.
So like
Yeah.
as soon as they got out the womb, they must be building that, the cathedral and sitting out there with a little baby hammer and chisel, as an
Right.
infant. And then
Right.
somehow also while collecting food and doing all the other things they were doing and trying to survive, they started, building that for 400 years. So,
Right.
I look at it like these buildings were already here.
Right.
When we look at old world buildings, you can see that there's certain characteristics. Like, for example, if you go to Palm Springs, California, there's an old world building that they turned into like a couple little shops. They always turned
I've
into
been. Yeah. Beautiful.
put a Starbucks in there and whatever
Yeah.
else, so to make it
Right.
look like it's a store. But you see all of these, and you see the same characteristics. And what's interesting is they always have the perfect acoustics. And I actually went into there and I started doing a chant with my voice, and I started to notice that the sound was so intense from my
Mhm.
ears that it almost felt like I was leaving my body. And so you sit there
Mhm.
and think, in a time like you just said that
Yeah.
took 400 years, and this is
Right.
without making an error, this is completely perfect. You have the perfect acoustics, you have the perfect materials, the perfect resonance, and the perfect, crystals and stones and quartz and all the things,
Mhm.
windows and things like this. And the other interesting thing too is there was a guy who actually went around all those cathedrals and he tested the windows of the cathedrals. And
Mhm.
when he tested the windows, he noticed that the water of the body was projecting the same as the crystals in the cathedral. So all the stained glass windows were displaying the same exact frequency or fractal of the water in the body as a person entered into that. So then you start to sit there and think this is a very advanced technology. The fact that
Yes.
you walk into a place and the frequency that's being emitted from the building is
Yes.
changing the water fractals or frequency in the body. And
Right.
so, if, for example, like this little light bulb that's getting replaced right here, this is
Right.
just doing our thing and trying to replace a light bulb and things like that. But there's always an error rate. You
Mhm.
see the errors that happen. Nothing is ever absolutely perfect. But these buildings, when you look at them and you see them, you sit there and it like resonates with your soul. It's hard to
It
explain,
does.
but it just resonates with your soul, the energy, and that's because there's just a different force of energy going into that. And these
Mhm.
buildings nowadays, we have like skyscrapers, which are pretty much just boxes and whatever else, but there's nothing that comes close to what they were doing in the past. And
No,
that's
that's
the part
true.
I think that is remarkable because they'll say, we don't have the money, the resources. We've got all kinds of technology.
Mhm.
There's a great video where a guy is in a dump truck and he has to try to move one of the boulders from one of the pyramids, and it gets in the dump truck and the dump truck starts tipping over. And we have this gigantic dump truck. So then you sit there and think, okay, if it can't be moved by a dump truck or a crane because it broke from the crane, how were people moving these things? And that's where I start to think about sound and light, that you
Yes.
can do different things. You can make things
Right.
levitate with sound. You can do cymatics with sound. You can do so much. You can just hit something with a hammer and it'll start bouncing,
It
so
will. And stone retains it.
yes,
Beside
stone
that, and
always,
marble. Yes.
everything. So,
Yes.
you sit there and think like they've used these materials, there's energy embedded into these materials, and they
Mhm.
understood how to utilize energy. And when you walk into them, that you could begin to heal. And
Mhm.
same thing with the bells. A lot of the bells have been removed from all these places during World War II. They're destroying all these bells after it, actually. But they
Mhm.
were destroying and getting rid of all these bells. Bells can heal people. Then you have
Right.
the pipe
That's true.
organs, which are made.
Frequency.
Go ahead.
Frequency.
The frequency, yeah.
Yeah.
So then, you have the pipe organs, which are made from lead, which is funny because that's the one we got to stay away from and whatever else.
Mm.
But, the pipe organs, those were used to heal. Now, if
Mhm.
you could utilize, there's some big pipe organs in this world, but
Mhm.
if you could utilize some of those and actually play those, I guarantee it would probably heal the whole town or enable some sort of technology to provide everybody with free energy. Because when you use sound, you could do things like that. But you look at all of these buildings and these feats. Like there's one building, it's like in Scotland, and it's literally in the middle of nowhere, and it's based on it's pure granite, and they like cut it perfectly to make the staircase all the way to the top and all the way to the bottom. And then you sit there and think, well, what technology were you using to do that? To make perfectly cut stairs and do it exactly all around through the granite. So it's almost like there used to be a mountain there. They cut through the mountain and then built a building. And so this is where that gets a challenge. And then if we think of the flip side with like maybe some sort of event that has happened, maybe these used to be of a different material and then they transmuted like from a different material into stone, you know, into petrified. We see a lot of petrification throughout, you know, the realm. Maybe that's an event that also took place too. But the more you start to ask questions, that's the easiest way to say it. The more you start to ask questions about everything, you know, you've been sold, because that's what it is, the more you start to see that there's lots of holes, you know, and things that just don't make up. And I was even looking at the population of certain cities like New Orleans. New Orleans is a perfect example. The population was real low, but they had a world fair. They had a smaller world fair, and they demolished all the buildings, which looked exactly like all the other world fairs, because they said they couldn't upkeep it. But then you think about the cathedrals, let's say like in Europe, they're all still there. They've upkept all of them. They can withstand anything, any type of
cathedrals, castles.
Exactly. So, you know, you sit there and go, that story doesn't make any sense. And what's also interesting is a lot of these buildings are usually built on an area that's like a swamp. So then you start to sit there and think, well, how come it didn't just cave in? Like, why didn't it just sink? Somehow they knew how to build on top of a swamp. You know, you start asking these questions and going, this doesn't make any sense. Somebody understood something. And what they did was that building in New Orleans, they actually flattened it and turned it into a park. So, you know, for people who want to go find these things, well, now it's just a flat park. So people don't have access to actually learn about this. And then they're being taught, you know, people traveled across with horse and wagon and whatever else. But in reality, you got underground tunnels all throughout the country. This is a big one. You know, you got tunnels and tunnels and tunnels and
all over the world.
And then you got trains, which were already here, train tracks and things that were already here, people transporting through that. And then you get even orphan trains, which is a whole nother topic we could talk about. But all these things that don't fit the narrative of the horse and wagon traveled across with the cute little Oregon Trail and built these big, gigantic, massive buildings. Right.
Well, I know I'm a world traveler, and I've always gravitated to old architecture, and I have spent time, I will only stay in places that are hundreds of years old because, like you were saying, we tend to jive with certain places. Our energy just seems to gravitate and do well with certain locations. I have worked and visited many castles and cathedrals. You know, that's pretty much what I do. And I'll tell you, when you're looking at places like these cathedrals and castles, built a lot of them, especially let's go with the Templar age, because after that you ended up with the Masons that stemmed out of that, and they were builders. And let's look at one place. You know, they would build these round rooms, and they would just go on like big towers, and they were completely, there's nothing in them, and you kind of wondered how'd you get in them. You know, but they would find ways, and they would have little doors. They would go in, and it was all about acoustics, because they would use sacred geometry and mathematics, and everything was built around that. But one thing you said I found very interesting is when you're looking at some of these places built with all of this granite, how did they cut into it? A friend of mine has a Templar chalice, and it was made of obsidian. And they figured it took that one night 7 years to carve through it and to smooth it out. So 7 years for, you know, a piece. So how long do you think it would take a human being to start carving out some of these very precise angles that you're talking about?
Well, and you know, perfect example is watching remodeling. You know, like here we have remodeling going on. Perfect example is watching people, and a whole bunch of people are trying to remodel or trying to fix something.
Yes.
And you start to even look at, like, there's a great example. I was looking at a World War I footage of these guys building a road, and they're all very fit. You know, they're in the military. They're in France. They're, you know, very, very fit. There's about 50 of them, and they can barely build a flattened dirt road. Not even, there's no cement, there's no nothing, just a flattened dirt road. There's 50 of them. They're working hard, and you can see they're tired, and they're just moving the dirt. So like you just said, if now we add all the granite, and then also, how do we transport the granite? How do we move something? They said, like, for example, some of the cathedrals in Italy, they moved the granite from like Sweden or something over to Italy. Now, you could do it with a boat. I could see that maybe. But the other thing too is, how do you get it off the boat? How do you move it all the way across, and how and the weight? That's the volume, the weight. You have 500,000 tons of, say, granite. And also too, who mined it up? Whoa, somebody just sitting there with a hammer, like, oh, I'll get it for you.
Well, yes.
Because over here in Arizona, I've tried to take a shovel into the earth, and I'm a fit person, but to try to take a shovel, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't even go.
Right.
It's like hilarious. You just poke the shovel and it just comes right back at you. But when you need like a bulldozer in order to even do, like, to cut through certain places. So then you start to sit there and think, well, okay, how did you do that? And like you said, it's just, you start to add all this time to a timeline that doesn't seem to add up. And if like you said, people were building for, let's say 400 years, that's one building. How do they build all the other ones, which are all around there too? Because there's usually a lot more. Anytime you look at these places of the old world, they got hundreds of buildings. The Chicago World Fair had like 990 buildings or something crazy.
And it took them like, what, 2 years to put it together?
2 years through Chicago winters, which gets a -50.
Right.
A whole bunch of snow. So we don't even equate that time. But yeah, so basically 2 summers, they put up all these buildings. And that's the other part. When you look at this stuff, you can't find any construction photos. You see like 2 guys standing in front of a piece of wood, and that's the construction photo. And you're sitting there thinking, if you could do this, like if this was actually possible for you, you would have 1 million photos. You would put it in the Guinness Book of World Records of how fast you build buildings. Somebody could do something to like that. And same thing if you go to New York City. New York City has all these tunnels for the subway that was built, they say, in 1904, or founded, I should say. That's the word they use, found in 1904. But those tunnels were already there. They just turned it into a subway system. And what's crazy is those tunnels look like something out of a palace. So then you're sitting there thinking like, okay, someone's digging tunnels, making it look like a palace.
Ornate tunnels, yeah.
Yeah, and you're in the dark too. You might have a lantern or something, that's fine. But like, that's the funniest part of this all is everybody's doing things in candlelight. As soon as the sun's about to set in 30 minutes, as soon as the sun gets down, somehow I'm still working. And it's just, that's the thing. There's so many holes in the story, but you start to see that there's been lots of resets that have occurred many times over and over. And some of these places, like I was even driving up to the Hoover Dam up near Las Vegas, and there's an area up there, it's called Wickiup, Arizona. And if you go to the west of it, it looks like just a town that used to be there. I don't know what time frame. There's all roads, like it used to be a very large town, but there's just nothing left. And there's some ruins, which they say, which were over the river. So then you sit there and think, okay, you're traveling over the river to get there, to build. It's just a lot of the stuff you start to see, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And we can say, people have better work ethic, that whole thing. But I know people work pretty hard, and they still only are like denting, and they run construction companies. Like it
can only do so much.
That's what I was going to say, like an apartment.
There's only so many hours in a day. Even if you work 2 crews 24/7, you're not going to build 900 buildings in 2 years. In Barcelona, I've read in 53 days, and it was something like, I don't know how many acres, 900 acres, 600 acres, something like that. And didn't St. Louis have like 1,200 acres? Like it was something ridiculous. Like this was like, it was really spread out. I don't want people to think, no, this is a small fairground and they, just a few acres. This was a monumental of like events. All of these world fairs were just like the size of cities pretty much.
And they were
Small
used as
cities.
resets, because what would
Right.
happen was people were to come in, they would
Right.
see all the new technology, and it was
Right.
all hijacked technology that was taken over, like Westinghouse,
Mhm.
bankers, connects that back and everything else. But they said, we have new technology for you. We have electricity for you. We're going to give it to you. They even came out with corn on the cob at that time, which is interesting. That started in the Chicago World Fair, and then Coca-Cola, and then
Mhm.
Hershey's chocolate,
Right.
all these things that get introduced to people. And that's the other interesting thing. You look at all this stuff getting introduced and then thinking, do people not know how to grow any food? Do people not know how to farm? None of these things make any sense for the stuff that they're showing people. It's like they're
Mhm.
teaching people how to buy clothes and farm and get shoes and like all these things, go to, circuses and
Mhm.
entertainment, all these things, because none of those things seem to exist at that time.
Right.
That's another strange thing. But like you said, these things were massive.
Yeah.
I went through the books. There's a great book. It's a Chicago World Fair, Volume 1 through 3.
Right. I'm
It's
going to show a
999
picture.
pages of photos.
Right.
You just go through that photo book and you just keep seeing more and more and more, and you sit there and go, "This is crazy." I mean, at one point, and there you go, yeah, like at one point, they're moving water and
Yeah.
and, and building, through the
Yeah.
water, and at the Chicago World Fair too, there was also an electric sidewalk. But electricity is brand new, but somehow they're already building a sidewalk into the lake, out into the
Right.
lake. You just take the
Right.
sidewalk and go out there and come back. And then you get
Right.
on this massive Ferris wheel that could hold like 40 to 100 people or something crazy, like the size of an apartment, little small apartment complex. But you sit there and go, how did you build all this in this short amount of time? And then
Right.
look at the detail of the photo that you're showing,
Yes.
all the water, the electric fountains. There's
Mhm.
over 10 million light bulbs. 10 million light bulbs. You sit there.
And didn't Tesla have the contract for this, which he brought electricity, it was believed from Niagara Falls to Chicago? What
That's
kind of
yeah. That's
technology does it take to do that?
well. And how'd you get there so quick? You just came overnight. So that's the other funny thing is you sit there and when you look at this, just this photo. If people are listening,
Right.
you have these monumental buildings of the Chicago 1890 World Fair. It
Mhm.
looks like something out of Rome.
Right.
Basically everything looks like technically like Rome. And
Right.
then you have dirt roads. You have these dirt roads all these people are walking around on. And you
Mhm.
would think with this elaborate picture or these buildings that we have been seeing, you would
Mhm.
think that you would have something much more advanced.
Mhm.
You wouldn't be on dirt roads. It just doesn't make any sense because it's challenging to move things. And here's
Right.
the thing in Chicago, it usually rains about 1 out of every 3 days. So even just a third of the year, those dirt roads would be soaked, which would
Right.
be impossible to move things across anything. So,
Right.
when you start to look at this, none of these things make any sense. But the Chicago 1893 World Fair is a great one. 1901 St. Louis is a great one. You can date it even farther back. You can go to looking at London and the London Crystal Palaces that used to be made out of all quartz and glass and just absolutely big monuments. You have other world fairs that all took place in Vienna. All these different places across the realm, and they would just reset these places. And then as they'd reset them, they'd teach them something new, and then say, "This is how we came about to getting here today, and how the first computer was invented, and whatever else."
Right. I wanted to show a picture because this one is still standing. Okay. This one is at the Toronto exhibition. It's the Prince's Gate. Okay. And one second. You can still go see this. They have the X, they call it the exhibition every year. Here we go.
Oh
Smaller scale, like a lot of it is gone. But I'll tell you something, they have other buildings here that were built for this in 1927 or 1879 was the very first one. And these buildings are still there. There are other buildings on these fairgrounds that they have sort of incorporated the city around it, around the one area, and it's all still there. There's the angels that you speak of, right?
yeah. Yep.
And it's colossal, and it all still exists, all of it.
And all of those buildings, when you look at them or the architecture, they all look exactly identical. So
Right.
then you sit there and think, okay, so somebody was building the same up in Canada, They were
Right.
building the same in San Francisco. This is like where it gets crazy. You see the same domes that are in San Francisco are the same domes that you see in Chicago. So
Mhm.
then you sit there and think, okay, so somebody traveled all the way across, moved all the granite, assembled all of this. And San Francisco was a big one because San Francisco looked like something out of, a movie for how
Mhm.
beautiful it actually was. And the quartz domes that it had and all this beautiful granite. And it's interesting because when the fire happened, there was an earthquake and a fire. That's how it always goes. There was an
Right.
earthquake and a fire. And during the fire, they were using TNT and cannons to
Right.
put out the fire. And they said that it was because they disrupted the water lines. That's what they said. So
Right.
they needed to use TNT. And you sit there and think, who on earth would use TNT to put out a fire? It doesn't make any sense
Right.
unless you wanted to get rid of a lot of the things. And when you look at a lot of the pictures of the aftermath of San Francisco and that whole
Right.
situation that occurred, you
Right.
see that the buildings have all holes blown in them. Almost kind of like all the events we always see across the realm after an event happens. Certain
Right.
things are burnt and gone, certain things are not. So,
Right.
you see the same exact patterns as that time. And that was during the whole San Francisco thing. But if people want to look into that, it's just the buildings are just crazy. And this is funny, the only three buildings that survived during that whole San Francisco thing, one was a tax building, which was like the building of commerce.
Right.
The other one was the minting, which is funny. And then the
Right.
other one was USPS. So you go, oh, of course, all of those buildings survived, but
Right.
everybody else was wiped out and they had to move.
Everyone was.
And that's
Yeah.
what happens. The people that move, they have forgotten because they've been traumatized and everything else, and then they go somewhere else. And then this is how people will get shuffled around, and they
Right.
get moved into these cities and have to start living there and trying to start all over again.
Right. I wanted to show again, these are some of the buildings
There's
that
the dome.
they still exist. Yeah, the dome. They still exist. This is all still there, and they're used at exhibition time. As you can see, they're still here. Right? It's all still here. Like these are not gone, which is interesting to me that they were not taken down.
Well, it's funny because they told us it was all temporary. But then if you went there right now with your hand and you knocked on that stone, you would hear how thick that granite is.
Oh,
So
they're solid. Yeah.
it's solid, yeah. So
Yeah.
the temporary story, that's what they told us with the World Fairs. They temporarily put them up, for overnight
Yes.
so people could attend. But it's like then you go and knock on the buildings. Like, for example, in Chicago, you have the Museum of Science and Industry.
Right.
Pure stone. You can knock on that one. It's pure stone. It even has the copper dome on top of it too, which is interesting. There's a lot of copper involved on all these buildings. Lots of domes, and like
Right.
you just showed the horticulture building. That's where
Mhm.
they were growing all these plants and doing these remarkable things with plants,
Right.
understanding color spectrums and quartz and crystals and things like that. But yeah, you look at all this and go, it's still there are bits and pieces. And if
There's at least 6 to 8 buildings that still exist. I've been through all of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you can go there and you can see that, but a lot of
Yes.
these places, like if you go to certain places, let's say like in maybe Utah or something else, maybe those buildings have been removed, or they get converted into churches, cathedrals, mosques, temples, whatever it may be, because
Right.
that's always usually how it goes. You see a
Right.
lot of takeovers, of these
Yes.
things, and because a lot of these buildings, like if you go into Utah, you have the LDS building or whatever it is. That
Right.
building has layers underneath. There's like 10 layers underneath. So then you sit to think, well, what's underneath there? Who built that? If you
Right.
had to build the top and traveling across with your Oregon Trail story and everything
Mhm.
else, then who built all the stuff below? That would
Right.
be very challenging in a time in which you're trying to survive because your mule has died of dysentery and you've ran out of food. It doesn't make a lot of sense with this.
It doesn't. You look at St. Louis, I mean, what was that? What did it go on for, like, 6 months, and the very next day, they hired demolition crews to come and just bomb the heck out of it, take it all down.
Well, and they said that it didn't make any money. So this
Right.
is a funny one too, because then you sit there and think, well, the World Fair that you took place or you had that had
Mhm.
8 million people attend, which is a lot of people at that time when you
Oh,
think about it.
yeah.
But 8 million people attend and you didn't make $1. But then there's all these books, and I found a lot of them and collected a lot of them. And there's all these little stamps and, you know, ticket cards and everything else. So it's like, so your story doesn't make any sense. What they were doing was they would hold that event and then demolish it right afterwards so that they could get rid of the evidence or the information, so that people didn't realize how advanced. Because when you look at the footage and the videos of times of that time, your eyes will be astounded at what you're seeing. I mean, the people are walking around, they don't even know what they're walking in. And that's the other part. You can see that the people who are living in the country at that time almost like aren't even, they're so like new. That's the best way to describe it. They don't know what to do in a lot of things, a lot of places that they go, and the ways that they act, they seem very new. And this kind of ties into, you know, when you get into orphan trains and how USPS, you know, was shipping babies in the 1900s, you know, house to house and doing all kinds of things with that. And then in Coney Island, you had the orphan or the incubators of all these premature babies, you know, thousands and thousands of premature babies. So then we have to start asking the question, did something happen? And then they repopulated the cities and these places all over again, and then started teaching them all over again. Because when we follow back who started the educational system, it's Peabody, who's actually J.P. Morgan. That's how that works. And that started in 1865. And when I find books, a lot of the books that I look for and everything else, they don't go before 1831.
Which is odd, isn't it?
What'd you say?
It's very odd.
So if you started a society and started teaching them the nonsense that you want to teach them, then if you own the school system, you would start teaching them the history that they want to know. And because it's so far back, people would never go against what they've been told, because they've been brainwashed for generation after generation after generation. And then you hold a series of events known as World War I and World War II and all of those to get rid of even more of the information or memory of people who are like, yeah, I remember that old world building. You know, we never built that. You know, and it was funny because when I was getting into the radium rabbit hole and that whole thing, I had a lot of people reach out that they said that their like grandma or grandpa used to have free energy in their barn all the time. They were like, yeah, my grandpa would always just plug it in, and he showed me like you could just hook things up. So there's a lot of people who know, but as time has passed, there's a lot of
people pass away.
You got it, and then it just through it.
It's the whole cycle. I find it interesting, and boy, I'd like to go down a whole rabbit hole with it, but oh boy, going back to some of these buildings, I think one of the most popular is the Singer Building that was in Lower Manhattan, which for the time that it stood was said to be the tallest building in the world at the time, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken. How do you just take something like that down?
Well, and that's the other part, you know, photos that I've seen or video footage that I have seen is only selected video footage and only certain photos, and only certain people who are very, very wealthy had access to this ability to take videos and photos. And it's interesting because Thomas Edison, the creator of the electric chair, rather than the light bulb and that whole thing, the creator of the electric chair, he actually has a lot of footage. When I was finding all these old world buildings that either were up or demolished post whatever, they have all the footage. They show all the stuff. So it was almost like they were recording people, you know, in a real creepy way, if you think about it, recording the people and being like, this is kind of what we're, you know, doing. And then if things were demolished, they just wouldn't take any photos or any videos, because, you know, people might start asking questions like, where did this big, beautiful building, which looks like a mooring mast, which is similar to a lighthouse where blimps used to connect. At the top of that building, usually there used to be a connective point so that a blimp can attach to that.
Huh, interesting.
People used to travel all the time with the airships, Zeppelins, you know, the whole Hindenburg incident nonsense and whatever else. You would be able to connect to those and be able to travel. So when you think about it, we're used to looking at our bodies on the ground, you know, all the time. But in reality, a lot of the old world was up in the air. And this is why in a lot of the photos you'll see, look at the sky is whited out. And the reason the sky is whited out is because there were blimps and other things floating in the air at that time that were present. And if people understood that, they would say, then why are we using this airplane? This airplane doesn't seem that advanced.
Well, yeah, because look, look at horses and buggies down there.
Yep. Yep. With a huge, gigantic building, that's absolutely just massive. And then you think of how many layers or levels up, at a time with, like you said, the cute little horse and buggies that are roaming around on the bottom.
Mhm.
And you sit there and think, why would you be moving like that with transportation when you're building something of this caliber? Unless you're almost like ants, taking over a place and kind of like going in there, putting your businesses, reestablishing things and getting it all going. Because a lot of the photos too, there's not many people. You see a lot of these, you go into some of these photos and you start looking and there's not many people. So then you start to sit there and think, where's the population? They showed all these pictures like in Europe and they showed them in the United States where the town is just empty. There's like one person standing in the street. And then you sit there and think, nobody's outside at all. And these big, ginormous cities that are just, a work of art.
Right. Here we have this guy right here.
Oh, yeah. With the dome, the copper dome.
Right. Again with the dome. Why the dome?
So personally, I think it has something to do with the acoustics, something with that. I mean, a lot of them all have the lightning rods and weather vanes on top. You can capture the energy. And it was funny because when I was telling you about I was at the Hoover Dam, the buildings at the Hoover Dam have lightning rods on top of them, but they have power lines above them. So then you sit there and think, why would you have lightning rods underneath power lines? That doesn't make any sense. So I think the dome, because of the shape, it could allow some sort of capturing the energy. Kind of like if you took a copper bowl, if you took this little copper cup like this and you put it on top of something, it kind of will like capture that energy. So I think that shape is why they use those for those old world buildings. Because you see the dome everywhere. And it's always out of a green, almost like a copper based glass, and then you have to think if you were building that dome and making it out of copper glass, that's alchemy. And that would take a long time to even just create the glass to put up there. But with the whole dome shape, they could be also telling us about how we maybe live in a dome. There's a lot of books before the 1900s, about how we're living in a dome or, it's part of what we're seeing above, but we just don't realize. So maybe that could be part of it. But, it's hard to tell because a lot of the clues, that were used to be maybe on the buildings or ornaments or the angels or things like that, they've all been taken down. They took down all the stuff that kind of would give you clues to kind of what you're looking at. So I've been trying to collect old books and try to understand it because they do spill a lot of beans, in the old books. Like they teach you a lot of stuff. Like even with radium, they were talking about how they were healing lupus with radium. And it's interesting because you think about lupus and they go, oh, we don't have, a solution, whatever. But 1902, you're healing people. They even had a lady who had bad eyesight, never could see ever, healed with radium by putting radium close to the eyes.
That's crazy.
So then you start to sit there and think, well, a lot of these old world fireplaces were utilizing radium. And there's even a photo with Thomas Edison sitting in front of a fireplace with radium. So if they were connected, of the buildings you just showed me with radium, they kind of already understood it. And we've made these like adapters to adapters technology, like with Rockefeller oil and all this stuff. It's all adapters to the main thing. So we have to kind of go back and, like you said, go visit these places. Because when you see them up close, you can feel them, you can sense them, and you can get downloads.
And you get a real, I completely agree. I've been in many parts of the world, and that's exactly, even the pyramids. I spent time, there. And it's just like, you really don't realize how stone holds on to sound. And it does, it imprints. You could hear things. There have been experiments where they have put recorders in some of these churches or these round rooms and towers and castles, and they have captured sound because the stone will retain it. It's frequency, vibration. It holds on to all of it. And we've had a Sean Williamson, who's like a stonemason, out in Scotland, and he works on some of these in doing repairs and restorations to these places because he's very old school the way it's done. And he goes, it's amazing what you pick up. Even bowls and pottery, you can get them where you can actually pick up sound from them from those who made them of ancient times.
That's the resonance. You know, Edgar Cayce used to talk about azurite all the time as I hold
Yes.
in my hand, and the
Right.
resonance of these stones, and they all have a frequency, they all have a sound. You know, I feel during the full moon, the sounds get really loud. I feel like that's what
Yeah.
drives people a little crazy because it's really loud outside and it's
Right.
like just pure high energy and whatever. But yeah, everything has a sound and a resonance. So
Yes.
if you have these, like you said, buildings and they're emitting a sound frequency, that even adds to the additional advancements that we've
Right.
already talked about that took a long time and everything else. So now you even have a sound frequency, you know, that's
Yes.
always being emitted the entire time. And
Right.
then changes during, you know, eclipses, full
Right.
moons, and all these different types of, you know, natural occurring events on in the realm. So, you know, it's when you get into it, and I'm sure, you know, he knows a lot with being a stonemason and things like that, but
Mm.
sit there and go, these are just works of art, you know.
Right. Right. Michael Tellinger has those stones that ring like bells, claims one crashed a TSA system during traveling
It's
an
awesome.
electromagnetic frequency. I don't put anything past anything. I'll tell you, there's just so much that because that it was removed, or, you know, academia decided, no, you know, don't need to know this. It's on a need to know basis. Y'all don't need to know. It's pretty much how I take it. And unfortunately, not readily accessible, you know, to the average individual to go in and explore, shall we say. But some of the things we've talked about, even like uranium, like vase on glass, I have, you know, because I pay attention to what you say. There you
One treasure
go.
right there. Baseline glass with a little copper top,
Yep.
uranium infused glass. So,
See?
you know, you sit there and think somebody infused uranium into glass for the healing properties. And it's interesting because I had a friend who actually took water, put it in the baseline glass, and put it out in the sun, like both
Yes.
glasses, a regular glass and baseline glass.
Right.
And the baseline glass had all the bubbles. So you sit there and think about structuring water. You know, if
Mhm.
you could use different types of glass or connect it back to Bohemia and
Yeah.
all the glassware that used to be made, that's where kind of the baseline glass stems from. But
Mhm.
once again, they took that country off the map, so you're not going to be able to look it up anymore and kind of research about stuff with baseline glass and all different types of alchemy related to glassware.
Right. See, I pay attention. Therefore, I get what I need to. We're going to back up one moment. Hello, Dr. Yana. Also has a show on the network too, actually. Is there a difference in the Western view of Tataria and the Russian view?
Hmm. I mean, I'm sure there is a difference in what is showed or what has been taught. You
Right.
know, I mean, Russia was taken over a long time ago with the Bolshevik Revolution and that whole bankers taking over that and causing
Mm.
that whole situation. So I'm sure part of maybe that the Bolshevik Revolution was also getting rid of a lot of that stuff. You know,
Mm.
if you go to St. Petersburg, there's tons of old world buildings still there. There's
Oh,
angels,
beautiful.
gold. There's all of those things. Russia had the largest amount of gold in the world. And
Mhm.
that's actually why the Bolshevik Revolution was occurring because they needed to steal that gold from Russia. So when you think about that, if they have the largest amount of gold in the world, then they probably were onto something, or maybe they were connected with the Tartaria Empire and understanding those things. And then
Mhm.
as that revolution occurred, that they took out a lot of people, and they also took out a lot of people who probably had memory of these things. And
Mhm.
it's interesting because John Levy put up a video talking about a couple different countries, like I think it's Turkmenistan or Turkmenistan, whichever it is, and he was showing like all these remarkable buildings that look just like Russia, but the towns are empty. So you sit there
Mm.
and think maybe all the people were removed or wiped out, and
Mm.
then now they have a different standpoint on this. But if you go to Yandex, which I think is a great browser that you can use, you
Mm.
can see everything of what you can see in Russia because it's a
Mm.
Russian search engine and
Oh,
it's not
interesting.
censored. So it's nice. But you can look things up, and a lot of the stuff that we're talking about today will appear on there, because like I said, Google and everything is trying to censor it so you don't look it up. But I would imagine there's similarities now, but there's probably differences back then.
I would think you going through Russia that they have a lot of these buildings still intact. And I don't think necessarily that for them it was World Fairs. I believe that was just, their architecture, and a lot of it still stands. But going back to tunnels, the entire planet has tunnel systems. You go into some of these ancient places, there are tunnels that go down miles under the ground. Primitive people lived there.
Yeah.
And you build over top of it. There's stories coming out all the time of somebody going down into their basement because they built so many layers up and they end up finding a tunnel when they find this open space in their basement, find something that leads to miles of tunnels. Well, how did they get there?
Exactly.
Primitive man, I don't know. I say it's not saying it's aliens. Start doing a Giorgio.
I think it's just layers and layers of resets, and
Yes.
through that, like let's say there were people, I don't know, we'll just go with that. There were people on this level,
Yes.
after a reset, now they moved up to this level.
Yes.
Then they moved to this level. Now we're on the ground surface, and we're just people are just messing it up. So it's like now you got to go higher because you got high skyscrapers, and whatever else. So if you think about it, it's like, yeah, it's just layers and layers. But what you just said is interesting, because when I was looking at the tunnels, there's tunnels that are connected from Ibiza to like Turkey, and they go through the ocean. So then you're sitting there thinking,
Yes.
okay, how did you get through the ocean, through the water,
Yes.
and you're trying to dig it. And actually, one of the books I had was talking about when they made like one of the lakes or whatever, they had guys with buckets. This is what they said, how they built it. But they had guys with buckets, and they like collected the water out of the lake with buckets so that they could get it. And it's like, no, you're not sitting around. There's not a million people sitting around with buckets trying to collect the lake and whatever.
Well,
else.
heck no, because there's usually a source where the water comes from too. What do you plug it? I don't know.
And you got to plug that with a cork. You put a little cork in there.
What I mean,
and
like,
then you put the buckets.
no, just no. See, something I really feel that it insults our intelligence. I think people in this day and age, I could see, prior to the internet, you don't know. Where do you go and find it? You can go to the library, but if books have been pulled, if they've been removed, then you're not going to really find it unless you luck out and find an antique book and purposely look like what you yourself have done, just finding these older books, and then you can find a little hint of information. But now we live in a day and age where, yes, stuff is still kept from us, but there are other avenues that you can still locate information. So I'm a big researcher, and I cross-reference everything to freaking death because I just don't want to take the first answer. And
I
here
like
you are.
I like that you say that, because when we think about it, it's like you have to think of everything that you've been told, and has it ever been correct? I mean, look at what everybody went through in 2020. And then now we see what's happening now, and it's like, oh wow, all the people were correct about that. So you have to. I use that example in the moon landing and all the other funny ones. That you start to look back, and if you don't look back, you just take it at face value, and that's what they want you to do. They want you to look at something and just accept it, and that's what people used to do when the radio and the newspaper was the only thing, and they said that the Federal Reserve is good for people. People believed that the Federal Reserve was good for them. But when people start doing research, and like you said, all this information starts coming out.
Manly Hall, Jordan Maxwell.
Yes, you start seeing a completely different side. And
Yes.
It's funny that you said that, because with this book, it's Boy's second book of inventions, and it's Ray Stannard Baker. So if anybody wants to look that book up. But what's interesting is this book, it has like 8 different versions of the same year. So if you wanted to find, for example, this book, there's 8 different versions of the same year, almost like they were trying to confuse people so that they couldn't find the information. But this is a perfect example of the challenge that takes place, like you were just saying, to find the information. Because let's say you found one of the other versions, you're not going to see the air blimps, you don't see the radium, you don't see sun ovens that they had back in solar ovens in 1900s and all of these things. You know, it's harder to find that information. And then if you can't find it, you can't question it because it just keeps you in this perpetual loop. But a lot of the stuff, the cool thing is you can find PDFs and you can also find things in different languages. Like I search up a lot of stuff in German and Russian, and I then translate it and kind of go through it because I see a different side of something that I wasn't taught. And then going, you know, now all the words might not be correct, but it's still pictures definitely show you the same exact thing that you're kind of looking for.
Exactly. And when I say cross-reference, basically, if you find information, like how I research something, guys, is if I look at a topic, like Matt says, okay, this is something, you go and you find what Matt is saying. And when you find that information, all of a sudden you find bits of other information. So cross-reference it, research all of it. It should all come around full circle. It should all just click together if you're on the right track. That's the best way I can explain it. And when you say Diane says Toronto Library have old books you can't remove, but at least they're there. At least they're there, right? Take pictures.
Take some pictures, take some videos, you know,
Yes.
I mean, go in there, just take a million pictures. Like, and that's the thing is that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to be the gatekeeper of information to not allow you to be able to research and do things and keep it there. I actually reached out back in 2021. I reached out to one of the libraries for like an old book and whatever else, and they never responded. Then I called them, they didn't answer. I emailed them a couple more times, and they were like, "You just can't have the book." And I was like, "Okay, I wonder why that is." And it was in my electroculture journey, like understanding the energy and all the weather vanes and things like that. But I thought this must be a great book, and I found it on eBay, which is funny. But it's just interesting because they're trying, you know, these administrations or, you know, educational platforms, whatever, are also connected to Rockefellers and the bankers. So they're not going to keep.
Right? Cell phones and cameras are illegal there.
Well, there you go. Now they definitely don't want you to have the information. You need to get one of those little like mini spy cameras glasses.
Yeah.
Just do a couple of this, you know, like a couple pictures. And you'll
right?
be
So there you go. Like, why is it when you have books that normally you could borrow a book? I get the really old ones. You don't want them damaged. But the library is in the business of lending books, or you can go and do some research. Why can you not? At one time you could photocopy things there and leave with them. Why would they make it so hard for you to do that? She got caught with the camera. Wow. Did they take it away from her? Like, did they make her erase it?
That's crazy. They
Right?
say the flash can affect something. That's what they
Yes.
say. You know, it can finish things, and if it gets a billion,
Including
flashes-
monuments as well. Yeah.
yeah, they say that, but I don't.
Threat, you know.
Yeah, I don't think it's what they. You know, you can do a video then. You got no flash, you know, or whatever. But I think it's just that's the thing. There's always ways around the nonsense. But the biggest thing is like you just said, is they're supposed to be serving the public. You know, that's what they're supposed to be doing. And they're just hiding the information from the people. And then people can't have access or ask questions. And then they're just holding on to all these books.
Well, a lot of those books were donated to libraries as well, right?
That's usually how they get there. So that's the other
Okay,
funny
so yeah, right. So I had to say that because it's true. A lot of these books do get donated, which means you're supposed to just share them. So I don't know, call me crazy, but if you see that they're trying to remove books, you just go and find them and you buy them. I've got books that go back to the, 16, 1700s, 1800s. And, most people now would be sort of like, oh, you just don't want to read through it. But, there are resources online where you can go and actually buy really old books that go back as far as the 1500s. What they do is they've converted and translated them into PDF format. And you can go and get all of these books just through a really inexpensive membership. So just so y'all know, I'll try to find you the link because I think it's important. So now we're okay. I love how everything sort of comes around full circle. So let's talk about the technology and being suppressed. Let's talk Nikola Tesla. I think.
So when we get into this, there's a couple people we can talk about. You have Nikola Tesla.
Yes.
You have Nathan B. Stubblefield. who
Right.
was creating the Earth batteries and the Earth telephone and
Okay.
connecting copper into the Earth so that you could communicate on your telephone. So you didn't
Right.
have to be on air and using toxic radio frequencies. So
Right.
he was another one. You had John Keeley. Keeley created an ether engine. It was an
Oh,
engine in which you can go onto the wall, draw a circle, and it would turn on that engine because it's synced up
right.
through the ether. And then, you get into all these technologies that were coming out, even with Tesla.
Hmm.
Tesla was coming out with like 10 inventions a month. That's what they say, and whatever.
Mm.
But 10 inventions a month, and you sit there and think, well, how are you figuring this out this fast? And there are
Right.
people, smart people and geniuses and things like that. But when you start to look at it, invention after invention after invention, almost like somebody was handing him the information, and then he's the person to kind of bring it forward. And
Mm.
if you think about it, with the Rockefellers and the oil system, they kind of needed to see the opposite. So you had to bring these things to light. That's kind of how I see it. Like, you had to
Mm.
bring this technology to light and kind of show the other side, so
Right.
that people can kind of see a little bit of everything. But, with the technology, a lot of things relate to static fields, high static fields, high energy. You look at the world fairs, they got dynamos. It's a really cool one for people to look into. Dynamos. They're these
Right.
huge, massive, just big power engines. And you sit there and think, so you put those in the buildings too. During the
Right.
time while you were building the buildings, you installed those. And then when we get into a lot of mica, or mica, mica
Hmm.
was used in a lot of these old world power plants. They were actually coated in mica. So then you start to sit there and think, okay, where did all the mica come from? And how did you understand that mica was conductive? But a lot of these buildings, or these like power plants, were coated in mica. But the more you start to go into the technology, the more you start to see that somebody was very, very advanced and understood a lot. And, you get into even like stuff with the airships, like we talked about, the blimps, people in the air. You get into things with mercury. We've talked a lot about mercury. I've shown videos where if you
Hmm.
take mercury and you spin it in a bowl, or you just spin it in general and you put it in front of a voltmeter, you'll see that voltmeter go through the roof. So you see a lot of these pyramids and some old world buildings had mercury underneath them.
Hmm.
Wonder where that came from. But when it comes to all these different types of technology, you start to see that somebody understood a lot, and then all of that technology became suppressed or slowly went away, and then you're sold back something that gets 10 miles to the gallon, even though
Hmm.
your cars were 200 to 300 to 400 back in the
Right.
30s. So
Right.
it's
Right.
all of this suppression that has happened. But the technology, when you get into it and you start to look at all these buildings and these things, it doesn't match up for the time frame of people on horse and wagon. That's for sure.
Right. Well, I agree, and people don't realize video phones stumbled onto this little puppy. Video phones, 1945 to 1955. They had video phones. They had some of these were even in their vehicles.
Yep.
So I don't know. I mean, they're kind of spacey looking, but they're still, nonetheless, they are video phones and cameras, which I mean, video cameras for sure, but a video phone. I just look at this guy and I'm just like, this is pretty cool. So,
Well, and like even looking at these photos, you sit there and think, okay, this is 1945, but
yeah,
this technology didn't roll out to, I don't know, 2009,
I
when you
know.
could actually send videos and things like that. So it's like,
Right.
what has been discovered, or what still has been discovered or owned or patented or whatever you want to say, since
Yeah.
that time,
Right.
and and it's interesting that 1945, that's just right at the end of World War II too. So
Right.
around that time, like towards or in between, it's in between the World War II, but like
Right.
right around that time. And that's when a lot of resets of information. So this technology probably came out at that time. And then during that whole World War II situation, nobody saw it anymore. And then it gets rolled back out as like Skype or something in 1999
Right.
or 2001, and
Right.
then people are like, oh my gosh, but it's like this technology's already been there. But the people who were, let's say, in World War II or any of those wouldn't remember any of this because they never saw it.
Exactly. Exactly. But I love the whole advertising it, the birth of the video phone. Western electronic is crossing the telephone with a TV set. It's like, what? This is awesome. But no, how much more? is out there that we just went right under our noses. Because I mean, I can get into ancient, technology till the cows come home, but it's interesting to see it in our time. Well, that was pre my time, but still not far off.
Well, and that's the thing is, like you just said, is how much has been suppressed and how much
Yes,
have we not even seen,
right,
and that's the part. And I think just we see things kind of come out, but now we've kind of come to like a standpoint, like
right.
if you want to be like the iPhone is an advancement, but like that was kind of like where it's kind of stopped.
Mm,
All the computers are still doing the same thing. They're just stronger. All
hmm.
the phones do the same thing. Even all the smart technology nonsense that they try to tell people where they can like turn on their washer from their phone and whatever else. It's just it's a remote. So
Right,
that's not really that advanced. The cars are
right,
same gas mileage as 100 years ago.
right, right.
So, there's not much that has been actually deployed that's new. And then
Mm,
that starts to make you wonder is because these people who hijacked the information aren't really creative. They're like,
right.
they just take over things and whatever else. They don't
Mm,
really have any creativity. It would be interesting if that's where they kind of stopped. You know what I mean? Like that was the limit that they have because they can't get more or something like that. It's just something to
right.
think about and whatever. But when you look at society or humanity, even with energy and all the stuff that we come out with, we're still using everything from like you just showed that time. So
Right.
why haven't we gone farther now after that too?
I was
Is
going to ask you,
yeah.
if you look at some of these buildings at the World Fairs, and going back, some of these buildings that go back hundreds of years ago, why are we stuck on such a primitive technology now?
Well, I think it's part of the control and then the suppression. But yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, because we
Right.
could be building all these things. Even like when you look at some of these like earth homes, that
Yeah.
people are building like out in New Mexico and things like that,
Mhm.
out of materials, those don't even come close to what those old world buildings look like,
Right.
and they were using materials that were even better. I mean, even back in the old world, I found a book that was talking about how they were using asbestos in these buildings, and the walls were 12 to 18 inches thick, and they
Mm.
were completely they couldn't burn down. So that's interesting because we kind of got rid of asbestos and we're told we got to get rid of that because of the chemicals with it. But
It's in your ceramic cooktop stove.
yeah, yeah. So you're
The
still using it,
selective. Right.
but you're not using
Yeah.
it in the form that you wish to use it in. And
Right.
that's even with the lead paint and the radium, we get into all
Right.
those. But
Right.
that's I think what has happened. And then it's kind of like actually like lead gasoline. They talked about how they banned that, but there's
Right.
still airplanes flying around with lead gasoline all the time.
Well, you can still get it in Canada. They
There
have
you go.
warehouses.
So
Yeah.
it's still
That's
there.
called regular
Yeah.
gasoline,
So,
right?
you
Right.
sit there and you see this and go, that's kind of what happened. And as people forget, like the first, for example, diesel engine ran on peanut oil. If people have forgotten what the originals are, then they're just kind of going through the motion. And then
Right.
if we get into NPCs, which is, there's a lot of NPCs,
Mm,
then it's just going through the motion. And then we're kind of stuck in this thing. But there are people like who are disrupting a lot, and I see this every day, and they're only
mhm.
continuing to be more, but that keep disrupting and keep putting out more information, and I feel that that will continue to happen. And it will lead people into the path in which they kind of signed up for. That's kind
Mm.
of what I see this as. We all signed up for this for here. This is why we're here right now talking.
Right.
But
Right.
we kind of moved to this, and then there's other people they're on this path, and that's fine with
Right.
me. But it's just, that's kind of how I see it. And so many people believed the BS that we've been lied to and everything else. That is also why a lot of the other stuff, as we would talk about it right now,
Mm.
they call them a quack, or woo woo,
Quackery. Right.
pseudoscience, or
Yes. Right.
conspiracy, all these terms, and it's like you're just regurgitating what you've been brainwashed to say, and
Right.
people have to move to this side and start to see there is a different side. You just have to take 5 minutes, like you said, to do a Google search, look at some things, and go,
Mm.
that doesn't add up.
I think you have people right now who are, I guess the best way to put it is awakening. And they want real answers because I think people are starting to see that, you know what? We are being affected by frequency. You know what? We are seeing things that don't make sense, and they want answers, and they're starting to look. And here's a perfect example. Okay, this isn't something that you can't just go blurting it all out because it'll knock it'll knock the whole show off. But I'll just put it up here, and you could say yay or nay.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There's special
See?
kinds of paints which
Yeah.
could protect people from
Right.
the stuff that they put out there with all these cactus towers and fake pine trees that they're putting all over the place.
Right.
So that's why that was banned. And it's
Right.
interesting because that was banned, that paint was banned at the
Mhm.
exact same time of the first cell phone. 1971, around that time was the first cell phone. And it just so happens that that paint that could counter or block the frequencies was also banned at that time. So
Right.
you see how like each thing lines up at
Mhm.
each different path. But if you don't know, then you're like, oh, we're just getting rid of it because it's toxic. But how
Mhm.
about this? Why are there still 25 million people with lead pipes throughout America? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But if you put stuff into the water system so that their pipes corrode and you get them off those pipes, you can switch them to DuPont plastic and you can keep that system going and you can keep feeding DuPont. But
Mhm.
that's the thing. It's this bait and switch. But if
Mhm.
people have lost the information, then they continue on this path. But like you said, there's so many people over here who are awakening and just
Mhm.
kind of over it. And it's only going to keep continuing. That's why they want to ban the internet now. They're talking about how they want like IDs, driver's license and stuff for you to sign on the internet. Yeah, because so many people are getting information and realizing they're being lied to. So that's what's happening because the internet gave people the ability to research something and see what they feel is the truth.
Right.
And that's the part that's the threat to their system because with each book, that gets presented and each book that comes out that somebody maybe reads and talks about, each book is a threat to their system. Just like with the
Mhm.
electric culture, what we talked about last time, that counters Monsanto. Monsanto goes away. But, if people don't know, we keep repeating. But there's a lot of
Mhm.
people, in my opinion, disrupting everything, and I love it.
Right. Oh, it's out there. It's out there for sure. Um, no, I think it's so sad, but we have to be careful. But I think, the new tactic, of course, is get the little blue check mark. You can pay for it, but they want all of this identification. It's still a collection of information. I mean, but like I subscribe to, let's say, YouTube. They have well, not all my information, but they have my financial information. I got to pay for it. There are places that you do it, but is this how it's going now when you've got these big social media platforms that say get the check mark? They wouldn't give it to you before, but we'll give it to you now. We want to make sure, that we want to know everything about you. But the reasoning behind it, all these fake accounts.
That's what they say. And it's interesting because when I couldn't access my account after I posted up the other side of World War II and I was like banned out of Instagram for 5 days and whatever else, the only way to have customer support is I had to have the check mark. And I thought, that's funny. So I can't reach out to anybody because I don't have it. I'm not verified. But if you
Mhm.
have it, you could reach out. But I can't log into my account to actually reach out to anybody. So it's just a game. And like you said,
Yeah.
that's a control mechanism to say, oh, you're not verified. And I've even had people who've commented on my page to just talk about how they, use dragon's blood or pearl powder, and their
Mhm.
comments have been restricted. It says like we have removed this content to protect the community, and it's like I love pearl powder, like just straight up, just nothing crazy. I love pearl powder. This comment has been restricted and removed, and people screenshot and send it to me. So
I love pearl powder
it's
and
dangerous.
dragon's
It's
blood.
dangerous information.
I know.
When you see all of this stuff, you start to understand
Mm,
that that is also a way so that they can control the information because
right.
since they're behind the scenes, pulling the strings and trying to throttle people's views and things like that, they're
Right.
also seeing what is being shared and how fast it's being seen.
Right.
So that goes against their whole system that they are trying to, orchestrate if people are all going towards the truth instead of the BS that they've been told. And that's what's
Mm.
happening. There's so many people over here realizing they've been lied to, and it's growing more and more, and it's not going backwards. And that's where they're trying to come in with, verification, and you got to have your driver's license to protect you and everything else.
Right.
But the day they do that, I think, is the day that they cause a gigantic revolution, in my opinion,
Mm.
because now people are so accustomed to having the connection, the being able to communicate, all of these things, that if that ceases, people are going to be really mad. And for people who have businesses or anything related to that, that relates too. So it's very hard for them to do their nonsense, and they have been doing it for a long time. But in my opinion, the shift is happening over here where it's actually changing direction. And now they're kind of don't know what to do. So they're like, cue the aliens, do Project Bluebeam, bring in the aliens or something.
Oh,
Keep people distracted, that's
it's,
kind of how I see it.
it's going to get a bit crazy. Claudette and anybody else, it was pearl powder. Just go right here. I've made it so it's not scrolling. CultivateElevate.com. I did put it in the feed, so it is up in the feed. Go there and you can see exactly what we're talking about. So I'll leave it up for a couple of minutes and I'll put it back up again at the end of the show. But check in the stream. It's on all of our streams, except for Roku, because Roku doesn't have a chat at all. But man, I have to put this in unlisted mode. I'm feeling. Oh, but I love it. I love it. I don't know. That was a feel like being shadow banned, Matt.
Okay, I'm so used to it that I've realized it is what it is. At least
Right.
that's why I've been doing a lot of stuff with Rumble now, because
Yes.
YouTube is just, it's number one, it's horrible, and then Instagram is just broken. I try to communicate with people and help people and answer messages and comments and things like that. Can't even do things, and it's like these are social platforms that are antisocial. But
Right.
yeah, I've been doing a lot with Telegram and a lot with Rumble now because I can just speak, and it's crazy. I've used hand gestures and all kinds of things so that I can get out of, not being censored. But now this was interesting. On my last video with radio wave sickness, they're getting my voice. It's not anymore of the actual what's going on in the video. It's my voice, because even
AI
the and everything, it's not that.
No.
My buddy, we had made 2 different videos, 2 completely different ones, but my voice is in both of them. Both of them were censored. And then on Facebook, they censored that one too. And it's a completely different video as well. So they're doing the voice now.
Well, it's AI. They tag you.
Yes. So here I am, Matt, Roski from Cultivate Elevate, and happy to put it all out there. It is what it is.
We're going down, Bubbles.
That's how I see it.
Oh God, I got 3 YouTube channels. I'm gonna have to. I'll put it unlisted so you still pass the link around. It'll still work, but oh my God, God, where do you even go for all of this stuff? Let's talk AI. Since we're talking, let's talk about new technology.
This is interesting because, number one, I don't think it's new. That's for sure. I think it's older. I think all those Wikipedias you were just reading to me, I think those were written with AI to just make up a funny story and say, because they always have the same name. It's like King John the 12th and King John the 13th and King John the 14th. It's like there's no more people named John. They're all named John.
Right.
So those stories, I think, maybe were written with AI at one time. But what AI is put there for is so that people don't search, like you just said, cross-reference, or find the truth anymore. Because I typed in, different things into AI just for fun, like Wilhelm Reich and Cloudbusters, and it says please consult a scientist before exploring Wilhelm Reich's inventions and technology. And I thought, when do I have to consult a scientist? Number one, and number two, if I want to look it up, we should have the right. But if now, and this is just another step, is if all your searches are AI generated and you somehow can't go to the rest of the search bar, that would be very interesting. Because if you notice, if even Brave Browser has it, which is part of that whole thing and everything else, but Brave Browser now, when you go to type something in, it comes up with 4 paragraphs of AI. And if you think about it, because there's so much wording on your phone, it deflects you from kind of scrolling and looking through the rest of the stuff. So in my opinion, AI is just a programmed amount of information to keep you confined. And I had a buddy who actually messaged me on Instagram, and we were going through all these topics, and I'm like, just type this one and see what it says. And he would screenshot it and send it to me. And everything was the opposite from all the things that I learned. And I thought, so if you have a new generation coming up and they're used to this technology, this AI thing, they're not even going to look up any of the stuff. And then they're just going to get what AI tells them, which is just repeating, like a parrot. So with the technology, you follow the money, you look at who owns the technology, and you look at the money that's involved, and you can start to see everything from there.
It's pretty scary when you think about it. It's pretty scary when you think about it, because we were warned about all of this. Exactly, Kathy. Well, Elon Musk did warn about it. Stephen Hawking's warned about it as well. Warned about, AI, and don't be so quick to be jumping on the AI bandwagon. But I mean, now it's like everything is tagged. Everything. You want to go even in any of your search engines on any of the social media, and there it is. Ask AI. Even when we set up our shows, do you want AI to do your banner? No, I'm afraid to see what AI is going to come up with.
It's too weird. Like how am I going to know when I typed something in and it said that? I thought, hold on a minute, is everybody I'm watching scripted now? Like just completely just scripted social media. And they were saying that, like, I guess on TikTok, which is another one they're banning as well too. But they said on TikTok, that a lot of the stuff is all scripted. So then I sat there and thought, well, we're watching television now on a different form, because now you got rid of the television to get to live people, to real people, to now go back to scripted. Hey, I'm on a teleprompter. Welcome. It's full moon Monday and whatever else. Like, you're going back into that. So like you said, people should take all this new technology with a grain of salt and, kind of go from there. And I have not, anything that I searched, I could not find anything to the topics we just talked about. It's all exactly the opposite of the things that we talked about today.
Not surprising. Not surprising. So, what else should we know? I mean, let's just go for broke. At this point, can't leave us public anymore. So what do you want to talk about?
What about the what?
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. We just
get it all out. No, this is just go for broke, because I can't leave this public now anyway. Well, here.
I mean, the thing is I think if we look into a lot of these things, I think people need to look into, like I said, going back into the money and the banking system.
Right.
It's a great book, The Secrets of the Federal Reserve.
Right.
People should look up that book and read that book, because that kind of connects the dots with all of these things, so people can kind of understand that whole cartel system that is. But, that goes into this, because if the people who are bankers are controlling the information, then the only information you're learning is through bankers. And that's why you don't learn about money or taxes or anything like that. So same thing with history. If you were learning that they were fighting over money and fighting over resources and things like that, it keeps that narrative going. So I think that's a great book, The Secrets of the Federal Reserve. Probably one of the best books I've read. It's up there with The Invisible Rainbow and The Contagion Myth. I think the top three most life-changing books, if we're going to pick, that I've ever read, and through my collection and things like that.
Right. Well, I think people don't realize that when you're getting into that whole system, we are but a number, right? You get a birth certificate, you get a social security number, you get a death certificate. Even wherever you end up buried or cremated, you have a number. Everything is about numbers. It's not as cut and dry. We like to think that we have control. Government works for me. No. No.
Very different. It's very different. And
it is
that
very
government
different.
Works for the Federal Reserve. And that's what that book goes into talking about, how all the sides, they're just funded. When they had the Federal Reserve Plan of 1913, you had Woodrow Wilson, who was pitching the Federal Reserve Plan. And then on the other side, you had the Aldrich Plan, which was exactly copy and paste. So, if people don't know what they're in, like you said, then they don't have like an idea of what system they're actually being placed in. And the only way to break the system, in my opinion, is to figure it all out. Because if you understand the other sides, you can start to use these things. You can build a building and use different types of quartz and crystals and things like that to heal your body using color therapy, like Edwin Babbitt, Principles of Light. That's a great book where he was doing color therapy and healing with light. But we can do these things if we go back in time and we look at this information. We can do these things to benefit ourselves regardless of the nonsense that we face. And if enough people do it, then it breaks the system. But if
Right.
everybody keeps doing the same thing and it's like, oh, I can't figure it out, you're just continuing to consent into the system. So that's why it's like the disruptors, like I was talking about, that's kind of, I feel like, what's happening.
Right. And if you think about it, when you're talking about crystals and such, quartz is in so many different things. So many different things. You know, many of our electronics, you know, your watch, on an average, it's pretty much everywhere. So is it like a double-edged sword? I mean, it's got, you know, you can do so much with it with technology. It can also, people like, oh no, it's great for grounding, but it's just, it also amplifies. So what's the best way to use it?
So for quartz, you know, I mean, you can squeeze it and that will create a piezoelectric effect. You can use it for grounding. You can use it for cleansing. You know, quartz is really cool. You got azurite, which is one of my favorites. You got malachite, which is really cool too as well. But quartz is a very powerful one. You know, you can heal with quartz. Quartz is basically water. You know, it's water in a solid form. And basically, when you put that up next to the water of your body, your body is taking on the structure of that quartz, and it helps to help structure your body. And you can get into Marcel Vogel's crystals. It's really cool. He does some really cool quartz crystals that are cut at a specific degree to help structure the body and heal the body, and actually work like wands. But like you said, quartz crystals have been used in computers. You know, they're used in technology. They're used in every single thing in which we're, you know, given. But, you know, it's deemed as woo-woo. But this is just connecting back to the materials that resonate at the same material as our body. You know, we don't resonate the same with DuPont plastic. Wearing DuPont plastic on our body doesn't resonate. But if you had quartz or quartz earrings or quartz necklace or gold or silver or copper, brass, whatever, those all resonate as you. So it's the same frequency. So with any of the quartz and stones and crystals and everything, you're just tapping back into that frequency and the energy that comes with it, because it's a part of you. You're a living, basically quartz crystal. You know, that's kind of what you are.
Right. Well, I think we're meant to resonate with the planet. We're meant to, anything that comes from our environment, you know, whether it be the sun, the moon, water, we jive with it. We're supposed to use all of these different stones. We're supposed to use different frequencies to heal.
Well,
But that would be bad for business, wouldn't it?
you can use sound frequencies with those crystal quartz too as well, you know. And if you look at like some of the sound bowls, they have quartz crystal wands that they use for the sound bowls, and they use quartz crystal for the sound bowls too. And they embed amethyst and all these different stones into it, and they all have different sounds and different frequencies. So yes, we could be using that, and that's a simple way to heal for free, you know. And that's the other thing, is I've started to realize all the healing you need is just understanding your body, how you're made up, you know, what you eat, what you drink, you know, getting rid of Wi-Fi that's impeding toxic frequencies. But like all these different things, and barefoot grounding and things like that, those things can all just bring us back to the balance that we're trying to have, which is, you know, bringing this quartz crystal back to its perfect structure. And everything that they're trying to give us in the nonsense is destructuring the quartz crystal that we are, and then the body begins to fall apart. But quartz is really cool. There's so many books on people just healing ailments with quartz crystals, and that's it.
Right. And many different stones, obviously. So I don't know. I think that I think we've covered a lot of ground. I'm glad we did. My producer may be kind of like, what did you do?
It's okay. It's a good one.
I know. Not too concerned about it. But we are slowly coming up to the top of the hour. So this is the part where you just promote yourself, and, you know, because I'm going to lose you pretty soon.
Yeah, the sun is slowly fading into the Arizona mountain. That's what's going on right now. That's okay. But yes, it's part of the suspense of the show.
I love it.
If people want to find more information, you can find us on cultivateelevate.com. Ton of blogs, ton of videos. I got stuff up on YouTube and Rumble. You know, I put up stuff on Telegram as well. Instagram, you can find us still. I still have 2 pages, but they're both shadow banned by 95%. So it's pretty much useless right now. But you can find us on there. But I try to put everything out there. And then if people want books, every time when you look at any of the YouTube videos or Rumble videos, I put the books in there.
Mhm.
And then as my book comes out with electroculture, we'll definitely do another one and talk about it as well. But I have a whole bunch of books in there, like a whole book list on
Mhm.
energy and everything related to energy. That will be in there as well too, so people can have access. And that's the thing. I'm big on collect books and PDFs, read, and see a different side, because that started my whole rabbit hole of seeing the other side. And once I started seeing one thing, like you said, I can't unsee all the other things that come with it. And I think that's the most important part of this whole journey, is understanding things from a different side rather than what you've been taught at face value.
Right. So put aside the conditioning and even education, of your upbringing, shall we say, and keep learning, but don't just take it all at face value.
I like it.
Right. Thank you for joining us. And before we completely disappear, thank you. Thank you. It was definitely very enlightening. And I'm going to keep following. And I love the products. Did I say I love Dragon's Blood and Pearl Powder? Yes, I do. Works amazing.
It does. It definitely does. And now we'll be censored because you said that. So that's what it'll be. That's what it'll
I
be.
know. I figured at this point, what does it matter? Right? It is what it is. I want to get it out there. We have a lot of audio listeners, and there's a lot of other platforms that is going to keep this without any issues. It's just this one that's going to be a problem. Yes. Pearl, Pearl, Claudette. Go to the website right up here, and I will put it. Here's what I'll do for you guys, so you could copy and paste it. Hold on. Let me just go in. I'm going to put it right back in the stream. Okay. Hold on. One more time. Here we go. Copy, paste, go check it out. There we go. So, Matt, thank you. And I will be in touch with links and such.
Sounds good. Thank you for having me on. Have a happy full moon and enjoy it. And
I
also
shall.
make some full moon water tonight, because you can put your water out during the full moon, get all the energy from the moon into your water, and then drink it the next day, so you're supercharged.
I'm going to put out a picture.
I'll see you.
Thanks, Matt. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, boy, chances are we're going to be in a little bit of mischief, but that's okay. I love the mischief, and I'll deal with production in a little while. But what a fantastic show. Oh my God. Tartaria, the World Fairs. Who knew? Really, who knew? Every time I look at the Toronto exhibition, whenever I would go, it never occurred to me. And right up until I started following Matt, and check him out on Instagram and Telegram under Cultivate Elevate. My gosh, he posts a lot of videos, and it's food for thought. It's all food for thought, and make your own assumptions. So, okay, next week we've got some really amazing guests, and Wednesday, I have been wanting to do this one for a really long time. We actually have the pleasure of welcoming author who is a very well-versed authority on the Illuminati, Leo Zangami. And he's an authority because his family is a part of it. And going back to Italy, you're going back big. But he's going to be here to talk about his 10th volume, Confessions of an Illuminati, Volume 10, Islamic Freemasonry and the Secret Societies Behind the Eternal Conflict in the Middle East. I have a feeling we're going to be putting that one. We're going to be careful with that one too, but you don't want to miss that one at all. Thursday night, we also have a brand new guest coming, Dr. Bruce E. Rapuano. I hope I said that properly. He's going to be discussing his new book, Dominion Lost, a scientist's own alien abduction encounters. And it represents the only first-hand account of a UFO close encounter alien abduction by a mainstream American scientist. And he is not wrong. I am sure you're not going to get a whole lot of people coming out and discussing things like that. You know, you worry about reputation, so on and so forth. So tonight, we thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, guys. Everybody in chat, you guys are just awesome. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee for sponsoring tonight's show and every night's show. Big thank you to Justice Snicker, a.k.a. Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon. Big thank you to Steve McGinnis. Go out and make sure you check this archive out on Roku, because it's not going to be readily available unless there's a link on YouTube for obvious reasons. You can find it on Rumble as well, guys. It's going to be out on a lot of different platforms, so you may not want to necessarily look for it here, but Rumble is the outer realm, and it's kind of all blended into one word. So go check that out there, or again, Roku, if you have it. So have a fantastic weekend. We shall see you next week with 2 more great guests, and hopefully Amelia will be back. Fingers crossed, not the same without her. But until then, have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week. Good night.
Families for kids.
Welcome to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montalvo.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of UFO Undercover. Like Natasha says, I'm your host, Joe Montalvo. Tonight's guest is going to be researcher Mary Rodwell, who's she's an outstanding researcher. She's been on the show several times, and I'm going to bring her on in just a few seconds. A couple of things right quick, though, guys. I've been getting a lot of different emails on Mars and 95% pure water. Look, you can find most of this stuff listed on the NASA site. I know I brought this up a couple of days ago, but y'all can find it. Most of it's listed on the NASA site, or just do a search. There's quite a few things found lately. There's the 95% water. There's the methane that was just recently found. There's also some other trace gases have been found. It's looking more and more like they're going to find life on Mars. So go do a little research, check up on it. In a couple of weeks, probably in about a month and a half, we'll be doing a show just about Mars. So y'all can tune in for that. Also, for the people who have been writing me about Neil Tyson, DeGrassi Tyson, we did his pre-record yesterday. The show will air February 11th, so y'all can come in, check it out. That's astrophysicist Neil deGrasse. Y'all can come in and check it out. It was an excellent interview. I had a lot of fun with him. I even got him to talk a little bit about ET. You know how I'm an astrophysicist, so I didn't want to talk about it much. But y'all come check that out. I want to welcome Mary Rodwell to the show. Mary, how have you been?
I've been very well and very busy, actually, Joe. So, yes, I'm feeling good, and good morning from Australia.
Oh, and I see you have been, oh, yeah, that's right. Y'all keep forgetting y'all are a day ahead of us over there. It's Thursday morning. Wednesday evening here, Thursday morning. Let's see, we're time traveling again. I see you've been doing quite a lot of traveling last year, getting around, hitting the different conferences. Seeing you were in the UK. Well, wait, where was it you went? Ireland, I think it said? I wanted to ask you how you looked at
a UFO conference in Ireland, Carrick-on-Shannon, which was wonderful, and also a couple of conferences in the UK.
So how'd you like it? I mean, was it nice? Were the people nice? Was it...
Look, going back to where I used to live, because I am a pommy, as they call it here, a hybrid, an English stroke Australian nowadays. Look, it's always lovely to go back. I met some wonderful people. The Probe Conference in Blackpool is particularly a wonderful event. The people there, so receptive. I had also some chance to do some regression work with a family that had, the whole family actually had been taken up onto a spaceship. This was grandma, mother, and the 2 teenage children, and did some regression work with them, which came up with some really fascinating data. So, in fact, UK had a lot to offer in terms of information, and that was before I went to Hong Kong to speak at the university there.
Now, I know Hong Kong is crazy. I've never been, but I've talked to several people. Several good friends of mine have been there, and they say it's an insane city. They said it's like the busiest city they have ever visited.
It is absolutely frenetic, a most fascinating, absorbing place, but to live there, I think you would need to be certainly from another planet.
I can imagine it would help. I imagine it would help. Now, the teens and the grandmother you were just talking about, these are people you met in the UK, right? I mean, was it something...
Yes, it was absolutely fascinating. I'd been asked by them before I arrived if I would actually do some work with them. And it was quite, we talk about the paranormal kind of side to this. The grandmother actually said to me that when she was interested in having hypnotherapy, a whole list of names came up, and the only name she felt safe with was Mary Rodwell. And somebody said to her, well, I'm sorry, but she lives in Australia. And the weird thing was that then they discovered within a very short time I was coming to England, and they could actually get in contact with me and see me speak at probes. So it ended up that I actually was able to do work with them. So the strange thing was the grandmother had this instant knowing that the only person she felt safe with was my name. Now, how weird is that?
Well, that's not the first time I've heard of that, though. But strange. I mean, strange, but not. It's some reason or another contactees. And I don't know if this is referrals by extraterrestrials or referrals by other other contactees on ships or what it is, but I have heard that before, where they'll just see somebody or they'll see a name or hear a name or see a face and that's the person. I don't know why neither. I always did find that just a bit on the weird side. Well, that's because there's no logical. I mean, I'm sure there is a logical explanation, but there's none readily available to explain it away. Now, while we're on all of this, I know especially since you were in the UK and I know you're in Australia, do you ever get any? I was just recently on Coast to Coast with Melinda Leslie, and we were doing MILABs, military abductions, is what we were discussing. And the reason I'm asking this is I don't think it's just in the U.S., but I really haven't heard of any cases outside the U.S., so it may only be a U.S. thing, but that's why I've been asking all the researchers I know outside the country if they've run across any contactees that have had military abductions after their contact, if that made any sense to you at all.
Joe, again, I find this really strange that you bring that up. You wouldn't believe that in my second book, which I'm writing at the moment, I'm actually doing the chapter on MILABs.
Oh, excellent.
And which is really synchronous because I was contacted by someone in the UK only in the last couple of days that's had MILAB experiences in Scotland. And not only that, I was sent a DVD by Miles Johnson, an Irish researcher, who's got 3 DVDs on bases, and he's not only talking about bases in the US, but bases in the UK, where one gentleman, a whistleblower, Barry King, talks about the fact that he's a MILAB experiencer, but also a whistleblower for a group called the NSA that are letting out a certain amount of information. There is no doubt now in my mind from my research that this is definitely happening in the UK. Regarding Australia, it may very well be happening, but it's not so obvious to me in certainly the clients that I've had. But the bottom line is that it doesn't mean it isn't happening here. I'm wondering whether it's more concentrated on, bigger populations, because obviously that's more viable. But it's certainly fascinating that you've brought the topic up just as I'm actually writing the particular chapter on that.
Well, that's excellent to hear you right now. I'll have to pass that on to Melinda Leslie next time I speak with her, because it has been, for some reason, in the last couple of years, it's been a more prominent part of the field in the U.S., and there's been rumors about some. Honestly, though, I haven't heard about anything in Australia or even Japan, for that matter. And I'm trying to figure out, because the U.S. and its allies are very, very close. I don't think most normal people understand quite how close. There's about a dozen governments that are very, very close. And I was thinking, it might be some kind of program that breaches across the different government lines. Because I hate to say. This isn't, I used to say this isn't George Bush's doing, and now it's not Obama's doing, but it's not their government that's doing this. It's a part of this government, but it's seen somehow or another, it runs totally independent, and there doesn't even seem to be any, what am I looking for? There doesn't even seem to be anything that they have to worry about. There doesn't seem to be any recourse or any problems.
That's right.
For some reason or another, they can do whatever they want. No one seems to care. Nobody is going to stop them. And I know people have reported this to the police, so I'm kind of thinking, what's going on here?
I think it's something that a lot of us really struggle to believe. Almost anyone can believe maybe there's bad aliens that do this kind of abduction and kidnapping and programming and torture, etc. I think it really is hard for most of us to believe our own species are doing it to our own species.
Yeah.
And interestingly, the book MILAB by Dr. Helmut Lammer and his wife and also there's an Encyclopedia of Mind Control by Jim Keith, who had a rather strange death at the end of it. Basically, Barry King, though, in the UK, that's on this DVD basis that Miles Johnson has put together, actually says it's a kind of satellite government, but it certainly is prevalent in both the UK and the US, and in Canada, I believe. But again, that doesn't mean it's not going on in other places. It just may be that it's not been researched enough, or there's a lot of researchers, you know, Joe, that just don't want to look at this.
That's true. That's very true. Well, let's be honest, Mary. You and me and Yvonne and Susan and maybe about a half a dozen other people actually are the only ones looking into the abductions. You've got David Jacobs and Bud Hopkins, but in honesty, they've kind of stepped down and are moving themselves kind of backwards. I know David's still trying to hang in there, but in general, they're kind of phasing themselves out. But there's only a half a dozen, maybe a dozen researchers that'll even touch the abduction thing, much less the military abduction thing. And which I understand that, I really do. But the problem is at first, you know, when I first heard contactees telling me about this or abductees, I was like, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just some kind of residual leftover. You know, maybe you're just worrying about the wrong thing. Maybe that's what you want it to be instead of aliens. But after a while, I realized that at least in some cases, they were picking these contactees up after contact.
Yeah.
You know what I found?
And it actually makes a lot of sense, Joe, in the sense of the disinformation and muddying the waters in terms of creating, you know, the propaganda that aliens are evil. It actually makes a great deal of sense, and that's the one thing that I'm coming across with my research. Interestingly, Suzanne Hansen, when I regressed her only recently, one of the things that the extraterrestrials had warned her about was literally these pseudo-abductions, and saying that she has been assisted to recognize the sheep in wolf's clothing and the pseudo-abductions in terms of these ETs that have been, they're called programmed life forms that have been created by a genetics program at these bases that literally can produce entities that look like the Greys, but actually have distinct differences. That are, and Barry King talks about this on the DVD, that there are certain differences to what we would term real extraterrestrials. And I think we've really got to start looking at this now, so that we can actually, sift the wheat from the chaff in terms of understanding what is a real ET contact and what is a pseudo-abduction. Extremely important, even though it challenges us on so many levels.
Well, it is. But as long as most of the researchers are talking to each other, I think it's going to be a little bit easier. You know, I was talking with Yvonne Smith about 2 weeks ago about this very subject, and I kind of threw her for a loop because I told her that some contactees actually asked for this, and she said, well, how could that be? And I said, well, think about it. I said, the more famous contactees, the ones that are out there disseminating information to the public, that's the ones the government's looking for. That's the ones that actually have useful information. I said, so, you know, once they put themselves out there, they're liable to have a military contact. It's not like they're asking for it, but in retrospect, they are, because of the topic matter we're all discussing. And I do find it very, and I found this across the board pretty much now, most of the famous contactees have had military experiences. A lot of them after they started speaking on the circuits and stuff. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And I just find that odd. You know, it's almost like they think, well, hey, look, these guys know more than these guys, so why don't we abduct this group instead of that group?
Or they want to know what's going on the spacecraft, for sure, and they want to know how their psychic abilities are used with technology, for example. Those are some of the main agendas, you know, as well as wanting to use propaganda to enhance their fear and trauma, so that we are more terrified of extraterrestrials, you know, per se. So, I mean, it makes a great deal of sense when you actually look at the reasons why this would be such a useful program.
Yeah, it does, and I can see it serves several purposes on multiple levels. So I don't think we're going to get it to stop. As far as I know, they haven't killed anybody. They've rattled a few people pretty good. I mean, I can't rule anything out at this point, but I've heard some fairly hairy stories. But most of them, you know, they tend to let them go. But the problem is they're not quite as efficient at covering memories as the aliens are, and it kind of creates a mess.
Yeah.
And then what you start having these bleed-over memories from the actual abduction versus the, and it does. It just creates a mess, and you got to sift through all of that, and it's just adding more work for me and you. But I don't know any way around it. I mean, I can't see any way that we can get around it. I mean, we just have to do the research and hope for the best, I guess, because as far as I can see, none of us are going to make it stop, I guess is what I'm saying.
I think we need to look, first, researchers have to acknowledge that this is part of the whole abduction scene and phenomena. Secondly, try and find ways of sifting through what is a real ET interaction. And one of the things that Suzanne said is there's definite difference in terms of their energies and emanations. And Barry King, the whistleblower who's had these experiences, says there are certain differences that even in the eyes of the ones that have been programmed and created, at these bases. So maybe the more information we can get from experiences of the differences, for example, will give us a better idea of whether or not, the information is something that has integrity or has been, in fact, tampered with the MyLab experiences.
Yeah, that's true. And, well, because you do occasionally hear about a gray present with military people or the red-haired guy. I call him the red-haired doctor, but, I guess he's a hybrid. I don't want to say that for sure because I don't know what he is. But I get all these contactees that see this, and these are usually in military experiences where there's a gray present, but then there's this weird red-headed guy present too, and then there'll be like people in military uniforms. And it's an odd thing, and it shows up in quite a few contacts, but I'm not sure what to make of it. And the red-headed guy, I've heard him described as a doctor, as just a person, as a military guy, but everybody always says the same thing. He's kind of weird. Most people refer to him as a hybrid, but since I haven't personally seen him, I can't say that he's a hybrid. But because some people just describe him as just a really big red-headed guy, so it's a kind of strange thing. I was talking with Katarina Wilson about that not too long ago, a couple of months back, and it's something that's something else that shows up in there. It's kind of like the old Men in Black thing, where everybody said they were kind of slightly out of phase, which was probably some type of hybrid. Even though that seems to have subsided and something else has replaced it, which I guess is the military abductions has replaced it now. Now what you up to in the near future? I mean, I know that you're... oh, wait, let's go back to the book for a minute. No. Hey, look, I never criticize anybody with books because I've been trying to write one for like 7 years now. And I promise I'll have one out this year because I've been working with a group of friends. We've actually been doing shows and discussing different things on the shows so that we can actually put it into a book. We've done about 10 of them now. And but what I was going to ask you is, when do you think it's going to be coming out?
Well, I haven't even looked at a publisher at the moment, but it's coming together really very, very quickly, which is surprising. I am getting some well-known experiences to say a little bit about their experiences in it, because I'm looking at the big picture here. Mm-hmm. The book may very well be entitled The New Human, and it's looking at the big picture in terms of these not only extraterrestrial but interdimensionals, transcendentals that Bob Dean talks about, our whole ability to connect with these different advanced intelligences. And it talks about even where some of them are dealing on the dimensions we call soul. So it really is looking at the big picture that these intelligences have for planet Earth and for our species. So although I don't particularly want to say much on the cover-up, except for it exists and MyLab, a lot of the stories are even those that have pre-birth memories of being actually, balls of light right through to their awareness of their mission on this planet. So it's talking about star children. It's also talking about the third wave, which are people that have had unconsciously experiences on the craft, but at the moment don't have any actual recall, but will be woken up, if you like, or given some at some point, and they will be aware of their true mission or purpose on this planet. So it really is looking at the big picture.
Well, it's weird because for us in the last, 18 or 19 months or so, we've actually had a dumbing down of contactees. It's probably not a good way of saying it, but they're still being contacted, but they're not recalling near as much as they were, which kind of bothers me. And even under regression, some of them aren't recovering anything, but they're still being picked up. So there's something changing, and some people say, "Oh, we're gearing for 2012 or what have you." I really don't know what it is. Not at this point, anyway. But I have seen a significant change recently in a lot of the contactees, and these are more advanced contactees that generally have fairly clear, you probably remember 50 or 60% of what's happening to them. and all of a sudden they're not even remember it being picked up, but they'll have something happen that lets them know that they were picked up, and even sometimes it's like the alien wants them to know they were picked up, but yet don't want them to remember anything at all. And then I've had a couple of cross experiences where I don't know if you've ever had to deal with this. Now, for us, we found with a lot of married couples where they were both contactees, but with different aliens. We found especially in the last 5 or 6 years, we found where the other alien is starting to pick up the spouse, which is something that used to not happen. And not often anyway, but it seems to be more and more. We're getting more and more cases like this now, and I'm not sure why. I can't see anything that's changed outright, other than I guess they've been together long enough that they think, okay, well, let's pick up the spouse and see what's up. Because for a while there, it seemed like they stayed away from each other's or I should say each other's experiments. The Greys and the reptilians and the humans tend to, they would abduct their own abductees, but they usually wouldn't abduct the other aliens' abductees. But now in a couple of cases, anyway, they seem like they're doing it. I mean, there's always been the advanced ones that'll have, experiences with 3 types of aliens, and that's usually the ones that are communicators, the ones that want to get out there and talk. A lot of times the aliens will do that to help them to get out there. But in general, for most contactees, it's just the one alien, the one type of alien. And I just find it odd lately that they've been flip-flopping back and forth. And like I said, I can't find any real reason for it. But, and that's another reason I like to talk to everybody out the country, because for us, we get the stuff from the U.S., and then we got to kind of wait for everything to trickle in from the other countries, unless, we're doing like we are tonight, but sometimes we have to just wait for it to trickle in. And sometimes I see the same things, but sometimes I see differences or opposites. Like they're doing one thing in the U.S. and one thing in the U.K. And I find that kind of strange, a little bit ominous. But then you know how it is. I mean, there's probably 100 or more agendas running out there right now.
It becomes more complex the more that you learn, and that's what I think. The MyLab, unfortunately, muddies the waters tremendously, and that's why it's such an important subject for researchers to start looking at in more detail and stop avoiding it like the plague, which many of them do. In fact, I think Dr. Lammer slams them in Dr. Greer's book, because he said, there's some very well-known researchers that we have mentioned that actually have avoided this topic like the plague, and hoping it would actually disappear, almost saying it's an alien agenda to make us blame humans, which, as Dr. Greer says, is absolutely and plainly ludicrous. So I think that we have to be really, really careful now that we become as informed as possible.
Well, I agree with that. We need to keep ourselves as informed as possible, and everybody needs to be sharing information so we have these days, I got to say, there's a much better grasp on abductions and what's happening, and you can even kind of help and guide abductees these days, because there is a lot more information, at least for the major researchers, but still, we're still considered the black sheep in the research field, at least in this research field. I don't know why contactee researchers are considered black sheep. And, I never understood the thing about the mill labs, because UFO researchers will cry and complain and moan and gripe about the government keeping secrets, and, the government doing this conspiracy, that conspiracy, and that conspiracy. But as soon as you bring in, oh, wait, they're picking up humans, oh, no, they don't want to touch that. That's just absolute taboo beyond anything. Yeah. And it makes absolute perfect sense to me. A matter of fact, I couldn't see the U.S. government not picking up contactees if they knew this was legitimately going on. If they
it's the best cover-up, isn't it, Joe, in the sense they can do it ad hoc without any legal recourse, because people are saying, well, it's aliens, therefore nobody's going to believe them anyway.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing, and that's why we're going to be so careful, because then you got to watch the non-coms and the no-sayers and all, because they're going to start saying, oh, well, wait, see, the researchers are saying it's military, which is not what we're saying. We're saying that contactees are being picked up by the military, but they're still contactees by aliens. And, matter of fact, I was talking about that not too long ago, and I had a caller call in and say, well, so what are you saying, that the government is the aliens and not the aliens? And I'm like, no, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that there's aliens and the government's abducting the alien contactees.
Yeah.
And it does, you're right, it's going to muddy the waters, and it's going to make things more complicated, but it has to be looked at, or we're never going to know the truth.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's kind of strange. Now, and how has Susan been? I haven't talked to her in about 6 or 8 months.
She's already trying to complete her book.
Oh, no.
We've been... that's part of the reason she's dropped on the planet a little bit, because she really has been wanting to write this book for so long, and now it feels like the right time to actually put it together. So we're still in collaboration in terms of some of the data that we're both getting, but for her it's really important now that she gets this out there, particularly she wants to talk about the third wave, those people that have a sense that they're different, and have this connection to the stars, and also have this sense of mission, but have no real sense of ever being taken or anything happening to them. And she wants to explain that in detail, because she believes they're put into positions of authority or of credibility, and at some point their real reason for being here will be made known to them, and they'll be, if you like, woken up. And this is what I think a lot of the downloads are part of as well. We don't fully understand why these downloads are happening, and they can be anything from quantum physics, free energy, to information of the real origin of the species. But it's almost like they can't be accessed properly yet, because I think that it's about a timing thing, Joe, from what I can understand.
I agree. It's from what we've seen, we've seen contactees, but it's like when they need them, it's opened up. It's almost like there's a little timer on there, and when it hits the point, then the information. And sometimes it's not even all the information; it's just what you need at that time. And and I think some of the downloads are actually to help the contactee with stability issues sometimes too. Because I've noticed a few times where I've talked with a contactee and they've been kind of scatterbrained or still a little upset, a little aggravated, and then all of a sudden they'll get like a download, and then they're just kind of planed out and level and moving along. So I think they actually use them for a couple of reasons, but they do pay off, because I've seen several contactees put them to use and actually excel because of them. And then I've seen contactees with knowledge far beyond their educational background.
Yes.
And you got to wonder about that. You don't have that kind of advanced physics in your head unless you've been to college, or you're an alien contactee that's had it downloaded straight into your consciousness. Because other than that, you just don't have that kind of information. It's just too much for somebody to get by reading on the internet, or maybe if you read for 10 years on the internet. But
absolutely, and that they are honestly, some of these lessons in this complex mathematics can be when they're 3 or 4 years old on the craft, or 8 or 9. And Whitley Strieber talks about being taught about being shown the origin of planet Earth. And another experiencer that I know very well, who's had mathematics quantum mathematics downloaded by the light beings, she actually sent the information to a professor of physics at Cambridge University, and he said, this is mathematics hundreds of years ahead of what we're doing now, and it was all to do with space-time and Planck's constant, This is, given it veracity, this is, real, concrete, valid information. This is not airy-fairy stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. But to see that's what I get irritated with the public sometimes. Today, I really don't think... I can understand wanting to question some of the abduction stuff. I really, truly do that. But as far as, or is the planet being visited? Come on, that's just obvious at this point.
Yeah.
Between all the information that, 12 different governments are dumping out now, even the U.S. is letting out more stuff on FICA and stuff. So I'm really thinking... I don't know why it's so hard for most people to grasp this concept, but I got to say, I was encouraged yesterday. About a year ago, I did an interview, about 8 months ago, with Michio Kaku, and I was very impressed that he would actually entertain the idea of life in the universe possibly visiting the planet. I was very surprised. And yesterday, when I was talking with Tyson, who works at the New York Museum, and he also was talking about it. He's like, well, we could. It's possible that there's life out there. He thinks there's an abundance of life out there. He don't want to talk about it coming to the planet because he's a career guy. He does Nova TV and all kinds of TV specials, and I understand that. But still, he was willing to entertain the idea. So I do see a positive moving towards mainstream public. But still, at least let me put it this way: at least the public will agree now that there's probably life in the galaxy, intelligent life. Now it's just getting them to understand that, there's intelligent life, guys, and it's visiting the planet.
Yes.
Just like we would be doing if we could get out into space.
Exactly. Exactly.
I just don't know why it's so hard. And with the amount of video and eyewitness testimony, and if there wouldn't be any, if it was just everyday people doing this, I'd say, okay, I could see some people being skeptical. But when you have military pilots, airline pilots, military people coming forward, Secret Service people coming forward, people from high levels of the government, from several different governments coming forward, come on, what do you think, everybody's lying? I just don't get it. I don't understand why people have such a hard time. I know the Europeans are a little bit easier going with it, but I've even heard over there lately they've kind of gotten a little scratchy and antsy about it. Maybe we're getting too close to 2012. People getting nervous.
Oh, I think so. I mean, it's great that people... I mean, I met Colonel Robert Salas in the UFO conference in Ireland, and we actually got to know each other very well. I mean, he's talked and written a book about the fact that, he was on a military installation where a UFO was sighted and basically sent beams of energy down to disable the nukes on the military base. I mean, we're getting it from Larry Warren, left of the East Gate at Rendlesham Forest, same kind of thing, RAF Bentwaters. So, and then you've got, astronauts, as you know, Edgar Mitchell, Gordon Cooper, saying, look, they've seen this, they've seen, these ETs and whatever. So, I mean, anyone who really wants to be informed, the information's there for them in 100 different ways to give validity to this whole topic. And that's, to me now incredible for anyone to say, it can't possibly be real, because, you've only got to spend 5 minutes on the Internet to work out that something's going on.
Yeah, well, and too, recently, a couple of my friends sent me a couple of files a few months back about Russian astronauts or cosmonauts talking about what they see. And then there's that write-up there on that the last cosmonaut up on the space station actually went into great detail about what he saw. And that was fairly recent, what he saw. I don't know what else it takes short of the UFO falling on somebody's head. I mean, come on. Astronauts and cosmonauts are trained to do what? Look for extraterrestrial life. So when the cosmonaut or astronaut says, hey, look, we found ET, you're supposed to go, oh, what, really, what? You're not supposed to laugh at him and ridicule him. I mean, but I just don't get it. I think for most people on the planet, or at least not most of them, but about half of them, I think it's too scary for them to grasp, or they think it's going to interfere too much with their everyday, whatever they want to call their lives. They just don't want to think about it. I really do think for a lot of people, because I'll bring this subject up with people, just everyday people, and they're like, well, I'm more worried about the economy, or I'm more worried about this, or I'm more worried about that. And I'm like, well, that's fine, and I do understand those things because I got to make a living too. I said, but really, you don't think if the aliens are visiting the planet, it's not the most significant thing to ever happen to any human ever in history?
Exactly.
And they're like, well, yeah, maybe. I'm like, oh, whatever. I just want to smack them, Mary. I swear I do. If I didn't think they'd put me in jail for it, I'd just slap them right there.
But we are dumbed down to react.
Yeah, we are.
And we know that there are programs to dumb us down anyway. So, although I think 78% now, they say, actually believe it's quite possible there's intelligent life in the universe, and more than possible that some of it's visiting Earth. So I think it has shifted, Joe, which I think is a great move.
Oh, it is. It's moving. It's moving. Somebody, because, I was talking with Stephen Bassett a few weeks ago, and, he's on that million facts thing in Washington, and it's funny because, he thinks that President Obama will disclose this and everything will be all hunky-dory and everything else, but the problem is here, first off, I'm not sure if any government can disclose this. First, I can't see where it's going to be beneficial for any government to come forward that they're holding extraterrestrial technology, or they were aware that aliens were abducting their citizens. I just can't see where that's going to be beneficial for a government, not at this point anyway. And then they'll have to start talking about, if they've gotten any technologies. So I don't really think it's that beneficial for them to come forward. And then there's the religious sect. And recently I have heard several religious people get very upset about the idea of extraterrestrials. And I thought that was kind of fading away for a while, but I think it's making a comeback. At least in the United States, I think it's making a comeback. Maybe it's because of all these scary economical times in our country, but it does seem like it's making a comeback where, we get a lot of stuff where people will write us and tell us, oh, well, aliens are demonic. They're not aliens, they're demons, and contactees are possessed. Well, look, whether there's demons or not and someone's possessed or not, I'm not going to argue the fact, but I can tell you there's a difference between an extraterrestrial and a demon. But it has been making a comeback in the U.S., and I'm not even sure why. like I said, I think for some people they're just scared to accept the fact that they're not the brightest, smartest, fastest thing.
I think that we're not the top of the intelligence pyramid is a scary one. But, Monsignor Corrado Beducci of the Vatican, quite categorically on Italian television some years ago, actually said that, because he was a demonologist exorcist, he said, it is not a psychological illness and it is not demonology. And the Catholic Church has got, publicly now said, I think it was on Spanish TV, that, that they fully accept that aliens are part of God's creation. No messing. So certainly the Catholic Church has had no difficulty jumping on the bandwagon on that sense. But I think some other more fundamentalist churches are finding it extremely threatening.
Yeah, but I do think that having the Catholics do that might make it easier for some of the other religions. It is a tough one. It just is, because a lot of people do not want to accept the fact that, that there could be a creation made by God that's actually smarter, brighter, and faster than we are. And that's because we were always raised, especially the Christians were always raised, that we were number one in God's eyes. We're the favorite. And see, the way I understood the Bible was the Jews were the favorite, but I'm not going to get into that. Still, it's that we were the favorite, so it's going to be a tough one. But I think if handled right and ET gets involved, I think disclosure could be done. I just don't think it can be done by the government successfully. I think you'd end up seeing lawsuits and all kind of other nightmares if the government came out and disclosed. Personally, I would sue them. I would say, look, I've been abducted by aliens and you didn't do anything about it. Where's my $50 million, buddy? And so I really don't think they're going to be able to shift from that. So, but if you could get the aliens, to do something where therefore then it would shift it off of the governments and shift it back onto the extraterrestrials. And either we would embrace them or we'd be mad at them, but it would take it off of the governments and put it on the aliens. I just don't know how they're going to do that, Mary, to be honest with you. And I don't know which government has the power at this point, or the credibility, I should say, at this point, to really sell this off. The U.S. really doesn't have the credibility abroad it used to have. And Russia has no credibility. And China they don't have any credibility either. And that's your three most powerful nations. So the Brits still have a good bit of credibility, but I don't know if they have enough to pull this off. So it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Maybe we could just get all the researchers together, pool about 500,000 contactees, and go public.
It's a great idea.
Do an abductee march on some capital somewhere.
Look, I'm all for that, but I've got a feeling that the extraterrestrials themselves have got fed up with being messed about by our governments and secret governments anyway, and the fact that they're actually interacting with the everyday person in the street and assisting them with these new programs, I think is how it's going to happen ultimately. I think many people are going to be switched on and actually recall their experiences. There's going to be so many, and they're going to be very credible that ultimately that's going to carry it. I'm sure they've got agendas that completely supersede anything we could possibly do on this planet, because I think they're probably completely and utterly fed up with the cover-ups and the disinformation and the rubbish that we're fed by our governments. Nobody trusts their government anymore.
Oh, no.
We all know we're being lied to. I mean, you ask anyone, do they trust a politician, and it's the biggest joke around.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that happens, and this is without the other information that's being held from us all the time. So I think it's going to have to come from come in another way.
Yeah, I agree with you. And, it is truly a sad thing that the non-trust in a politician is a universal thing on our planet. It is. It's just a sad state of affairs when everybody on the planet feels the same way about their local politicians. It's just, and that's something. But see, ET gets involved. Maybe that's something we can rectify. Get some people with some morals,
integrity.
Yeah, integrity. That's a good one, because because the aliens seem to have a very involved interest with us, but then they also seem to, as far as I think they're concerned, though, they've already disclosed. They're like, look. Everybody we want to know knows we're here. The rest of y'all don't know. That's your damn problem.
Yeah.
Because I really think that, the contactees that they want to know already are awake. And then, of course, we do have awakening periods for different groups as you go along. And I have noticed that over the last decade or so, that they wake up in lots or groups, whatever you want to call it. But they do tend to wake up in groups. And somebody asked me if it's all in one country. As far as I can tell, the groups aren't, just stuck in one country. You may have members of the same group in several different countries, and they tend to wake up. And when they wake up, they tend to possess usually a decent amount of information. It's like the next step in the puzzle,
Yeah.
you know, or the next step on the trail, however you want to look at it. But it does seem that way. And of course, I could be way wrong here, Mary. But you know, I'm hoping we're not. I'm hoping that we're going to see something over the next 10 years or so. Now, what do you think? Do you think something's coming for us on 2012? I'm just curious.
I certainly think there's enough information, again, to suggest there's something big going on. And whether or not it's exactly going to be on the date they say, you know, December the 21st or whatever, I certainly think the process is already happening. And certainly what the experience is saying, and those that I think are in the know, are saying there is something going to happen. Now, whether that's Armageddon, I don't think so. The reason I say that more than anything is that there are so many of the programs that the extraterrestrials are using on this planet, including some of the genetics to produce what I call the new human. You know, whether that's Star Kids or these other programs. I can't see them bothering to invest all this time and energy into creating this at this time so that we get destroyed. I mean, it's absolutely pointless for them to bother. You know what I mean?
No, I agree.
I can't see that. So there's got to be something why this is getting prepared for something. Now, what that something is, there's lots of different ideas. David Wilcox talks about this as well. I suspect that in some way we're going to be assisted to change what's happening on this planet in some way. Whether or not it's a consciousness awakening to our multidimensional selves where we really understand, you know, the broader picture of this, I'm not really sure, but I am very hopeful that it's going to be positive.
I'm hopeful that it's going to be positive, too. Sometimes I think it might be something in between, but, you know, for me it's a very strange thing because I look at this, I say, okay, well, you know, when I first got involved with this 25 years ago, I was thinking, well, E.T.'s something new. And then, of course, after doing a decade's worth of research, I realized, oh, no, E.T.'s been here for a very, very, very long time. So that told me right there two things. One, they weren't here to destroy the planet, and they weren't here to outright save humans. Because either one they could have done 6,000 years ago. Yeah. So I figured there were several things involved. One, it was to their benefit to make sure our race survived and moved forward. For whatever reason they need us or whatever they're using us for, it was to their benefit. I also think along the way, for lack of a better expression, I think in some ways they became familiar with humans. I don't want to call them so much friends, because really I think at the difference of education and brain level that we can't be their friends yet. We just simply cannot understand what they do at this time in our evolution. Maybe a decade, maybe 1,000 years, maybe 50 years, who knows? But there's so much far, especially the Greys. The Greys think in a much different way than we do. So I don't think that they're quite ready to be our allies or our friends yet. But I do think for them it's beneficial to keep us healthy, to keep us alive, and to help us to make positive steps, so that whenever they're going to do whatever that is that they're going to do, we'll be here to do it. If that makes any sense. Sorry, listeners, if you listen, this is all written down, so y'all can actually go listen to this, read this more coherently. But it just feels like that because really, if they wanted to enlighten our species or even ever make us much more advanced, it would have been much easier 6,000 years ago. We have the same brains we did 6,000 years ago. There's no real difference in our evolution over the last 6,000 years, so they could have easily done it 6,000 years ago. Just like if they wanted to conquer the planet or take it over, let's be honest, 6,000 years ago it would have been much easier. We'd have been throwing spears at the spacecraft. They'd have been laughing their butts off. At least now we got nuclear weapons and lasers and stuff, even though I don't think we could put up a fight now either, to be honest with you. It's just, so it makes it hard on me, Mary. I want to think they're here to do all good stuff, and then I have to stop for a minute and go, well, they've been here 6,000 or 10,000 years, and the planet is really screwed up. So, but it may be that we as a species at some point do exactly the same thing on planets, that when we finally get to the stars, that we see indigenous species and we assist them slowly to evolve to a point where, they have the potential that we have. And I sort of come from that perspective with this whole thing, that they've given us, to a certain extent, a freedom to explore ourselves and to do what we can do without really trying to interfere too much, but to assist us. And
I certainly I'm leaning towards the fact that even with the religions initially, if you think about them, all of them were given in ways that the ETs could certainly have created in terms of, everything from, the Ten Commandments to give us little clues through a kind of spiritual religious assistance to start having morals and ethics and what have you. So I think in a way it may be that that's the way they've helped and assist us to slowly evolve. But of course what we've done on this planet is manipulate that kind of information in a way that ultimately has been unhealthy.
Well, you're probably right there too, and I do lean that way myself sometimes. That's what they're doing. They're kind of slowly guiding us along. But see, I got this thing about I know they need something from us. I can't get away from that because of some of the experiments that are going on and some of the breeding programs that are going on. I have to think that they actually want something physically tangible from the human race, other than they want something that's going to help their race, and I just don't know what it is. That's the only thing that scares me. I just don't know what it is. Because I really think if they wanted to destroy us, it wouldn't even be a blink in a damn eye.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're right that there's an exchange. One of the things Tracy Taylor, about her own contact experience, said she was fearful of her experiences only when she realized that she seemed to be the only one having them. She didn't know what was going on. Mm-hmm. But she said there's always been an equal exchange. She helped them achieve their genetic goals, and in return her healing and psychic ability and her understanding of life on Earth has been enhanced. So that's the way that she sees it. It's a kind of cooperation on some other level between, and a lot of those that have gone on to the craft and got information between the ETs and themselves have seen it as a cooperative thing. Some of them, and I know this is going to stretch maybe some listeners, have said, I was one of them in another life anyway, so I've actually chosen to incarnate as human to actually assist them in their programs because they're also advancing and evolving as well, and it's all part of this evolution of the soul. So, if you want to take it to a spiritual context for those that are comfortable with that. And that's how, and I've said to them, does this make any sense to you? Does it resonate? And they'll say, oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, yeah, I hear a lot of contactees talking about the spiritual side. I personally leave it alone, but that's mainly because of research. But besides that, we have somebody else in the group that does that for me. So, see, I'm very lucky. I can nitpick about what I want to research. I've gotten spoiled, man. I got to be honest with you. I've gotten spoiled over the last couple of years, but because for me, it's real easy. If I hear something like the other day, matter of fact, I was thinking about you the other day because I had heard something going on down near Pine Gap in Australia. And it's really nice for me because between my own organization, the radio station, and this show, and the ufologists I know, it's easy for me because I got all this big group of contactees we work with, getting close to 10,000 these days. And then I've got all these abduction researchers that I'm either personal friends with or I know through the radio show. So, it's an overwhelming amount of information coming in. Eventually, sometime in the next few years, we'll actually get everything put together from ours and everybody else's in one big coherent nightmare, I guess you'll call it, because I'm sure it'll take like a month just to read the damn thing. But it's really nice, and it's helping me out greatly because, I can look at your research and what you're doing down there. And it's nice because I can talk to you, and then you're friends with Susie, and that helped me meet Susie. And she's already in New Zealand, which I've met some other people there, and we've got some other contacts. So, now we have these two countries which are way away from the United States. Totally separated and isolated from us, other than that we're allies. Other than that, we're completely on different sides of the planet. And I can listen to what y'all are saying and what's going on, and then I can listen to what's going on here, and I can talk to our friends in the UK or China or Russia or Japan. And you see a lot of similarities, but then you see little subtle differences. And I'm trying now, I've started tracking the little subtle differences more than I actually have the similarities, because I'm trying to find out why we have a little difference here and a little difference there and a little difference here, if it's a particular lot or if it actually has something to do with a particular country. Because, I got to thinking about this. Let's say that there's a big group of contactees in Australia and they're doing a particular experiment on, but they need a control group. So what they do is they're using the Australian people as the ones they're abducting, but they'll pick like one person in New Zealand for the control study so that they have a difference. A completely isolated person from the population to see how it affects them. And I got to thinking about that because we've got areas where we have found now, and we're not sure why, But we've actually found 3 areas in the United States where there has been no abductions, none.
Right.
And get this, in one of the areas, actually 2 of the areas, when a contactee enters the area, you know how the contactee always can feel the alien in the back of their head? They always can feel that connection? They actually lose the connection. It's called the reset, and it's really funny. When they come out of the zone and they get back where the alien can contact them, they said their mind's almost like when your car is searching for a radio station back and forth. They said you can feel it in your head trying to find the signal until it locks in again. It's just the weirdest thing. I have no idea what it is. And I have heard about 1 or 2 in other countries. I don't know if the aliens are actually deliberately leaving them alone or if there's something there that's actually bugging the aliens so they stay away from it. But it is, we have used them for, every now and then we'll get a contactee that is really just, the experiences have been either so bad or just so much that they can't seem to really get a grasp on themselves or the contact. When we bring them to this zone where it breaks the contact, it allows their brain to reset, and they can accept it much easier. It seems to work almost every time, too.
Can I ask, Joe, are they areas where there are potentially military bases, secret bases?
There could be. One of them, I'm not going to, since we're on air, I won't say exactly where it is, but one of them's between Alabama and Florida. Now, there's some deep water channels down there. There's the Mobile Bay, and there's the Gulf of Mexico, and then there are several military bases. Eglin Air Force Base, which is the largest non-nuclear testing base in the United States, is down there. Several naval bases are down there with several ships. There's a Coast Guard base. Actually, there's two Coast Guard bases, and then there's 2 Army bases. So, yeah, and then there's a couple of research facilities for the military down there.
Okay.
Eglin is 885 square miles. That's how big this Air Force base is. And so, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I can't, honestly say what exactly it is, but it does work, and we do use it, and it's a very strange thing. But I'm going to shut us off right there because we've got to go to break right quick. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope y'all are enjoying the show tonight. When we get back, I'm going to get Mary Rodwell to talk about a few other things tonight and give her a chance to actually talk. Until then, y'all stay tuned. We'll be back in about 8 minutes, and we'll see you.
Welcome to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montalvo.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to UFO Undercover. I am your host, Joe Montalvo. I'm sitting and speaking with Mary Rodwell this evening. Actually, Mary Rodwell is an Australian researcher. One of the best regressionists I know. Her and Yvonne are actually my 2 favorite hypnotherapists that are working and actually actively working in the field right now. People all the time say, what about Leo Springer? Leo's a nice guy, but I actually like these 2 ladies. And it has a lot to do with, in case y'all listeners aren't familiar, my wife is also a hypnotherapist, so when I'm talking to other therapists about this in their work, a lot of times I can refer back to what Linda's saying, and I know, if they're telling me a lie of BS or not. So anyway, welcome back, Mary. I do tell people all the time to come see you down there. I don't know if they do or not, but I tell them all the time. I said, y'all, write her, drop her an email, go harass the lady, just don't harass the lady.
Look, some of them are probably hearing my voice without realizing it. I've got a set of meditation CDs that are out in the public now in New Mind Records, to do with helping people work out stress issues or anything else. So on another level, I'm putting a lot of people to sleep as well.
Oh, hey, that's a good thing. I could have probably used that not too long ago. I had to have a little surgery done a few months back. I had to get a little stent put in one of my arteries. I could have, for a couple of nights, I didn't want to sleep at all. I could have probably used that. It's
right.
Yeah. Oh no, it sounds more major than it actually was. I mean, when you hear people talk about that kind of stuff, but I always thought this was like some kind of major procedure, but honestly, it's pretty unscary and it works pretty good. So anybody out there that's worried about that, it's not that bad of a thing. It's a little nerve wracking at first, but it's not bad. And it works much better than getting on all that medication trying to fix all that stuff. This way they just open the artery up and that's it. No, you don't have to do 6 years of medication afterwards. They keep you on it for 1 year, but after that they take you off of it. So, but it's interesting because by the way, I got to tell you that too. The day everybody heard that I was in the hospital, you should have heard the conspiracies. Aliens got me, government got me. No, ladies and gentlemen, that's not what happened. It's called eating badly when I was a young man. That's what that's called. Smoking cigarettes, which I don't do anymore. Those kind of things, But, I mean, well, that's a good thing, because there's somebody, what was her name? Maria Kucha had done some CDs. So I think they were she's a contactee that says her music is inspired by the Greys. And she's got some very, very interesting music. If I can ever find the CDs, I'll actually send you a copy of them, because they're just kind of, she swears it's all inspired by extraterrestrials, all of it. And some of it's quite interesting. It's definitely not something you would hear every day, I have to say. And it's a very relaxing form of music. I was quite surprised, because I'm kind of always skeptical about everything, so I was quite surprised. And I had done an interview with her as an alien abductee, and she was telling me about it, and she sent me the CDs, and I was like, well, look at this. This is quite interesting. Well, that's a good thing. See, that's something you can offer to your contactees, too, when they're having issues, can't you? I mean, something to help them relax a little bit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of them are really just helping people to relax enough to open up and recover memories, and some of my Inner Alchemy series actually do that. But also it's to help people, access, parts of themselves that, that sort of inner wisdom, if you like, that we all have, to heal to heal and to, if you like, deal with stress, because 60% of stress is related to all physical illness. So the more we can cut down stress in our lives, the more that we can actually remain healthy. It enhances our memory. It gives us a longer life. So they're sort of like tools to help people.
Yeah, I agree with that, too. And I tell people all the time about stress. Of course, my wife gets on my butt about stressing myself all the time, too. But it's, if you can, and stress, people tell me all the time that I've had relatives that smoke and drink and live to be 80 or 90, and they tell you, cigarettes will kill you, alcohol will kill you, everything will kill you. Well, it didn't kill them, and the reason why is because they had a rather stressless life. They, one of them was quite wealthy, and all he did was, he was very stress-free. And the other one was my great-grandpa. He lived to be 108, and he drank a little glass of wine every day, smoked his little cigar, but he made sure when stuff that didn't belong in his house stayed outside. I mean, problems, headaches, stuff like that, work-related stuff, didn't come in his house. That was his stress-free zone. Yeah. And that's probably what made him live so long.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm working on a stress-free zone myself, but then I have the radio show that helps me vent too, so that's a good thing. I can always.
Well, if you give me your address, Joe, I'll send you a couple of my Take 10 series just to see if they help.
Oh, I will. I'll get it out to you. I got your email address. I'll get it out to you later on this evening. It's it's still daytime. Oh, good morning over there, people in Australia. I'm sure you want to hear my voice this early in the daytime. We got a huge audience over there. We really do. The Australian audience we have is they're informative. They write to me all the time. Kind of gripey some days when I get off on a tangent like I'm doing right now. They'll write to me, why don't you let the guest talk? You got to give them credit for saying that.
Australians are very blunt, Joe.
That's
they
a good
say
thing.
it as it is.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I don't have a problem with that. I know I can get into a rant sometimes. So it's but now, and I also catch a lot of flack now because I don't. We used to take a lot more questions in the show, but to be honest with you, I've gotten kind of greedy because 2 hours never seems like enough time to interview somebody. It just seems like it just blows through, and the next thing you know, you're done, you're over with, and you got to talk about maybe 15% of what you want to talk about. It makes me crazy. Now, are you going to be doing any traveling this year?
At the moment, there is a possibility of going to Hong Kong. Neil Gold, the exopolitics guy there, who is hoping to organize an international conference. I don't know whether it's still coming off. I mean, Neil Gold was one of those that got me over to speak at Hong Kong University. And interestingly, he's an experiencer. And this is another area that's going to challenge a few people. He's actually sent me his manuscript, Close Encounters of the ADHD Kind, because he believes very much so that ADHD is another program of the extraterrestrials, and he believes that it actually enhances the way he sees the world and reality. And he sees things in a fast forward in many ways, and he believes this is part of one of the new programs. And I am exploring that hypothesis with ADHD, with autism, and with Asperger's, because all of them do, there's many of those with these conditions that actually have ET-related experiences.
That's just more to add on to what we were already talking about, to be honest with you. I'm still, by the way, I want to go back and tell you I'm jealous about Hong Kong. Okay, anyway, I had to say it. I got a couple of questions coming in. I'll go ahead and take them right now. Oh, no. Oh, look at this. See, now you see, we were just talking about this smart butt. Does Joe still let people ask questions? I ought to not ask you questions for that. It says, there has been a variety of ET types reported during abductions in the U.S., but does seem as though the short grays are reported most often. They want to know does that hold true for Australia? Is it the majority of them grays in Australia?
Yeah, I would say on the whole, with those that you would call abductees, as opposed to what I call the star kids and new humans.
Yeah.
Certainly on the craft, they will be interacting with the greys often, with what we call the mantis beings. They could be interacting with other different kinds of greys, taller greys, or some that actually look like blue beings sometimes, energy beings. There's actually quite an interesting mix of different kinds of species that seem to cooperate on the craft with different roles, but the majority will say initially it's the greys that are sort of like the first contact for many of them.
Yeah, and that pretty much holds true. It's a strange thing, but I'm sure there's a reason for it. We try to break them up in thirds a lot of times because of the humans and the reptilians, but even my reports, 50% probably grays, and then you could probably split the other two amongst the other. And there's other alien stuff in there. That's the majority of those three. Because I've actually been working on Charles Hall's tall whites lately because, well, I'll tell you why. The first time I met Charles, I actually told Charles, I said, well, Charles, are you sure this isn't some kind of government plant? Because that's what I thought it was. I didn't think it was alien. Then I had a taxi cab driver from Vegas write me and then call me and tell me some stuff. And I kind of like, well, maybe just heard the show. Then I had what was it? Well, actually, it was two gentlemen that worked at a local casino down there, actually older gentlemen in their 60s that had called me and told me about it. Well, they put me in touch with two state troopers that were actually working the casino at the time this was going on. And they both swear that one trooper agreed that he retires in 2 years. He agreed that he'll come speak about it after he retires. He just wants to make sure he gets his retirement. And so after that, I had to take it a little bit more serious. And I was like, well, maybe they are real. Or maybe they're not quite what he thinks they are, but maybe they do exist, and there is something else going on there. So, so that's another one we've had to add to the group. And the light beams, it seems like, at least in the cases I work with, it seems like the grays actually, I hate to say it this way, but it's almost like they work for the light beams. Some people seem to think that the light beams actually created the grays. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do notice that they do tend to answer to them. And I do notice that the reptilians and humans usually give the grays a wide berth, which suggests that they're more advanced than the other two. I know mentally they're more advanced than the other two races are, but and they say technologically they're more advanced. I've noticed that myself, being when we have contact sometimes, that if there's a gray present, the human aliens and the reptilian aliens will stay far away from them. It's almost like they're worried they're going to make them mad or something. It's really, really weird, but I also see the same thing when there's military people present. They tend to stay out of the way of the grays. They just, okay. Go ahead.
Well, I can add a little bit to that. When I did a regression in England with a 15-year-old experiencer who had been in tremendous fear, when I worked with him, because of the fear, his grandmother wanted me to work with him. He remembers being picked up by some greys who eventually left. But then a triangular craft arrived, and it was like one of those ETs that, the crop circle alien picture of that particular ET, which actually terrified him. And he discovered, only through regression, that the reason he'd been so scared was because these had landed and were actually close to his energy field. And he said these were like a new kind of being that was, he said, like a new program, and because of that, they were not allowed to interact with him because he was one of this particular program. And the other greys came back and rescued him, if you like, and said, look, these aren't meant to interact with you, and they actually protected him. Yeah. Even though he said they weren't really bad, it's just that they were drawn to him because of what he was. And he said actually he felt quite compassionate towards them. So this is absolutely fascinating from a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
He also said that when he was interacting with the ETs, he saw these orbs of light, and he said, they're here to make me feel safe, and he says, and the reason I feel safe is that they're actually great-granddad, and he said an uncle. He said they're actually in the balls of light, and he said, and they actually ended up going with the ETs back onto the craft. Now, this is absolutely fascinating because we have all these digital photographs now showing us different kinds of orbs and balls of light. Nobody quite knows what they are, but in this young boy's mind, certainly, he saw them, and they were the souls of his, or spirits, if you like, of his grandparents.
That's actually an old great trick there. I'll tell you something we learned, and this is actually thanks to a very large group of New Agers out of Sedona, Arizona, ladies, and I want to tell y'all, thank y'all for this. A lot of them had spirit guides. You know what spirit guides are. Everybody knows what a spirit guide is. And they used to tell me about these Indian guides and a couple other guides. And one night, we were doing some work as a group, and a little hypnotherapist and some other stuff we were doing, and lo and behold, if the spirit guide didn't turn into a gray. And after, it was so weird, because after the initial memory was broken, a first person, it just seemed to domino effect across the rest of them. And then they could actually see it for what it was. The reason I brought it up is because recently we've had some contacts where there's been just regular, what I like to call those little golden or red or blue orbs. And people will say they'll get this sense of warmth or comfort or something out of it. Well, the advanced keepers, the people, the more advanced contactees, the keepers and all, tell me a lot of times what that is that the gray itself will take whatever is warm and fuzzy inside of you and actually transmit it into this ball so that the energy is transmitting back into you to give you that nice, safe, secure feeling. And you're the one that actually determines what it is. I found that really fascinating. Now, like I said, I can't prove it, and it's and it's right now I'm still doing research on it because there's a couple of different things that could possibly be like what you were just talking about. So I'm not ruling out anything.
I mean, the other thing, I think it's very relevant, Joe, in the sense that I have had people tell me that when they've seen their spirit guide, it's not been human, and that's not fazed them.
Yeah,
so there is a possibility that, and there's no reason why spirit guides can't be not human as well. That they could, light beings are not human and are loving spiritual beings as far as the experiences say. So it isn't necessarily a way of conning you. It's just showing you that some of these beings actually perhaps are part of something that's guiding us or helping us on some level, and most of the time we need to see them as human because we're afraid of it being something alien. But the bottom line is, what we term God may not actually look human.
That's true. That's true. And so that's a whole other thing in itself, because when we go back to the Christians, because personally I think the Christian religion was more about extraterrestrials than it was about God, which I get in trouble for all the time, but there's just things that I hear that sounds more ET related, like, Ezekiel and other things, disappearing in the desert for, come on. Listen, now, y'all don't take this wrong, and please don't write me, okay? Because I'm a firm believer in a lot of things, but I know what I'm about to say is going to tick off a lot of people, so I'm just going to say it and get it over with. Mary roamed around the desert and came back pregnant, okay? Now, wait, there was no man involved. She was just gone she was missing for, 7 days? And then she turned up pregnant. Now, we've got more than 5,000 cases in the United States where a woman just disappeared, showed up pregnant, and there was nobody involved, and then all of a sudden the baby was gone. Well, in this case, the baby was born, but, guys, you got to, that is a classic alien abduction. Classic. Now, whether Jesus is an alien or not, or both, because he could be the Son of God and an extraterrestrial, as far as we know. We don't know. None of us were there. I'm just telling y'all, be careful here. I know we're splitting hairs, but just be careful.
I think that what it's really saying is that we've got to be open in terms of the way that we look at our spiritual beliefs and our religious beliefs. I mean, let's face it, the Star of Bethlehem could very well have been a UFO. And I'm probably going to get slated here because on top of my Christmas tree, I don't have a star. I actually have a UFO.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Because I'm just, so I'm pushing the boundaries here, but what I'm trying to say to people is that the more we can be objective about this whole phenomenon, the more we can get some real understanding, rather than bringing in our beliefs, which often do limit what we will understand.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I do think, and ladies and gentlemen, don't take this the wrong way, but I do think for a lot of y'all, your religious beliefs is what keeps you from understanding not just what we're talking about extraterrestrial, but in a lot of the spiritual areas, I think it really holds you back because of the way you're taught. And y'all can get mad, and I'm sure you're going to send us emails over this, but, you know, open your mind.
But it is the programming, Joe, and
yes,
I'm probably going to get a bit stick for being evil as well, because the bottom line is we are programmed to believe something that we actually, most of the time, have no way of substantiating the information that is taught as a religious dogma or belief.
Well, people write to me all the time, oh, you hate God, you don't believe in God. That's not true. I do believe in an ultimate creator. I think there's a supreme entity out there. That is not the argument, ladies and gentlemen. The argument was what we consider to be God actually God in the way we think of it? Or was it extraterrestrial intervention or something in between? I mean, we're just trying to open up everybody's mind so, you know, you're not got your head in the sand when when the Grim Reaper comes calling. But, you know...
Well, he could very well look like a Grey, couldn't he? Or
maybe a reptilian.
Or... I mean, the thing is, what are aliens and demons? Ultimately, they would have been perceived, a light being would have been perceived as an angel years ago, in the same way that a reptilian would be seen as a demon. It's what lens you actually look at those beings through, and that's what I think is really what we're trying to say here.
Yeah, you know, because it was interesting. If you ever get a chance to read Hitler's book Mein Kampf, he talks about these white-haired, blue-eyed, these blonde-haired, blue-eyed angels is what he calls them. They sound like human aliens to me. The first time I ever read that, I was like, oh, shit, aliens were talking to Hitler. No wonder he was insane. But it made me, I got to say, because of some of the stuff Hitler, I know he was a brutal, sadistic SOB, but he was also very brilliant and did a lot for his country besides, you know, dragging him down and trying to blow up the whole world. You know, his infrastructure he was building, the inventions, the cars, the technology. I mean, Germany was the most technologically advanced country on the planet until we killed them. You know, I mean, even at the end of World War II, they were still more advanced than the Americans were. And it's only because we captured all that technology that we got this stepping stone that we actually did. So, you know, here you have him in his own words talking about these blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, at which he tried to model his race after, and which we know as aliens today. And then you have this man who was definitely ahead of his time, which, you know, guys don't like him because I think Hitler was an SOB, okay? I'm just using him for an example because, you know, he was a very well-known figure in our history who actually discussed saying that he had seen, you know, what y'all would call angels, but what I'd call aliens. I think it's a substantial thing, and I do think that Germany being so much more advanced is a substantial thing as well. I think he had contact, and maybe he did think they were angels, but I personally think they were extraterrestrials. And but there's been some other writings about that, and then there's been some recovered technology from 1911. I think it was 1911 to 1916. The Germans actually were working on flying saucers. They had 6 prototypes, if I remember correctly, and I think they brought 2 of them to the United States. That's why some people think the Roswell crash was actually German technology. Whether it was German or not, or was extraterrestrials backwards engineered or not, I don't know. But it does make sense that if we had recovered one, we would try to fly it. Yeah. You know, and so that's another theory for the Roswell people that they can deal with. And now there's actually been some evidence coming forward for that. So, but I stay out of Roswell. That's for other people. That's for Dee Andrew, who hosts Eye to the Sky, and Stanton Friedman. They handle Roswell. I stay away from Roswell. It'll get me in trouble. Just like Betty and Barney Hill gets me in trouble, so I stay away from them. You know, I on Coast to Coast, I presented Betty and Barney Hill as Mill Labs. Did you? Oh, yes. And George Norrie told me, you'll never change my opinion in a million years about it. And I changed his opinion about it. Because there's, you know, since I already said it, but the thing of it is for me, I think Betty and Barney Hill were abductees. I just think the particular case that they're talking about was a military abduction, not an alien abduction. Yeah. And I think the alien abduction happened in Canada, and what happened is what we were talking about earlier. The memories were bleeding over each other. You know, so you had the actual alien abduction in Canada, and then you had the military abduction in the U.S. Yeah. And they couldn't actually distinguish between the two because the memories were bleeding over. Absolutely. I got to say though, for ufology, about 60% of ufology is starting to lean my way on it, so that's a plus. You know, hey, you know, I say if they mess up, we should correct our mistakes. And I really think there's more evidence to suggest that that's a military abduction rather than an alien abduction.
the more we can talk about it, Joe, which is great that you're doing that, the more we can perhaps start to differentiate between what is a real extraterrestrial contact and what is my lab. And I think that's why we can't, continue to call ourselves researchers unless we don't look into this and try and get some sense of how we can discern the differences.
Yeah. Well, and I can't wait for your new book. I'll be glad when you get it out. I love reading y'all's material. And I can't wait for Susan's new book either. I'm going to have to write her a letter telling her. Yeah, well, when y'all get ready to put them out, just write to Linda, and I'll have her bring y'all on the show, each one of y'all, and then we'll get into the book real good and discuss it and, push it real good. And you just let me know. I'll have them post it to the website, too, to let everybody know. We'll put a link back to you, let them know when it's up for sale. And,
thanks, Jim.
Oh, no. Y'all do a lot of good work. And anybody that I can help that's working in this field, I try to, because I understand that most of us are doing this on our own budgets or at the mercy of other people's budgets, and, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, the other day I'm talking to a gentleman. He said, "Oh, all ufologists just write books so they can make money." And
yes,
of course, I had to
heard
giggle.
that one.
Yeah, of course I had to giggle.
It's the biggest laugh of the century.
It is.
I wouldn't like to think of what it's cost me once I got involved in this. I just think it's hilarious because they obviously haven't got a clue that most of the time we do this from our own funds.
Yeah.
And it's only because we're passionate and we really know this is so important for humanity to put this information out there that we'll do everything from mortgaging our house to do it. And that's what they don't realize. You don't make lots of money unless you, as an author, unless you've got a bestseller. Right. Other than that, you're struggling along with everybody else.
Yeah, and it's a shame because there's some really good books out there. There's a lot of good material out there. But I don't know anybody, with maybe the exception of Stanton Friedman, that can make a living off of ufology. And it's a shame because if you could, we could all dedicate so much more time to the field. If I could make what I do as a contractor, if I could make half of what I do as a contractor as a ufologist, I could put in, hundreds of more hours a month into this. But having to pay all the bills, takes time and time and energy, and a lot of times leaves me tired, not wanting to do nothing when I'm done in the afternoon. So, it's a tough one. It's a tough one, but it just cracks me up when I hear people say that. And every now and then, everybody's got their particular ufologist they like to hate on, and I just find that kind of funny. I mean, some of them, don't get me wrong, some of them probably deserve it, but the majority of them don't. The majority of them are out there just trying to get to the truth, assimilate that information, and get it back out to the general public. And that's what the majority of people in this field are doing. I hate to use the word ufology, but that's what the majority of the people in this field. Now, you've seen we got a new president. What do you think? You think we've all lost our mind in America, or you think we got a chance?
I think he's a champ so far. He looks like he's going to actually say what he said he's actually going to mean. And I've just got a good feeling about that. But certainly it's time that you had a makeover, I'm afraid, in terms of your president.
Well, I'm not arguing there. Whether he's going to do anything or not, I don't know. But I can tell you the country's been needing a change for a long time. And, well, it's a shame because, America used to be very well loved abroad. I mean, and it's not that we're all that hated, but we don't have the reputation we used to, and it's just a sad, sad, sad thing. When people start talking about us the way they talk about Russia, we got issues to work on. We got things we need to work on, and it's a shame because I talk to people all around the world, and it doesn't matter who you talk to. We all get along great. All my friends in the UK love me. I love all of them. All my friends all over the planet, for that matter. So between the peoples, there's no problems, but the governments are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're just utterly and totally. You got to wonder what the hell's on some of these people's minds, or what kind of drugs they're doing. Now, I would like to send the aliens. There's a couple of politicians I would have liked to see the aliens abduct and do some of that funny probing stuff too. Say, take them.
Well, if we're talking about my lab programs, then maybe we need to look at your last president, because I think there's some really interesting things with him. But that's me just being facetious here. For goodness' sake, don't take that as read.
It was funny. I had a gentleman send me a picture of George Bush standing there. It was an Enquirer picture of George Bush in the White House in the hallway with a reptilian. And it's just funny. And then about a week later, I get a picture, not anything to do with the newspaper. It was the actual photograph, and they sent me the actual photograph of George Bush with the reptilian and the thing, And underneath it says "True picture, undoctored." And of course, I had to laugh because I knew the picture had been doctored, but still, I just thought it was funny that somebody tried that. I'm like, come on, guys. I said, if George Bush was an alien, they would have assassinated him a long time ago. I said, he's making us look bad. He's got to make the aliens look bad. Well, that's different politicians. But then, like I tell people all the time, with different countries, because I thought Tony Blair was a great guy. But when I talk to my friends in the UK, they're kind of like, yeah, whatever, Joe. He was what did they call him? I can't say what they called him. He was a Bush something. I can't say the rest on the air. But
yeah.
I was like, okay, well, I don't know. I don't live there. And the only country I got weird with politics is Canada, because they change leadership like every 30 days or something.
Right.
I don't know how they do that, 'cause I don't know how you get anything accomplished doing that kind of stuff. I just think that's funny. Now, if you had to pick a country, now, wait, let's do this differently. If you had to pick a country other than the U.S. to disclose this kind of information, and I know this is just, we're just guessing here, who do you think it would be? China, Russia, Britain, Australia, Japan? I'm just throwing them off my head, but...
I mean, it's hard to know which country really still has credibility or is liked enough for them to actually take it on board. I suppose the one that still has a certain respect, even though they've no longer got any real power in my book, is Britain.
Yeah.
They still have respect worldwide, but the power, of course, is, I think, non-existent now.
Yeah, well, they
in
give
that
their
sense.
I think Britain, along with Canada and Australia and a few other countries, kind of just gave their power over to the United States. And Mary, I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe initially it was a good thing, but maybe now they might need to, kind of. I don't even know if it's possible to separate these countries anymore, to be honest with you. But the way our militaries and finances are so tied in, I didn't realize, I've always preached how tied in our countries were. I didn't realize how bad until the U.S. hit this economical crunch it's in right now.
Yeah.
And within 2 weeks, I watched the world just tumble down behind our country, and I'm thinking, Jesus, we're bringing the whole planet down with us.
Yeah.
It's one thing when we're bringing ourselves down. It's our own country, and if we tear it up, that's fine. But when we start causing everybody to come with us, that has to be stopped immediately. We can't be bringing our allies down because, we've been ignorant for the last 4, 8, or 12, or 16 years or something. It's kind of ridiculous at this point. But I did hear George Bush one time talk about aliens, kind of in a giggling kind of sort of way. Now, I do know that you had Obama's transition team. John Podesta was on there, and he has a pretty avid interest in extraterrestrials, or I should say in disclosure. We know Hillary Clinton did. I'm not sure, though, now that she's Secretary of State, if she's still going to have that interest. She's probably got enough power now as Secretary of State to maybe go stick her nose into it, but then she might get her nose slammed in a door, too, because I know when her husband was president, they told him, you don't need to know.
Yeah.
They just said, sorry, you don't. And how the hell do you tell the most powerful man in the world you don't need to know? See,
I know.
I could never be president, because I'd say, you told me what? Well, guess what? We're going to put you out and shoot you right now, buddy, and tell me I don't need to know.
Well, didn't they say? Don't they say that Carter was shut up?
Yeah.
I mean, Alfred Weber says this, that Carter was shut up when he wanted to disclose the UFO reality.
Yeah, they said that when Carter had asked, he was basically told the same thing. You don't need to know, but Carter had an insider, they say, that actually had some pervy information. And when I was talking with Alfred Weber about that, he said that was true, but then they had basically told him either shut up or. Now, this is going out on a limb, but I've actually heard several people say that the crisis, the hostage crisis, was because of that. That was to keep him down and to get him out of the White House. Because if it wouldn't have been for the hostages, he wasn't that bad of a president. He would have probably got a second term. But because the hostages, made him look so bad and losing those 2 helicopters and all, whoops, he was gone. He was out. And so whether that's true or not, I have no idea. It's just one of those rumors that floats around. I do find it kind of interesting because he was really pushing hard for some kind of information. They say Reagan knew to an extent. You know. Actually, they said that since Kennedy, probably the only 2 presidents that did know was Reagan and Bush. People say all the time, well, they're going to tell Obama. I don't think they're going to tell Obama.
I have had to heard information, and I've got no way of verifying this, that the real reason that Kennedy was shot was because he was going to disclose the UFO reality.
Well, that's been something floating around for a couple of days. I wish there was some way to latch it down.
Yeah.
Because you have that, and then you have the mafia knocking him off, and of course you got the Russians and the Cubans knocking him off, and then you have the CIA just knocking him off just because, and that's the problem here. And all 5 of them are good reasons, or reasons that could have been. It's just, and then of course some people say he's still alive. I'm thinking, I don't know, guys. He didn't look like he survived that to me, but then I wasn't there either. So I was, I was not even a year old when that happened. Well, I was just about a year old, something like that. But that was a shame in itself. But yeah, they say that he was the last Democrat to know. And as far as anybody knows, he was the only Democrat to know, and nobody was told after him except for Daddy Bush knew, and Daddy Bush told Reagan. And Reagan, you got to think, Reagan did some things that made you kind of wonder. First off, he made those 6 speeches where he talked about alien invasions.
Yeah.
And then he funded Star Wars. Well, come to find out, Star Wars lasers were way too big for shooting down nukes. These things were designed to shoot down something much bigger than a nuclear weapon. So we were watching them use them out at Los Alamos. They were shooting, matter of fact, they were shooting flying saucers into space with the lasers for Star Wars. They're a little silver disc. They heat them up and shoot them into space with the lasers. It's some new delivery system the government's trying to work on using lasers. And then he instituted with his friends in Britain the joint defense of outer space with the British and United States government with a little thing called Pine Gap in Australia.
Yeah.
And he instituted that as well. And there was one other program. There was 3 programs that he instituted that suggested that he thought there was a threat from space. Now, he thought there was a threat because all the programs he instituted were all weaponized programs. Now, whether he thought it was a threat or whether he thought maybe we could shoot down an extraterrestrial is anybody's argument. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm going out on a limb, but I did find that interesting.
He is supposed to have seen some of these craft himself.
Yeah.
And, of course, we do know that my lab has a way, through some kind of technology, of making people believe they've had abduction experiences and they've not even left their own home.
That's true. And, well, I think they're using that. It's not the same technology that the aliens use. Because aliens they do the regular abductions, the downloads, and what we like to call non-physical abductions, where, how can I say it? Well, they basically take, your essence, your soul, your being, but they don't physically take you. It's like they download your mind into a hologram or something. That's the only way I can explain it that's going to make any sense to anybody. We call them non-physical abductions. We get those fairly frequently these days. And I'm imagining the government probably doesn't have as advanced a technology as they do, but I'm sure they have something along the same lines. And
well, this seems to suggest with some of the mind control technology that they can use certain radio frequencies to actually implant, even when someone's not in a facility. They can implant pseudo memories. There seems to be some technology, and some of it is talked about in the Mind Control Encyclopedia by Jim Keith, where he actually talks about some of this technology. That they can actually do that. They can implant anything they want into somebody's mind, as well as hear voices and this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So look, the technology's there. Whether or not it's being done, we don't know, and we can't prove it. But it just gets you to sort of see this from perhaps a broader perspective. And if that technology is actually available, then we really are dealing with a complex minefield here of trying to separate out what a real contact experience is. I know Dr. Stephen Greer thinks a huge percentage of so-called abductions are actually my lab. And I'm talking a big percentage he's talking about here. I think in his book it's as much as sort of 60 or 70%.
Yeah, I've heard some other researchers. I haven't run across any physical evidence that suggests that. For us, it seems to be 1 in 10 have no-lab experiences, and that's kind of going on a limb there. Because a lot of the regressed memories we take are very clean memories. There's just no humans involved at all. It's just extraterrestrial.
The what I call the real ones that have an integrity that is quite different, it's actually very, very clear. With some, I could say that when I take them into that space, it is extremely detailed and absolutely clear. And I have absolutely no doubts there's an integrity there.
Yeah, I call it HD, is what a high definition for.
Yes.
Well, because I don't know how else to explain it, because it just seems like that section is clean, crisp. You can just tell the difference. You just can't.
Yes.
I'm not going to say all researchers can, but I know the good ones can. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
And so they can tell the difference, and it making a difference in the research. So, that's why I think a lot of people these days, and even Greer and a lot of the other ufologists too, they'll leap before they actually search. And because I've noticed a lot of them will leap and then they'll work backwards to make it happen. And sometimes you can do that. But most of the time, you got to kind of have a working knowledge before you leap. And then you can leap and kind of work around and move around and stuff. And then a lot of them don't have the contactee resources. I've heard a lot of people say stuff about contactees, but the problem is they really don't have any practical application or any practical experience with contactees.
I agree.
Talking to one or two contactees, and none of us are experts. I tried to explain this to somebody the other day. They said, "Well, you're an expert," and I said, "No, I'm not." I said, "As far as I know, there is no college course for this anymore," and I said, "I'm not an expert." I said, "When somebody lets me get a degree, then we'll discuss expert." But it's just that there are some people out there that just want to talk, and they'll look and they'll hear 2 or 3 contactees on the radio or something, and they come out with this whole hypothesis thing, not realizing that half of what contactees think probably isn't right anyway, because it's memories they're put there to confuse them until it's time to unconfuse them. So it's just weird, because people ask me all the time, well, how come you got all these similarities and you got all these dissimilarities? I said, well, each experience is unique. I mean, they're the same in a lot of areas, especially through the 20s, but after that, they're unique. The experiences are unique to each individual and what the ET needs you to do. As far as I know, everybody in this program serves a purpose. I mean, I don't know if everybody knows they do or even what the purpose is for everybody, but as far as I can see from what I've learned over the last 2 decades, all of them serve a purpose. Whether it's having children that are more contactees or going out and talking about it or marrying into other groups so they can be a new bloodline, they all have a purpose, and they're all doing something for it. Whether it's conscious or subconscious, it doesn't matter. It's just part of what's going on, but, that's one of the things we're still learning about what it is they're doing and why they're doing it. It's like the breeding programs. What the hell? Now we have, and I don't know how true this is for where y'all are, but I'll get description of regular grays, and then like what we were talking about earlier, the grays that seem to be different and not quite gray. They kind of look gray, but they don't really act gray. And then there's all kind of hybrids in between. Some that look like human, some that look like human grays, some that or different layers of gray human, and then you get into the human hybrids and the reptilian human hybrids. And there seems to be a bunch of hybrids, and now there seems to be hybrids mixing with other hybrids. And then you have contactees that are reptilian contactees and gray contactees having kids together, marrying each other and having kids together. So we've got all kinds of sub things going on here.
Yes, exactly.
And I don't even know how they keep up with it, Mary. I don't really.
This is why I'm talking about programs like ADHD and what have you, because they are on the increase, and it's interesting that this has happened more. We are getting so huge numbers now.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, some of them, without question, are having ET-related experiences. So the answer is why, and is this in fact another genetically engineered program because they have abilities we see as a dysfunction, but in fact may actually be assisting us to evolve.
Yeah, and they probably are in some form, fashion. And see, and that's another thing. We have the grays that seem to be helping us in some ways. Then we have the humans and the reptilians that seem to be doing other things. In some ways, they all seem to be going in the same direction, and then all of a sudden they seem like they're all moving in different directions. It gets confusing. It really does, and there's just so much to track and so much to keep track of, and there's so many things going on, and then you've got false memories, cover memories, government memories, and real memories. Yeah. And then sometimes you got to mix. Sometimes you get real memories mixed with other stuff. It's a very strange little thing. But I know you deal with it, so I'm just preaching to the choir here. For somebody else, they might be going, what the hell is this guy talking about? But I know you deal with it. So staying busy down there. Now, let me ask you this. For as far as you, abductions go, you personally, increase, decrease, staying about the same as far as the amount of cases?
Oh, people are waking up left, right, and center. I get, 2
sure.
or 3 calls a week at least now, where it used to be a month. Very, very busy.
Yeah.
Is all I can say.
We've been getting fair amount of cases a week, 3-4 cases, and 5 or 6 new members, and it's just been steady, and seems to be getting steadier and steadier and steadier. And I think the more, thanks to the internet and alternative radio, we'll call it that. And plus, the American news media last year seemed to kind of embrace this. So if this trend stays, I think you're going to see a lot more people. And I've had a lot of people write to me, and it does make me feel good. They'll say, "Oh, Joe, I heard you with such and such on the show, and y'all said something, or you said something, or he said something, or she said something," and all of a sudden the memory just triggered, and the next thing I know, my brain was flooded full of memories. I was like, well,
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. Contact one of us. Contact any. Several good researchers out there. But speaking of that, I know we're getting close to the end. Tell them where they can find you. Let's see. I think I got the Acorn site up right here.
Yeah, the ACERN site, and the website is www.acern.com.au, and all the details of contacting me on there, including my email.
Yeah, I see Mary's got an email, all that stuff on it. Nice, clean, easy to manage site. It's not all complicated, people. There's a second clean site this week I've had to introduce somebody on. I love that. I get people to send me these sites, Mary, it takes 50 minutes just to find something on it. I'm like, what is this? What is this? No,
well, I'll tell my webmaster that
I like
appreciated the site.
You don't have all them pop-ups and pings and whistles and stuff hollering at me when I open it up, and that irritates the hell out of me. And the really bad part is I will get guests that'll send me stuff like that. Well, look at it during the show. Well, they don't bother to tell me because I use my computer and broadcast and I don't look at stuff. They don't bother to tell me that it's got audio playing, so if I click it on while we're live, it starts playing in the background. I'm like, why didn't you tell me the noisy thing was on it? I had one of them start singing in the middle of a show. I like to fell off the phone laughing my butt off. I couldn't stop it. Anyway, we're going to get ready to get out of here in a few minutes. Everything else, you good? Any parting words before we hit the road? Or
Just thank you again for giving me a chance to share some of the data with yourself and whoever is listening. I mean, it's just a wonderful thing that you're doing, Joe, and I'm very grateful always to share, what I'm learning.
No, Mary, I always love having you on. You're a fantastic researcher. You stay on the ball. You seem to keep your nose to it, and you don't seem to go off into the stratus like some of the other researchers do. So I love that, and I love talking to you. If you talk to Suzanne anytime soon, tell her I said hi. When both of y'all get ready, and I'll get Linda to post out an email to her, just let me know, and I'll get y'all scheduled when the books are coming out. We make sure y'all get airtime and let it tell everybody about the books, because the book sounds interesting. From what I read in the email and what we were talking about on the show, it sounds like it's going to be a really good book, and it seems like you're breaking it down in sections, so it should be fairly easy to understand for most people.
I'm going to shake, rattle, and roll. I'm not messing around, and I'm not pussyfooting either, because I think the time for that is past. So there'll be a few things that will mess someone's paradigm around, but that's what it's all about.
Yeah, that is. That's the reason that we're putting out this new book, and we're releasing so much abduction criteria this time, because I do agree with you. I think it's time to stop pussyfooting around and really start letting people know what's going on. But again, I want to tell you thanks for being on, Mary. You were a fantastic guest, as always. Ladies and gentlemen, next week, Paula Harris, who is always a fantastic guest, and I'll try to talk a little alien abduction with her, but usually she won't go there. Until then, people, have some fun, enjoy your life, smile. See y'all next week.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 and 107.7 FM from the beautiful city of New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who have been a part of our journey since the very beginning. So huge thank you to Folgers, Amelia, and I could not do it without you. Also big thank you to Justin Snicker, a.k.a. Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, for his contribution of his time, his music, and his voice for the intro that you just heard. He's an award-winning composer of Halloween horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found on any of your favorite music platforms. Also, thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind all of our banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Also specializes in the Halloween genre, but can do phenomenal commission pieces, books, comic strips, you name it. This guy can do it. So, also, it is that time where we want to bring you guys up to speed. That's right. The Paranormal Symposium, Halifax Paranormal Symposium, which is coming up on October the 7th. So, pretty soon, actually, about a week and a half. Amelia and I in the Outer Realm do sponsor this event. It's going to be fantastic. And let me see if I could just bring up some of the guests that are going to be there for you guys. Hold on. Stop the presses. I'm trying. I am kind of solo at the moment. Here we go. Great guests. So we have Kim Moser. For those who are all just listening, since we are a family, I tend to forget that sometimes. Kim Moser, Lauren Coleman, Richard Gallagher, Daryl Wash, Chris Stiles. Kim, Daryl, and Chris have been on the show before, and I know that the director, Dr. Elliot Van Dusen, and Dr. Daryl Walsh are going to be on tomorrow night. So we're going to have a whole lot of paranormal discussions, and we're really going to touch a lot on the symposium as well, just to give you guys a heads up. They've got a lot of things going on, and contests, so on and so forth. So heads up for that. So tonight we're doing something a little bit different. I've been super excited about this. Dang, thunderstorm ruined it for us last time. So anyway, they are with us this evening. And we are really proud to welcome Daniel and Teresa Duke, authors and historians and the great-great-grandchildren of Jesse James. They're going to be discussing their book, The Mysterious Life and Faked, you heard right, Death of Jesse James. If time allows, we'll touch on one of their other books called Secret History of the Wild Wild West. Super exciting, which will segue into another segment that they will be joining us on. And who better to consult with and research and write the story about Jesse James, but his great-great-grandchildren, who put a lot of time and research into this. I mean, a lot. So it's going to be really fantastic. So for anybody who's listening on audio, which I know is going to be like millions of people, so we thank you and be patient. For those who are in the chat rooms, remember, people, we've got 7 chat rooms. It's like having a super highway that comes down to like 1 lane. So it's going to be, a little bit we have a pretty good handle on it, but we can't answer everything all at once, and we have to keep up with the topic. So I see people are chiming in. So hello, Wayne, Tamara, Brian. Hey, Ryan, and Dolly. I know you're in there somewhere. So nice that you guys are ahead of the game, and we're looking forward to hearing your comments and getting your questions. So in the meantime, we're going to bring Teresa on, and we're going to be waiting for Daniel, who's fashionably, he's actually not late. We got a minute to go. Kudos to him. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having us on.
Oh, pleasure. I've really been looking forward to this because, seriously, who hasn't heard of Jesse James?
You'd be surprised. There's actually some people out there who are like, who? I'm like, never mind.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Like, for real?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I mean,
or they think of the modern day one, the bike rider.
They're
like, oh, him? I'm like, no.
Yeah, we love him. Yeah. He's dead? What?
Yeah.
I know. No, you're not wrong with that. I think, people Googling information don't know how to use actual keywords like West, Wild West,
Yeah.
So we're just going to wait on Daniel, and then we're going to get started. I am, like I said, really looking forward to it, and I'm glad.
We are too.
Well, that's great. You'll find that you guys are going to pretty much, take this wherever you want to go. It's going to be very, very laid back. Amelia can't be joining us tonight. She's been off for a little bit with family stuff, and I know she's just sitting there going, but you are coming back on, so she's like, okay, that's all right then. So she does send her best, and I know she'll be listening in as she always does.
Well, we appreciate you rescheduling for us. I was so upset about that thunderstorm. We need the rain, but I
yes.
couldn't think of the worst time. And then the internet went out, and I was like,
It's like, come on.
yeah.
It
It's like,
actually
really?
worked out. Like we tend to book months ahead, but we always try, and this is really like a popular demand thing. We always try just to do a show, the two of us, like once a month. And when I looked at the timing, I went, oh, I could switch this. This is okay. So it worked
Thank
out
you.
really well. Yeah. Oh, I was really like ecstatic. I'm like, wait, I have a solution. I can't always say that.
Yeah.
It's
Well, we
always
were really
like,
grateful. Thank you.
oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. I see Dan is here. I don't see a camera. Dan, did you give your, well, let's bring him on. Nope, not connected. I don't know if you can hear me, but you have to give permission to your microphone and camera. So I will bump him out. Let him try again. There we go. Perfect. All right. So we'll wait. Give it another whirl. StreamYard is actually pretty easy. I think depending on the platform, it doesn't like Safari very much, apparently. So, Google Chrome apparently is its favorite. So I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, we can, slowly get started as we wait for him to come on. So tell us about, I'll get to, the sort of humble beginnings with the two of you with everything. But tell us about your background.
Well, I've been doing the research with my family for like over 20 years. We started with my mom.
Right.
There's not a whole lot to tell. I work a day job.
Right.
I do tech support, and I do have a handwriting analysis certificate where I can help authenticate signatures. Just kind of not a whole lot to tell other than the research we've done with Jesse James, and
right.
That's always my main focus. Even with my day job, I think it gets me in trouble sometimes because my mind is not really where it needs to be, and it's always on the other stuff.
Right,
on the main thing that we have spent our life researching. So
yeah, it's pretty exciting though when you think about it. I mean, when I started looking at my family lineage, it was just once you start hitting on things, it just snowballs, right? And then you have to keep going. You can't just stop midway and oh wait, sorry, yes, I do have to work today.
Yeah, and you really do, because it's like there's so much that you can find in your background, and it'll take you down, one rabbit hole and another, and before you know it, you're just kind of immersed in it. So it's and it is hard when you are looking at on your day job and you're like, oh, there's all my stats I have to think about today. I don't want to think about that.
No, I want to be retired.
Yeah,
I have things to do.
Yeah, I got research to do.
I know. It is really hard. There he is. All right. Bam. Hello, sir. How are you?
Pretty good. And you?
Well, I'm much better now. Gang's all here.
I tried my microphone on my PC and it wouldn't work, so I got on my phone.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
Right.
It sounds beautiful. So
good.
Yeah, so we are all good to go.
All right.
So Teresa was just telling us about her background in all of this. Do you want to chime in with yourself as well? Or you're just like author extraordinaire?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, our late mother, Betty Dorset Duke, had started all of the research. She got the ball rolling on all of this. My sister and I had just got Well, we were in college long ago, and mom had some free time on her hands, so she grew up hearing the legends of Jesse James and her family at family get-togethers, holidays, things like that. And she wanted to find out once and for all whether our family stories were true, that Jesse James faked his death and died, or didn't die as history stated. So, or, was our family history true, or was the accepted history true, that claims that Jesse James was killed by Bob and Charlie Ford, shot in the back of the head in 1882. So she wanted to find out what the truth was, and we had family photos, a treasure map that was passed down through the family, and a lot of different items. And she, instead of going to just anybody, she took it to the biggest experts she could find, which was the Texas Department of Public Safety, our state police.
Wow.
Their forensic lab verified that our photos matched the historically accepted photos. And then she took it to the Austin Police Department, their forensic lab. They verified the same thing. And she took it to a third group called Visionics at the time. Then they were purchased by a company called Identix, but they were world leaders in facial recognition technology and sold their software to the military and international airports, stuff like that. And that's what got the ball rolling. And, we thought the James Farm and Museum in Missouri would be happy to know that Jesse wasn't killed and that he got away, but that was the last thing they wanted to hear.
Yeah, academia and having to change history.
Yeah.
Not really on their top list of priorities. Yeah. And it sounds like your mom was messing around. Like she's just, let's just go to the top, get this done and over with, because there's a lot of like you guys went through DNA stuff. There's all this DNA stuff that you can look up on that and is saying, no, this is conclusive. And so how do you work? How do you, first of all, separate the legend from fact?
Well, Jesse's life up until it was both the accepted history and our family stories agree pretty much on Jesse's life up until, after the Civil War. Through the Civil War, he was born and raised in Kearney, Missouri. He fought in the Civil War. He was 14 years old. And I don't know if you want me to go into details on why.
Please, that's your show. You take it where you want it to go.
Thanks. He was 14 years old. He wanted to fight in the war. And little backtracking on that. A lot of, in history books, a lot of the people, most of the time you see the Civil War started in 1860 and, lasted 4 years, and that was that. Well, in Missouri, in western Missouri and what's now Kansas, the fighting had been going on for about 10 years before that, almost 10 years before the official beginning of the Civil War. So, you'd have guerrillas and it was like mob justice. You'd have guerrillas form like the Red Lakes in Kansas. They would raid homes in Missouri. And, at first they were saying they were doing it to free slaves, but they were killing people, stealing everything they could get. One of the preachers on the Kansas side would kill preachers in Missouri and take their, whatever he wanted for his church, stuff like that. It got real bad. So Jesse's farming. He's 14 years old, and they live in western Missouri. Well, and a group of Union-backed guerrillas, the Red Lakes from Kansas, rode onto his farm. They strapped him to a plow and beat him real bad, and whipped him with their sabers, the flat end of their sabers. And then they tied his mom to a tree and whipped her. And some accounts say she was pregnant at the time. And then they hung his stepfather, Dr. Reuben Samuel. They didn't kill him, but he had permanent brain damage after that. And so, I could understand why Jesse would want revenge, especially when you're a 14-year-old kid.
Oh God, yeah.
All
that anger and testosterone.
It wasn't so much politics. It was it was basically defending your property, your life, and your family. And a perfect example of that, like Jesse, he fought for the Confederacy. Cole Younger and the Younger brothers also fought for the Confederacy, but the Younger family were Union backers. They supported the Union until Union-backed guerrillas murdered and robbed their father on his way from town. So that's why Cole Younger and his brothers joined in with the James Gang. Well, with the guerrillas, and then after the Civil War, the James Gang. It got real. It was, people like, and I like it. It's easier. You don't have to think as much sometimes, but you want everything cut and dry, black and white. And gray, there's a lot of gray areas though, and much of history is just full of gray areas. I don't take it. I don't try to condemn anybody for anything they did in the past. There was most people, Hitler, I condemn, but
yeah.
I could ramble on about that. But anyway,
it's a whole other show, man. Can't air us on YouTube though.
Yeah, well, there was one quote I liked was it was from Louis L'Amour, and I can't quote it verbatim, but he said people should know not to judge. You don't judge people, or you can't judge people based on the canvas of their time. They can only be judged from people in their time, not in any other time. So I always liked that. So I always try to remember that when I'll read something, because we've had ancestors who were Northerners, ancestors who were Confederates. That was their fight. It's not mine. So I try not to judge them.
War is a whole other cup of tea though. The rules it's an entirely different world.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Whole new ball game.
Yeah.
They play by their own rules. Completely different.
And you can't judge because, you're not in their shoes. It's about survival.
Right.
It's about, in some cases, revenge.
Yes.
It's about, like you said, Dan, just protecting what's yours because, it's a free for all in times like that. And people do kill mercilessly for no reason.
In a way, when I look at
a lot of them were farmers, and they were farmers, and then they just turned into guerrillas fighting to protect their territory, and they were just kind of thrust into it.
Right
Well, and it reminds me of the way Jesse fought. I mean, he was one of the younger of the guerrillas. He was only 14 when he started, but he had a couple other friends around the same age. And in our current time, they would have been considered child soldiers. And it shocks me.
Unheard of in our time.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, the world they do this, in certain parts of the country. The world goes crazy over stuff like that. What was acceptable back then? I mean, they wouldn't take too kindly to that nowadays, Exactly. So he basically went in and at 14 years old, went in to protect the family honor and the family property and do his part.
Yeah, and his brother Frank.
Wow. Yeah, and they obviously survived the Civil War.
That's true.
Obviously.
They both did,
Jesse got shot. I think he was shot twice in the right lung, 2 different times during the Civil War. And
one time he was actually trying to surrender.
Yeah, the first time he was trying to surrender at the end of the war, and he rode riding up to a Union picket, and they opened fire on him and shot him through the lung. They wanted to finish him off, and he escaped, and somehow he survived. But he literally had to take care of his lung, dress it, or the wound, for several years before it finally started to get better.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he did try to do the right thing, and surrender, but when he tried to do it, they tried to stop it, and so they were kind of forced into that lifestyle.
Yes, I guess if that's what I mean, if you have to get clipped somewhere, the lung is the one organ in the body that can, or the liver. Is it the liver? The liver, one of them can regenerate and heal itself. So
I think it's the liver.
The liver.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it is the liver.
Right. So the war is over and they go on. They've got a gang and they are doing this whole alleged Robin Hood thing.
Yeah.
Which is what I love about this story.
they without getting into another topic, they were branded outlaws. All the guerrillas who rode with Quantrell's guerrillas, that was a member of, or that's who Jesse rode with. It was a large guerrilla outfit, and anybody who rode with Quantrell's guerrillas was denied amnesty at the end of the war. Right. And they were no worse than the Redlegs that they'd been fighting, for so long. But the Redlegs were on the winning side, so they were heroes, and the Quantrell's guerrillas were considered outlaws. Right. And if they tried to turn themselves in like Jesse tried, you were killed on sight or given a quick trial and hung. So they and there's no document proving it, other than hearsay and from family and different books. Other authors had said this. Basically, he was an outlaw. They were branded outlaws, so they lived up to that name.
Right.
And they most of the tactics. Well, the tactics they were used to fighting a war. It was guerrilla tactics, and it worked great for robbing banks and trains and stagecoaches too.
Right. So basically, big shoes to fill, big legend. Yeah. I mean,
as for the Robin Hood side of it, John Newman Edward was a well-known journalist back in the day, and he had a soft spot for the James Younger gang, and he wrote wonderful tales. He was basically their PR man the entire time for years. Anything that was blamed on them, he would write a big article in support of the James gang. And he was basically their cheerleader in the newspaper world. So.
Right. That's fantastic. You got a whole fan club back there. This is great. I'm sure there were a lot of people who were just rooting them on, especially on the heels of a war.
Well,
you want a hero. You want a hero.
And that's interesting you said that. Jesse and Frank, well, half the country at the time thought of them as heroes. The other half thought of them as brutal murderers. Mm-hmm. But after everything was said and done, years later, Frank was brought to trial, and he was acquitted of any crimes he was ever committed or accused of. He was acquitted, but the funny thing was he became a shoe salesman and did different odd jobs around the country. But some of his best friends were former Yankee judges. They were judges who fought for the North. And I thought that was it. A lot of people don't realize that. They think, it's the South versus the North. And, that war never ended for any of them. It actually did end. And a lot of their good friends were Northern judges and politicians.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's fantastic. And so Frank gets to get into a normal life pretty much for the most part. I mean, if Frank James can actually, if you can actually call it life. As normal as possible for who he is. And Jesse just keeps living the outlaw life.
And he wanted out. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, that's Teresa.
Okay. No, that's okay.
Jesse had wanted out, and he had tried to. A lot of people don't realize he tried to fake his death in 1879, and it didn't work. One of his fellow gang members, George Shepard, claimed to have shot Jesse in the back of the head while they were all riding through Indian territory, which is modern day Oklahoma. Right. And George said he shot Jesse in the back of the head and got to town as quick as he could, and got shot in the leg. He got a little scrape in his leg, and claimed that was one of the other gang members who tried to kill him because he killed Jesse. Well, a posse went out looking for the body. They never had a body. They never found anything. And then a few weeks later, Jesse was spotted in another town, and it hit the newspapers, and that chance was shot. He couldn't fight. So they kind of set a precedence there. He was wanting out. He didn't want to keep up that life. He already had a family here in Texas before that. And then in 1882, his brother, or his first cousin Wood Height, was in a gunfight with Bob and Charlie Ford. Wood was sleeping with Bob and Charlie Ford's sister, Martha. And Martha had a farm. And Martha was also sleeping with her farmhand, Jim Gibson. So it was a little weird love triangle. A fight broke out, and Woodhite, Jesse's cousin, shot the farmhand and killed him. And Bob and Charlie shot Wood. And that was the end of Woodhite. So they passed that body off. That's the body that was passed off as Jesse in 1882 when the world believed Jesse was shot in the back of the head.
Right. So there's the body they were looking for.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, people would deny it. Some of our opposition would deny that was the case. Of course, they have no proof. And there's photos. We have a photo of Woodhite alive and a photo of him in the casket. It looks just like the same guy. And we've got a lot of proof that, with tons of proof that Jesse wasn't killed, as history said. But the one thing about Wood is Woodhite came from a wealthy family in Kentucky, and they loved their son. They would have wanted to bury him. Back then they would have wanted to give him a good Christian burial, the way it was worded. And there's no grave for Wood, no known grave at all. And it's because he was buried in Jesse's spot.
Wow.
Passed off. And I don't mean to get ahead of myself. I get excited about this and I start rambling.
It's your show, guys. Take a rewind. I'll keep up, I promise.
But our late mother, Betty Dorset Duke, she spearheaded the investigation of the exhumation that was done in 1995. Professor James Starrs from Georgetown University got together with the James Farm and Museum in Missouri, and they decided to exhume the grave and prove once and for all with DNA that Jesse died as history said. And our mom, and no pun intended, but she shot their story full of holes. They used the grave they exhumed had multiple bodies in it. It had male and female bones in the same grave. The coffin that was in the Tupperware on the farm. I'll get to that in a second. So the grave they exhumed had male and female bones in the grave. They couldn't get anything that revealed any DNA. So to test it against a family in Oklahoma who claimed to be related to Jesse, but were later proven not to. But I'm trying to not get ahead of myself on this. So they dig up the grave. It's got multiple bodies in it, and female and male. And the coffin that he was alleged that Jesse was said to have been buried in didn't match the coffin at all. The one they dug up didn't match it at all. So they couldn't get any DNA out of any of the bones to test. So there was the original grave that Jesse was buried in was on the family farm just a few miles away from the cemetery they did the exhumation at. In 1978, the curator of the museum dug up part of the yard, and he found a dog tooth, a hog tooth, some human teeth, and some other bones. And he put it all in a Tupperware bowl and kept it. And he would pass out little pieces of bone as souvenirs to people. But yeah, exactly. Well, they claimed, and of course they claimed that was Jesse's bones in that Tupperware bowl. And first of all, that's the furthest thing you could get from an exhumation. But so they had the bones in the Tupperware bowl, and Professor Starrs, who wasn't a professor of forensics. Forensics was a hobby. He was a law professor. He claimed that was the only choice they had, was to test that tooth against the family in Oklahoma. And they tested the tooth and claimed that it matched. And he proclaimed to the world that was the tooth that told the tale. Found out later that all the background of that tooth, there's no chain of custody. It could have been anybody's tooth. It could have been somebody from the James family. It could have been anybody. Doesn't prove it was Jesse's. And the people who they tested it against in Oklahoma had a questionable lineage. They can't prove who exactly they're descended from. But for James James Stars and the Missouri, James Farm in Missouri, were just trying to wrap it up real quick and make the world believe that was Jesse. And it ended up, they have no proof at all. They ended up actually shooting themselves in the foot and making themselves look worse. The attorney, the former Clay County commissioner, who was in charge of holding the teeth and a sample of hair that was said to have been Jesse's, by court order, he was ordered to turn that the tooth and the hair over. The hair he submitted, he told my mother and me to our faces. He pulled that hair out of his friend's head and submitted that. And the funny thing is, they built one documentary they did around that entire hair, and it had nothing to do with Jesse. It was pulled out of out of the head of a man named John Hartman, who was the Clay County Parks director at the time. And all he would say about the tooth, he said, "I guarantee you the tooth had the same origins," and that's all he would say about it.
Right.
So yeah. Well, when we came out with our late mother came out with all this, people
Danny,
connected to the James Farm. Go ahead.
Also, tell them, Danny had a discovery during that time when they were doing the exhumation as well. When they came out with the results, they said they compared the supposed hair with the relatives of Jesse James, but Danny found some evidence showing that there was a question within their line of ancestry.
Yeah, I mentioned that a minute ago, where they they have no proof as to where they came from, who they're descended from.
There was a lot of questions.
Yeah, there was a lot. It was wild, but they I can't remember where I started off, where I was leaving off at. Something about the DNA, the tooth. The other thing,
the hair.
Professor Stars, being a law professor at Georgetown University, claimed that Missouri State had a law, because people asked, well, why don't you just exhume Jesse's mother and test the people in Oklahoma against her DNA? That's she would have the mitochondrial DNA they were looking for, because that's only passed down through the female line. And people started asking him that, and he claimed falsely that the state of Missouri had a law that said you couldn't exhume a body unless it died under mysterious circumstances or a murder, something like that. There's no such law. We went down to the University of Texas, and we're talking to attorneys there, or law professors, and one attorney, and they helped us look for any law, and there's no such law. He just made stuff up to fit his story.
And also at Mount Olivet Cemetery, the whole thing was just a big joke.
It was crazy.
They were known to move the headstones, and they did that because they feared the people would come in and try to steal Jesse's bones. So they would move the headstones. So they don't even know for sure if they were in the right grave.
Yeah.
There's so much to it with that exhumation.
So let me back up one quick minute. How exactly does history say Jesse was supposed to have died, and where was he supposed to be buried? Like this, obviously it's the cemetery you're talking about now.
Okay. They said that Bob and Charlie in 1882 in St. Joseph, Missouri, that Jesse was living in a house there with his alleged wife and 2 children. And they claim that Bob and Charlie had joined the gang recently, but they were working for the governor, who put a price on Jesse's head. The governor, by the way, was a relative of Jesse's, but that's another story.
Another rabbit hole.
Full circle.
Another rabbit hole.
I love it.
Bob and Charlie, while the way the story goes is Jesse saw, he was talking with Bob and Charlie in the house, and he saw a picture on the wall. They called it a sampler. Those little crocheted things that say "Home Sweet Home," stuff like that. He saw that it was hanging on the wall, and it was crooked or needed dusting. There's a couple of versions of that story, But anyway, he got up on a chair to either straighten it or dust it or both, and they shot him in the back of the head. That was the end. That's the historical story. That's the end of it. But if you've ever been in that house in St. Joseph, Missouri, the ceiling in that room is so low, you'd have to be 5 foot tall or shorter to have to get up on need to get on a chair to dust a picture. It's a very low ceiling. So there's stuff like that. There was supposedly an exit wound in the head. I mean, we can get into the forensics of it. We talked about the tooth and the hair, but there was a lady, I can't remember her first name. Last name's Babcock. She's with the New Mexico State Police, or was, and she's a firearms expert. They asked her to reenact the alleged killing of Jesse James, and the gun was a .44 revolver, and it was basically point blank range with a .44 revolver shot in the back of the head. Jesse would have had no face left.
I was going to say there would not be much left at all.
Exactly, it would have blown his face off. Yet there's no exit wound in the body.
Right.
So there was not even a scar or bleeding or anything. He wouldn't have had a face. So there's a lot of different experts. Our photos match, firearms experts, DNA experts. Another thing with the DNA that they were dancing around, they claimed that there wasn't a living relative, and that they had done extensive research to found that there were no living relatives. So they had to exhume this grave. There was a living relative, and her name was Sue Laura Hale. She lived in California. She was a direct descendant from Jesse's mother, so she would have had the mitochondrial DNA.
Yes.
And they never contacted her. So Mom contacted her. She went, Sue Laura Hale went to her doctor. He extracted blood from her, got a DNA sample, and submitted it through a strict chain of custody to our DNA doctor in San Antonio. And when they tested it, our DNA doctor tested her DNA, Sue Laura Hale's, against our late mother, and said there's a definite relationship. But if you want to, he said, in a case like this, you have to cross all your T's and dot all your I's. Basically, and cutting it down to what he was getting at, he told us we need to exhume everyone from Mom's dad to his mom and Jesse. So we need to, every generation between Mom and Jesse, we need to get it. We don't have to dig up, and I feel like I'm rambling. We don't have to dig up the grave. All you do is bore a small hole into a grave, and you can retrieve a dime-sized piece of bone. And that's all that's needed. But anyway, when Mom pointed out all that, everything, and there's a lot more to it, but everything she pointed out, she wrote in her second book. And that's when she got a lot of death threats from people who were connected to the group in Missouri.
Wow.
And the FBI got involved. They threatened,
like families sticking together trying to get the truth. Right?
Yeah. They threatened Mom. They threatened Teresa and me. But it was mostly aimed at our late mother. But anyway, the FBI got involved and put a stop to it, and it kind of went over from there. So we just kept on.
That leaves me I'm speechless with that. I mean, here you are just trying to dig up the truth about your ancestry, and it's turned into a bit of a crapshoot,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, my mom went into it thinking, people would be happy when that he didn't die.
And it still seems so weird. It's like you've got an Old West outlaw. He was an important part of history in that part of history. But why would somebody go to those links to try to shut somebody up from searching for a truth? And, we know they made, at the time, they were bringing in about $7 million a year at the museum in Missouri. And we didn't want the museum. We weren't even trying. I don't know if they felt threatened for that, or if it had to deal with ego. I really don't know, but it was really interesting at how far people go for an old West outlaw.
Well, I mean, my theory would be, I'm a big believer. Okay, let me get my tin hat on. This might get a bit weird. So I'm a big believer in when, something comes up that you're trying to either bury or put out there. There's something else that you're trying to hide. So there's a lot of mysteries surrounding, his life. And like when you mentioned, we had like a treasure map. Where the heck did that come from? And is that something somebody wanted to get a hold of? Or, like, I think it gets a little bit convoluted. Like, there's a trail of stuff in his life. I'm sure he's had many phenomenal adventures, so to speak. Some not so great, but some pretty interesting.
That's true.
Who would not want a piece of that than an alleged family lineage?
That makes sense.
You guys can prove it, but this other family could not. So could that be part of it?
Well, that makes perfect sense. And also, before I forget, after the alleged killing, they had a coroner's inquest in St. Joseph in 1882. So the next day, they had this coroner's inquest, and they pulled the lady who was said to have been his wife. Her name was Z. Mims. So they pull Z. Mims into up on the stand. She gives her testimony, but they asked her, "How old was your husband?" She's allegedly been married to Jesse for years and had 2 children with him. Yet she didn't know how old he was, or if he was missing a finger or not. She didn't know. She didn't know anything about the guy who's supposed to be her husband. Yet she claimed that some jewelry was stolen from her house during all the commotion, and she could detail every last piece of jewelry she had. And I thought that was, there was a lot of odd things. And then they moved the body to the James Farm Museum a few miles down the road at Kearney, Missouri, where the James Farm was. They moved the body there to bury it. And Jesse's aunt asked Zerelda, who was Jesse's mother. She said, "That's not the Jesse I knew. Who is this?" And Zerelda was overheard by reporters saying she hushed her and said, "That's my rabbit's foot." What mom would refer to her recently killed son as her lucky lucky charm, basically, a rabbit's foot? So,
wow.
And then and it just keeps going. But and then there was legends of one of the pallbearers. Nobody knew who the guy was. They called him the Tall Stranger. And Teresa, that was a huge find she made. She found a photo in the Phillips collection, which we have in our book. It was of Jesse at his own funeral, standing with his mother. Our great great grandfather, Jesse James, standing next to his mother at his own funeral. And at first, for anybody who doesn't know anything about that, it seems crazy that you would, if you're an outlaw and you're wanted and you faked your death, why would you even be at your own funeral? That doesn't, it just seems crazy. But the thing is, nobody knew what he looked like. The only people who knew what he looked like were his gang members and his family. And which is another reason the Pinkerton Detective Agency, who'd been at the time, they were on par with the Secret Service back in the day. They didn't even know who they were chasing.
Right.
So,
well, they also they did a big write-up on the funeral that day, and they were all talking about the mysterious pallbearer that no one knew who it was, and that's when we kind of came to the conclusion that was probably Grandpa Courtney, aka Jesse James.
Wow.
Yeah, and then when Teresa found the photograph, it matches our great great grandfather, whose photos have been verified by experts as being the same Jesse James. So it was just awesome that we actually have a photo of him attending his own funeral.
You have to love that, though. It's pretty brazen. It's pretty brazen.
Yes.
Very.
Very sure of himself.
Oh yeah. So, I mean, that's just so. He was known as being very bold. So
right.
They said he had no fear. And that kind of proved it.
Right. Oh my gosh. So you guys are going through all of this oral history. I mean, kudos to your mother,
Yeah.
really, for
Yeah.
Oh,
keeping that
yeah.
completely alive. And you're growing up with this, because at first I thought, God, how would I feel if I found out my great great grandfather's Jesse James, like freaking on. So, you know, but sort of how I felt when I found out it was related to William the Conqueror. It's like, yes, okay, well, at
That's
least we've got a
cool.
little bit of warrior spirit in
Oh,
there. That's fantastic.
wow.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's really
I have
cool.
I have a long Templar line, lineage, so as you can
Cool.
see.
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
but that's for another show. People don't ask.
Yeah.
I want to sit in on that one.
Oh yes.
I want to. That sounds really cool.
Yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, very fortunate. But again, like we were talking about at the beginning of the show, once you get started and things start snowballing, you're just like
Yes.
mind blown, and it's
Yeah.
hard to stop.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and another thing, one of the, aside from our opponents and the people who sent death threats to our late mother and all that, one of the big hurdles that she had that always irritated me and Teresa and her, when a woman, it was that thing, and of course it started, I think her first book came out in 99. Women seemed like they took a back seat to male historians, if that makes sense. I'm sure it does. I mean, just because she was a woman, people they had that attitude, like, well, let me take a look at that little lady, you just to make sure you're right, that kind of attitude. And it was that always bugged me. And that was another reason, that and a lot of other reasons why Teresa and I vowed to continue the research.
Right. I think it's great. Like, from the time you started your research, or I guess your mom started the research, to the time you wrote the book, how many years have you guys, did you have to delve into that?
Almost 30 years now.
Wow.
I was gonna say, like, my mom knew, like, always heard the stories her entire life growing up, and she always told us about it. And it was, right after we graduated, she decided to pursue it further.
Right.
And so I mean, it's been since, like, probably, like Danny said, 25, 30 years now. It's just
right.
Yeah,
it's just ongoing. Yeah.
And then you get to that point, it makes me feel old, so I quit
counting. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, aside from the fact that it put you through the ringer. Besides that, because you're the whole FBI thing, the threats,
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, they really did attack my mom.
Well, even after she
really
passed
did try
away,
to attack her.
She passed away in 2015, and she was buried 5 days later. Before she was even buried, some of the same people who were connected to the death threats were posting things on websites all over the internet, making fun of, like, drawing pictures on her obituary, on her obituary pictures, things like that. So there's
they were still
it
attacking her even after she passed away. Terrible things.
That's just, to me.
So it was the more that they came, the more they attacked her, even after she passed away, the more me and Danny were like, we're just going to keep going, keep doing it.
Yeah.
Well, and it shows, in my opinion, that shows fear on their side.
I was going to say, yes. That's just like, to disrespect somebody, and because you can prove lineage, they cannot. Therefore, it takes away that credibility as a researcher myself, because I'm one of those, any good researcher is going to get in there, find the information, cross-reference it as many times as you possibly can until you can't find anything else. And if you have somebody else who can't do that, it's shut the F up.
Yeah.
And just take it.
You're right.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they viewed her as a threat, because she
stuck to the fact.
finding. Yeah. and she found sources to back up those facts. So, and I think that's why she was viewed as such a threat.
So
and she was a woman. They didn't like
that too. And she opened up the can of worms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
She's the
one that was responsible for paving the way for us sitting here tonight. These books all being published and all being so the public, now the world can see it, and it shows the truth. And you're going to have some opposition because they can't prove their truth. And
That's true.
I mean, if they're listening tonight and they'd like to come on with you guys and share their version of truth, okay, I'm not opposed to it if you guys aren't, but I think, you have to be able to back up what you say. You can't just turn into bullies thinking you're going to scare the other side off. It's not how it works, because the other side comes fighting with evidence.
That's right.
Which brings me to it. So when you started your research, you started with photographs. You started, for you, your mom did a lot of the legwork for you, right? You got the DNA, and in the end, how did you keep going with that? I mean, you used handwriting analysis, Teresa, to put towards that research as well.
Yeah.
Did you get certified so you could do it?
Yeah. I actually did kinda. I found it fascinating, and I went with it. Because we did what kind of started that. We have his journal, and when we were transcribing the journal for her first book, I located as his signature in there, J. James. And it was his diary as James L. Courtney when he supposedly, moved on with his whole new identity. But sure enough, we found his signature, J. James, in his journal.
And his initial JWJ.
Yeah. And so that kind of did help me spur on to get certified, because
right.
It was so fascinating.
Get this out.
Yeah. And just his journal alone is interesting, because there's a lot of known gang member names in that journal.
Yeah.
Right.
From
so
the James
there,
gang.
He's telling you the story.
Yeah.
And he also was very paranoid in that journal. He lived out on an old farm in Blevins, Texas, when he did create this new identity. And he would mention in his diary how people would come out and they would say their name, and then he would put, like, in parentheses, or so they say. Like, he was so paranoid. Why would a normal farmer just, be that paranoid? He didn't trust anybody who came out there.
Right. Well, now, I mean, with DNA, which brings me to this question, has Ancestry got y'all as officially the descendants? Because that would shut everybody up. Did you use like Ancestry.com to get additional information, or did you have to, since you already knew that,
we don't
great grandpa?
According to, and I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but according to our DNA doctor, or we shouldn't use 23andMe or anything like that. He said, well, he does testing, he wasn't trying to bash that. It's got its purpose, but he said, he does DNA testing for state and federal agencies and police, different cities. And he said, and this is his words, 23andMe has its place, but it has no place in the court. When it's good enough to convict. And he gave me one example, and this is a horrible example, but he said there was a girl in Missouri who had been abused by her brother, her father, and her grandfather. They all lived in the same house.
Right.
She got pregnant by one of them. And this was a couple of years ago. I'm sure it's even more advanced now, but they identified exactly which one. He said, with that DNA being that close in a family, I mean, that wasn't the first time. That was like I guess a common practice in that family.
Right.
But he said, when their DNA is that close and you can pinpoint which one of those three was the father,
Yeah.
He said that was just one example he used, but
they're not as thorough. Like, they don't do the extent of testing that
exactly.
It's like generic. Even when I got mine done, I never dealt with any of those. I went to an actual like national lab and got everything done.
We did too, and
that's what we did.
Yeah, and we do have the DNA connection.
So we put our Mom had hers tested against Jesse, or against Sue Laura Hales, who they both have the same mitochondrial DNA, but I don't know why I felt the urge to put my sample in the DNA bank, so it's forever there. But I don't know why. But anyway.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So as you start uncovering mysteries regarding Jesse James, and I'm sure Frank and the gang, what were the most interesting?
Oh, we've got one photo. Frank James, for example, he married a lady named Annie Ralston, and she was from a real back the way they worded it in the day was a well-bred family, a well-to-do family.
Right.
And they didn't like that she fell in love with an outlaw, but I guess most parents wouldn't like that. But so Frank and Annie eloped. They ran off and got married, and it was always a question as to, nobody really knew where they got married. And we had found a photograph. Finally, our late mother found it. There was a photograph, and we have it. Jesse, it was Frank and Annie at their wedding at Jesse's house in Blevins, Texas. Jesse's in it. Frank and Annie are in it. Belle Starr is in it, and Jesse's parents are there. And also people from the Blevins area who have been identified by their descendants, some of whom still live in Blevins. So that was you couldn't get a better photo than that for us anyway. Other people hated knowing about that. Right. But it's the truth. It just shows, and the fact that Belle Starr was there. I always thought she was a very cool character, and there's a lot more to her than, like, history thinks they call her the Bandit Queen, but nobody really knows what she did. She was like a facilitator in the underground. If you stole a herd of cattle and needed to find a buyer, she'd find the buyer. And politicians, she took care of problems for different judges and politicians, outlaws. If she was kind of like a little mob boss, so it was interesting.
Yeah, very cool that it was a woman.
Yeah, very strong woman.
Yeah,
and she and Cole Younger was one of the gang, the James Younger gang, but Cole and Belle Starr were said to have had an on again, off again love affair throughout the years, which it was always that interested me. But when Belle Starr was killed, she was in Oklahoma. She had cleaned up her life. She was riding her horse from town back to her house, and was some man shot her from the bushes in the back with a shotgun.
Oh, cowardly way.
Yeah, very cowardly.
Yeah.
So and but that was
just must have known too much.
Yeah, she probably did.
I'm going to ask you. I'll ask you a follow-up question, because I know it was in here someplace about EVP. So I'm going to ask. If we're going to get into paranormal. So of course people know. Like, I'll ask, like, did you consult mediums or anything like that to? Right, the dead do speak.
Yeah,
I can attest to that. So the dead do speak.
So it's funny you mention that.
Okay, good.
It's funny, yeah. Well, very funny, especially lately. She may be watching tonight. I think she's watching. I'm not sure. Heather Besser. She's I think she's the best medium there is. I've never seen anybody. She knows stuff, and I'm very skeptical on things like that.
She was. Here we are, Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Good.
Hi, Heather.
Heather is awesome. And we've spoken to Heather. I've always been real skeptical of this kind of stuff, and just kind of took it with a grain of salt. If kind of like a horoscope. How a horoscope can they're so vague, it's gonna fit. But when it came to Heather, she got detailed, like pets' names, pets we've had who we never put online. We don't talk about them. And I've seen her do it to other people. She's awesome. It blew my mind. It's amazing.
So she mentions a lot of details that aren't widely out there. That's where it.
Yeah. And I guarantee, because anybody could research us and find stuff about us online and put things together. But she said stuff that I know for a fact haven't ever been put online. If you have mediums on your show, she'd be a good one to have on your show.
Right.
I guarantee she would blow.
Absolutely. We're always open.
I wish she could pop on now.
Heather, I mean, if you're there, Heather, let me know, and I can. I don't. You guys would have to send her a link since you have the contact info. To bring her into the show. So basically, you figured, okay, she seems straight up. She's got this information that nobody else has, and she gave you some validations, I take it.
Yes.
Very nice.
Especially on the theory about who we believe was buried, what height.
Right.
Yeah. And here's another interesting thing, talking about Heather. Her spirit guide is at a place. And that was, with Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Right. Yeah.
At a place, Laura Bullion, Butch and Sundance, that's her spirit guide. She said, well, I won't tell you her whole story. I'll let her tell you one day.
Right.
So, but it's amazing to me.
Right.
And she has really a lot of things, we have a lot of factual stuff we can back up, but then there are things like just speculation that we have, speculated on, but she's confirmed that for us. And that's just a real good feeling to have that confirmation on the things that we can't back up with.
Sometimes it's what kickstarts things. For me, it was my deceased grandfather would come through with all this stuff, and he'd leave things on my PVR. I'd be like, okay, who put this on the PVR? It's nothing I would even watch. I know it wasn't me, and everybody in the house I don't know what it is. So then, Grandpa comes through on a reading, like a month down the road. He goes, well, now she gets it. Well, thank you for that, But when I watched it, I'm like, oh. And then he's like, okay. And then they get the ball rolling, and he spearheaded all of that from the grave. And I went on and did all of the physical, scientific and DNA and all that stuff.
It's funny you mentioned that, because we've never really discussed this, but when my mom did kind of really get really into it, there was this feeling that was so thick in the air that I could
like
even
an electrical charge.
It was like an electrical charged atmosphere, and it was to the point like where she was like, that's kind of what really did spearhead it, and we didn't ever mention that, but it was.
But she was part of it. She still wanted to be part of it.
It was almost like it was something in the air that just seemed like it was pushing her to do this, and
what you had mentioned earlier, we can get the DNA. We've got all the census records, birth certificates, death certificates, all of these records, his diary, photographs, all of that. And it tells a great story, but there's a lot of details that facts and, paper records, DNA, that it can't tell you the story. And there's always going to be, there's always going to be some mysteries surrounding anybody throughout history. And that's where the medium it seems to fills in not just normal gaps, but some of them are mind blowing. It's like, oh my God,
I've never even up other doors. Like I have equipment that talks, like very expensive equipment that talks I had designed. So I mean, and a spirit voice will come through, and it's that person.
Yeah.
And it's almost eerie at first. You're kind of like, oh, and when you're hearing it from them, and you're hearing the voice, and it's familiar, it's sort of like comforting in a way. So you take the information and for what it is, and it's almost like for me, my grandfather's like, I'm sitting there having a conversation with my grandfather, and when he's done, he goes, "Okay, well, call again soon." All right, whatever, Grandpa, and then I you get all of the same stuff validated by different people, gifted people, so that because I mean, I just to prove a point, I would read with 3-4 different people whom I felt were really amazing, and they all validated one another. So it's like, okay.
Oh, wow. See, that's
awesome.
really, yeah.
It helps. It did for me because you have to remember, I got spearheaded by a dead guy. Your mom at least was alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
I totally like, okay, so my dead grandfather's telling me all this stuff. I really need to get into something that's going to validate some of this for me, because I have a really logical brain, and it's really, really tough because when you research, you want to see what's black and white. You want to touch it.
Yeah.
You want to be able to, you want it to pop you into like another place and say, okay,
well,
exactly.
Yeah, and you can't, and that exactly right. And that's where I think the spiritual side of it combined with the science, the logic, the facts make it adds to the story. It adds a huge part to the story and fills in the blanks that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to find.
Right. No, it's true. It's true. And I just want to make a comment. No, I don't find it eerie at all. I've been hearing dead people my whole life. It's just sometimes when you have, like, when my grandfather's been dead like 30 years, it takes you back a minute. It's just like,
it's an emotional. I think
very
it's
much
that
so.
Emotional connection.
Very much so.
It's like,
because because as a medium, like I hear dead people, I see dead people, and I'm completely okay with that. But when it's someone so close to you, it's still like, because you realize, like, I really miss that person, and I haven't heard this person's voice in a really, really long time. So when they're trying to push you on your path, like, I have no doubt your mom is behind there going, maybe you find yourself going into a certain path or a certain direction, but you don't really know why. And it could very well be Jesse himself. It could be your mother. It could be other family members who are all there saying, we're right here. Just ask. Right. Next thing you know, you find this article. It's like, where'd this come from? They're like, right.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's like when Teresa had mentioned earlier about that the electrical charge. It's like the air was charged. You could feel it.
It was thick electricity.
It would always show up. We're researching, we're doing everything we can do, you're making headway, and then you come to a brick wall, and you don't know what. We never gave up. We would just start looking at everything, and just hoping we'd find a piece that unlocked that door. And then around the time where you feel like you could give up, although we weren't going to, that's when that would happen. It's like there's an electrical charge, and one of the three of us, Mom or Teresa or myself, one of us would find a major find that would push the whole thing forward.
Right.
And I always wondered, was that help from the other side? Was it just, why that electrical charge? It was, I don't know. I think it was spiritual help. Actually,
I also feel like it was just.
I have a hard time admitting that, but I do think it. So.
Hey.
Well, I think it was destiny pushing her. I think it was destiny pushing her. It was destined to come out, the truth.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he was pushing her to tell the truth, because it is a story that needs to be told. I mean, at any point, you find the signatures, Jesse James. Did he at any point, to your knowledge, like, just come out and say, no, man, I'm Jesse James? Like, come on. And people are like, yeah, of course you are. No, really, I am.
Yeah.
Because I was looking
his new life so well that people like, sure you are.
Yeah. Because I remember looking through the journal, and I was like, one night I was just combing through it, and I was like, why couldn't he just put some kind of hint somewhere in here? And then later that night, I took a break and I came back, and there it was. And I was like, oh my God. Yeah.
They did leave you a pretty big hint, I would say. It doesn't get better than that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I mean,
it was crazy.
You would think that Frank somewhere along the line would have slipped up, because you're born, you're raised with your brother, you go through thick and thin, you just almost die together, you just go through all of this, and how all of a sudden you just say something, you're just calling him something entirely different. Like, there had to have been something there.
And Frank, there's not a whole lot on Frank, and that is another person. I would like to know more about Frank after he went on, to live his life. And it's always been focused more on Jesse.
Right.
And I want to know more about Frank. So I don't know.
Right. No,
maybe they'll hear that and they'll bring something to us, I hope.
Yeah. Well, hey, you never know. I mean,
yeah.
He took a back seat. You have that term, your brother's keeper, and Jesse was the prodigal son for whatever reason, right? So
Frank was more serious and quiet, and Jesse was more, the bold risk taker. So
there's a funny story about that. First of all, Mom always said she felt sorry for Frank because it was Jesse and Frank, not just Jesse. Yet Jesse was the one everybody remembered. And we always wondered, was it because of his name? It wasn't just his name. He has a cool name.
Because of his alleged death. Everybody wants a hero.
Yeah.
And why do people get more famous when they die? This guy was murdered cold blood.
That's right. Yeah. That's just like artists. Most artists, they're starving during their life, painting their art, and then after they're dead, suddenly it's worth millions. So
yeah, exactly.
It's amazing.
People want to know, like here, I'll give you an example here. It's just a basic question. Did he have a favorite food or favorite meal? Like, people want to know who these people were personally. And stuff.
He did like honey.
And he also liked spicy sausage. Like hot, spicy sausage.
There you go. That's a nice combination with the honey.
Yeah. And another thing he liked. One of the things he liked.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No, one of the things he liked that shocked me was he loved fine china, like teacups and saucers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which I never would have dreamed. An old West outlaw who'd been shot up throughout his life and made, tough as nails, loved fine china. So
do it with style.
Yeah.
Right. Do it with style. Spirit Medium Daniel says, I have 20 minutes from the real Wild West in Tombstone, home at the Birdcage Theater. Amazing place.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing place. Absolutely. So, that's this craziness, all of it. But I love the personal aspect of it because it really makes him more real and more human, because the legends are legends.
Oh, yeah.
We look at them larger than life, and sometimes we forget that, no, these people were real. They were human beings that had lives. They had, families and likes and dislikes. Like, are you guys still discovering things about him, or have you pretty much got everything?
I don't think we'll ever stop. Like we've gone over a little bit on how he didn't die, as history said.
Yes.
Some of our evidence that we've found over the years, things like that. But then there's a lot more to him.
Well, let's go. We technically have about 40 minutes.
Okay. Well, the treasure map, for example, that was passed down through the family. My late great aunt Judy, she was something else. She was a character, but she handed them. She had the map. And then she passed it on to my mom. She passed the map on to my mother. And we couldn't figure out what the map was showing. It was just geometric figures, and it had code written. The code was fairly easy to break eventually. And it told dollar amounts in gold, greenbacks, and silver. He called, cash greenbacks.
Yeah.
So it was gold, greenbacks, and silver that he buried, but there were no topographic marks or anything. And I thought, oh my God, this is insane. I don't know how anybody could find that. Well, then later on, of course, I kept that on the back burner, but, just always wondering where do you start for something like that? And then, over the years and during research, we'd hear stories that Jesse and his gang were part of the Knights of the Golden Circle. And the Knights of the Golden Circle were a secret organization, kind of like a Masonic organization, only they were pro-Confederate. And during the Civil War, they were basically like the spy branch of the Confederacy. And they would everything they did was meant to slow the movement of Union troops, burning bridges, tearing up railroads, stuff like that. And then after the Civil War ended, they were said to have changed their mission from, of course, the war was over, so they lost that, but they wanted to refund a second Civil War and gain money any way they could, enough to refund a second Civil War. And I thought, okay, maybe that sounds like two football teams who are rivals. One loses, they always want a second shot, that kind of thing. So going on with that, I started researching as much as I could about the Knights of the Golden Circle. And I'll say right up front, they lump people in like Albert Pike, Jesse James, and others. And there's no proof that Jesse or Albert Pike were any part of that. There's no proof. I've never, or if there is, I have yet to see any proof that they're a part of it. But it's easy to lump people into a group when you don't have written records or any proof. You can say anything. I mean, they could say Captain Kangaroo was in it, and who's gonna prove them wrong? So, but they had this. There was a treasure template that, according to the Knights of the Golden Circle lore, they allegedly got all the money they could any way they could, and not only once they got it, they would bury it. They'd rob a shipment on a train, they'd bury the gold, stuff like that. And they didn't just bury it in any place; they buried it according to a template, a layout that they already had. And I there was a guy who came out. He was a hoaxer. He claimed to be Jesse James. Back in 1945, I think is when he came out. His name was J. Frank Dalton. He's been proven to be a hoaxer. He also claimed he was Kit Carson, claimed he was a U.S. senator, all kinds of stuff. The guy his handler wrote a book about him, and there were things in it that he obviously knew something about the treasures, and he knew something about Jesse and the gang. He wasn't a part of the gang, but he had more knowledge than a person should have. And so we got to look in. I kept researching the template and kept that on the back burner because I didn't have a scale to it. And you can see it in my book, or you can even do a Google search for like Knights of the Golden Circle treasure template, or you can type in KGC treasure template. And you'll probably find it. It's a rhombus with two concentric circles and it looks like bird tracks and stars, stuff like that. Well, I had that, but I didn't know the scale. It's hard to find anything if you don't have a scale on a map. So put that on the back burner. A couple years later, Wagner Carr, he was the former attorney general for the state of Texas. He was also involved in the Kennedy assassination, the Warren Commission, stuff like that. He was real interested in Jesse James, so he would call my mom, and they would talk. And at first, he didn't like her. Well, he didn't like her because she wasn't backing his story, and he ended up being they ended up good friends before he died, and he wanted her to write a book about him. But long story short, he sent his driver out to show my mother and I where 3 large catches were recovered by, according to him, according to his driver, the people who recovered the treasures here in Texas. One's just right down the road from me, about 12 miles away. The Texas Rangers oversaw the recovery of the treasure. And I asked Wagner Carr, I said, well, where did the Texas Rangers take it? And he never would answer me. I didn't think he would, but I had to try. So but he showed us 3 locations, and I thought, okay, now I know exactly where these locations were. I wonder if that template would somehow line up with that. So I got the template, turned it into a transparency, got onto Google Earth, laid the template over it, and played with it, and it matched up not only with those 3 sites, but it was right on Jesse's property in Blevins, Texas. So I thought, okay, it blew my mind. I thought, I finally have it. Now I've got a scale. Well, and then years later, it kept going from there. But the template, it turns into, there's 3 of them. They're all the same shape. There's a large, medium, and small. It's 3 of them. They turn it, everything about the scale, the dimensions, everything to do with that template ties in with Christian, Jewish, and occult Kabbalah. And it goes on and on back through that. Not only that, it ties in with the Kabbalistic tree of life. There's also a template in that shape that stretches from Bruton Parish Church in Williamsburg, Virginia, to Victoria Peak, New Mexico, where a large treasure back in the 50s, 40, actually it was the 40s or 50s. I'll have to look at that again. When they recovered that treasure, it was allegedly $3 billion in gold. The one that was in Victoria Peak, New Mexico. Right.
And where did this all come from? Like, these are just heists?
That's what well, see, there was an old man named George Romey, World War II vet, 32nd degree Freemason. When he was a kid, Jesse was an old man. Jesse died in 1943 at the age of 97. George lied about his age when he was like 14 and joined the war. He went over to Egypt and that.
Wow.
But before before the war started, he was about 10 or 11, and Jesse hired George to help him and swore him to an oath. They moved 700 bars of gold and buried it. And George drew the map exactly where they buried it. He said everybody, when he got back from the war, the 3 boys who helped him were dead. They died in the war. He was the only one that survived of that group. And all the old men, Jesse and 3 of his old friends, were all dead just of old age.
Wow.
And he said he swore an oath, so he never went. But he thought enough of our mom. He said, I think that would belong to you. You're in it for the truth. You're not making up stuff. You honor the past. And so he told us where it was. Well, it turns out that treasure, where he located it, at the time it wasn't, but now it is. It's on Fort Hood Military Reserve. There's no way I'm going on that. Yeah, that would be impossible.
No. Wow.
It was 700 bars of gold, each weighing 15 pounds each. That's more gold than Jesse and his gang stole during their entire criminal career in that one catch. Yeah. And he buried other catches around Oklahoma, Texas, different places.
Do you think he was burying them for this organization then?
Yeah, and it's not the Knights of the Golden Circle; it's Freemasonry. It's tied in. It's tied in with a group within Freemasonry.
Right.
And I'm a Freemason. I'm a Scottish Rite Freemason.
Very nice.
It was. Then that's why I became one. It was one of the reasons why I became one.
I understand.
Yeah.
Right? So, understand the whole movement of it. Yeah.
Well, when I got into it, and I know this sounds corny, who wouldn't want to find a treasure? I would love to, now, I would love to find a treasure, but my reasons have changed completely. In order to figure out how the treasure templates worked, the scales, the dimensions, I had to study things I'd never dreamed I would look at. Prior to that, I thought Kabbalah was something Hollywood celebrities did with a red string around their wrist. And that's as much as I knew about it. Afterwards, I found out that's a topic in itself that's so deep, you could spend several lifetimes and never really know all of it or even half of it. So
it's true. It's true. I know.
And I read about, Aleister Crowley. He's not considered a nice character by most people.
But he was so far ahead up here at the whole, magic schools and things like that go
some of his writings I found answers to the questions I had. Jewish rabbis from the past and the present. Just studying everything I could. And Christian Kabbalah, that one's a mystery to me. There's a lot of writings from the past about Christian Kabbalah, but it kind of disappeared. I really don't know. I know Rosicrucians, some consider themselves Christian Kabbalists.
The Jesuits, I
exactly.
know.
And then there's different groups. There's different groups, like the Jesuits, according to some, are considered the bad guys, but then again, others consider the Masons the bad guys. So I always try to keep open-minded and not, just. But it's been.
I know.
There's definitely a lot of groups involved in this story.
Yeah,
a whole lot.
Right. It definitely seems to hop around a lot. Just reading different things that you sent me, to give me an idea of discussions and so on. And it's just like, my gosh, it's really hard to pinpoint, because now, like, this could end up segueing into like the next segment. So like, do you get tempted, especially knowing that this treasure is there, and it is on military land, just to prove the point, like just to prove it's there?
I've thought about it, but I also, some of the larger ones like that one's definitely a large one. I have a feeling they already got it. I have a feeling that's why the base is where it is, or one of the reasons anyway.
Because they would know. There are people that will be high up enough to know exactly.
And
as part of the whole organization. Right?
Exactly. And people in that group are more, they've got a long reach. And,
they sure do. You don't want them knowing that you know.
Well, I've wrote about it, so now they all know.
Well, shit, honestly.
But and the corny part that I was getting at earlier was just that. I thought, hell, I'd love to find some gold, and then you start finding out everything that went into it, and it ties back. It's almost like doing your genealogy, only of an organization and people connected to one another. I ended up tracing it, Jesse, there's Albert Pike, goes back to the different Freemasons in the U.S., to some of the founding fathers. It goes beyond them to Sir Francis Bacon, who was considered the founding father of modern day Freemasonry, Rosicrucian, the Royal Society, a lot of different groups. So I thought, okay, he's the guy who started it. He wrote a book called The New Atlantis, which seems to be a blueprint for America, if you look at it in that light, or what America was supposed to be. But I thought, okay, this is the guy who did it. And for about 3 days, I was satisfied, and I had nagging questions that ended up going down a whole new journey, from Francis Bacon to his mentor, John Dee, who was involved with, the Enochian magic, all that. From John Dee through other alchemists and learned people to Jewish rabbis, most famous in their own religion, but then it went back to I traced the rabbis through a line from Spain, Portugal, different parts of Europe, the UK, back to a rabbi known as Rashi, who was the favored court guest of Hugh, the Count of Champagne, one of the founders of the Templar.
I know.
And I thought, oh my God, I had no doubt on this. So I wrote the book, and I submitted it, and I thought, oh my God, now there's no turning back. People are going to think I'm crazy as hell. And I didn't know the publisher had sent a copy of the book to the current Knights Templar Grand Master, Timothy Hogan.
Ouch.
He wrote a glowing endorsement of my book. And in his endorsement says that I cracked part of the code dealing with the Templar treasures from the temple in Jerusalem,
which will be the next segment in November, guys.
I look forward to it.
I know, I'm sure people are just like, what? So that definitely will be interesting. But that's what I'm saying, where your research has just taken you down a rabbit hole that I'm sure you did not expect, because when people think Jesse James and Frank James, they sure in hell don't think Masons and
Templar
societies
and Templar treasure and
people just don't think that.
No,
especially on this side of the world, like you don't.
My mom really didn't know when she was doing this just what she was opening up. She just thought people would be happy that Jesse faked his death and lived to be old.
Okay, so with that being said, you think that's why you're getting so much resistance on everything?
It could be, and actually, what
plays into it?
I think you hit the nail on the head. It's interesting. One of the funny things, I remember when I first joined the Masons, I thought, okay, finally, now I can talk to people who know exactly what I'm talking about.
Right.
Most of the guys in the Blue Lodge don't know anything about that. I mean, they're good guys. I'm not trying to talk bad about them, but they don't know anything. A lot of them don't know much about the Templar and that topic.
Right.
If that makes sense. When you get higher up, you start learning more, but in a different light completely.
Right. So. Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not something that anybody, especially back then, like they really were secret societies. And now they seem to be more open about it. Like I have a collection of what they would call Odd Fellows, which were Well, I actually bought out an Odd Fellows Lodge. And I have other pieces. Oh, yeah, because I mean, all these poor guys are like 90 years old, and their furniture is like 500 freaking pounds, and so they're just like, can you just clear it all out? I'm like, yeah, of course I can, because I love thrones and stuff, right?
That's pretty cool.
Oh, I do, and these things are like one of a kind because they were done by the prisoners of a prison in their city.
Wow.
Or town at the time. Yeah. As a rehabilitation program. And the prison's also closed now. So I've got these original pieces of hand carved masterpieces. Like the Grand Master's throne has to be like, 8 feet tall.
Wow.
I know. It's just
really cool.
I'll send you pictures.
I'd like to see it.
Oh yeah. Unbelievable. So I understand. And they tell you things like, okay, well, here's some of the rituals. And they give me these booklets, and I'm just like, holy crap!
Oh wow!
I know. I'm like, they're real. They're like, oh yeah, go ahead.
Wow!
Because they're just, I'm sure it's not like the real hardcore stuff. That stuff never sees the light of day. But
you never know.
I'm getting props, and I'm getting I have like ceremonial swords.
Oh wow!
And Grandmaster swords, and I'm just sitting here thinking they're just loading up the truck. So
that's really cool.
It is very cool. I was very honored to have it, to be entrusted with it.
I think, unless I'm mistaken, like in cemeteries, I love looking at the old sides of cemeteries.
Yes,
and you'll see their initials. That it's IOOF, International Order of Odd Fellows. Yeah,
yes. Yeah, and you have that up there, and the different symbolisms.
And there's so many other groups. There's like the Knights of Pythias, and then there was groups like the International Order of Improved Red Men. Oh, there's a lot of stuff.
There's all kinds. That all kind of stem back to the Masons. So I find it super fascinating. I really do. And according, to my friend Dolly, who was just in here a little while ago, the Scottish Rites Masons are the only ones who derive right from the Knights Templar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I've heard.
Yes.
But, I actually read that today. I was doing some more research.
There's also the York Rite. It's interesting because when you after you're a third degree, a Master Mason, you become a Master Mason. That's the third degree, and then you can either go Scottish Rite or York Rite. You can do both. I know a lot of guys who are both, but I haven't gone York Rite. I went Scottish Rite, and if you get without getting into any details, I'm having to watch myself on some things.
Of course.
Like on the York Rite, the top of that one is Templar. You're a Knight Templar.
That's right.
But it's interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
It is interesting. For sure it is.
But I love the Scottish Rite, and I can say this. I mean, I can say anything that's in print. If it's in print, I'm allowed to say it. So, and there's a lot in print. You can find just about everything online. Right. But the esoteric side of it, the Scottish Rite is more esoteric.
Right.
And in Louisiana, they're more esoteric than most of the other states.
Well, the keepers of knowledge.
Yeah. Louisiana's Scottish Rite can perform certain rituals that the other states can't.
Right.
And I thought that was interesting.
That is very interesting. Yeah. It is. There's so much in there, and I find it interesting that you sort of picked up the torch, and that you have your great grandfather who somehow was in the middle of all of this. And I also have another friend who they found proof of a settlement in Wisconsin of Knights Templars that came in a really long time ago.
Wow.
So they worked their way through. Now this site hasn't even been like totally researched yet, but they have found things there that have symbols that have only been seen in the Holy City.
Oh my God!
I'd love to know.
Love to see that.
I would just like to know where, because
I can hook you up.
Okay,
I will hook you up.
That would be wonderful.
Because they would have come in and they would have worked their way. They would have worked their way down.
Oh wow!
And from probably from Scotland, a lot of connections to the Native American Indians.
Yeah.
This is on a reservation.
Oh my God, that's really cool.
I think he's the Grand Archivist. I know another Freemason who's an author, William, not William McCann. It's a different guy. Dang, William Mann. I'll have to get. Anyway, he's an author. He's also a Templar, or a York Rite and Scottish Rite, and I think he's the Grand Archivist for Canada. Of the Scottish Rite, I believe. Anyway, he's a member of a tribe as well, and he talks about the Templar and the natives. They got along great.
Oh yes, there's stuff surfacing everywhere,
and that would tie in.
Locations loaded.
I often wondered. Quanah Parker, he was a famous Comanche chief.
Right.
We talked to his grandson. My late mother talked to two of his grandsons, and their wife, they were both married to the same woman. She was married to one and he died, and then she married his brother, and he was also a chief of the Comanche. They were descendants of Quanah Parker, the last great Comanche chief. Jesse buried some gold on Comanche land in Oklahoma, and it was allegedly $2 million in gold back then.
Wow.
So I don't know how much that'd be worth a lot more today. But the thing about, without getting into it belongs, it sounds corny because I sound like those old guys who are like, it belongs in a museum.
I know.
But it's the relationship with the Native Americans and the Templar, and people like Albert Pike. He had a great relationship with a lot of different tribes, Cherokee and others.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. He would represent, I think it was a Cherokee tribe or Choctaw. I think it was Cherokee. Albert Pike represented them in a legal case against the U.S. government. And because of Albert Pike, the government paid the natives a large sum of gold.
I love that.
That to me is really cool. So
I think a lot of stuff was hidden on native land.
I do too. I mean,
how far north did Jesse go?
He went.
I'll tell you if you're warm.
Well, Northfield, Minnesota is I think the northernmost robbery he'd made, or documented robbery. But there are people that say he was up in Wyoming, Canada. Albert Pike was in Canada shortly after the Civil War, just because he didn't want to, people were after him. After Abe Lincoln was assassinated, Albert Pike went on the run, and then he was pardoned later and came back. But and it's not just Jesse. That's another thing. Here's another cool thing. In the diary we have, Jesse's diary, he mentions a trip he and the guys went on. And it was him and known gang members. It was basically without saying it was like, tell us you robbed it without saying it. If you look at where he was, lines up with old news articles of robberies that happened. Same time, same area, everything. They went to Shreveport, caught a riverboat, went down to Natchitoches. Yeah, Natchitoches.
Mm-hmm.
I think they call it Natchitoches. Yeah.
Natchitoches.
Well, there's Natchitoches on the Texas side, Natchitoches on the Louisiana side. But anyway, he rode back. He and the gang went north. They stayed the night at a man's house. It was named Gervais Fontenot. And I thought, who's this guy? Anybody he mentions, we would research everything we could on these people. So I'm researching Gervais Fontenot. He was a retired U.S. Marshal. I thought right off the bat, that's odd. Why would Jesse have anything to do with the Texas Marshal or U.S. Marshal? But Jesse's father-in-law, his wife was Mary Ellen. Her dad was a Texas Ranger.
Captain.
Captain Thomas Hudson Barron. Captain Barron, what a lot of people don't realize is Texas Rangers back in those days, one day they're rustling cattle, the next day they're a Texas Ranger. It was just wherever they got money.
Who's left standing? You're now a Ranger.
Exactly. So, and I wondered if it was the case with Gervais Fontenot, the former U.S. Marshal. But the cool thing about Gervais, I found his family's genealogy, and Gervais, according to their genealogy, is a nephew of Jean Lafitte, the famous pirate.
Wow.
And it just ties in. I thought, okay, pirates, outlaws, this is getting weird. But it's Freemasonry tied a lot of those people together.
Yes.
And it was almost like a network, just like the Templar used to do. I mean, Templar, after they were banned by the church, a lot of those guys were said to have become pirates. So, I mean, it's not really that far.
There was a branch of them that did, yeah.
But like you had mentioned earlier, when we first started this, it's like, we thought, okay, he's an old West outlaw, end of story. We didn't, in our wildest dreams, I couldn't have come up with this kind of stuff. Templar treasures, pirates. And I think what happens is when you learn in school or in just human nature is to categorize everything. It's like, okay, he's an old West outlaw. He belongs in the old West in a little town, and they shoot guns, and that's that. And then, these other characters do their thing. There is no gray area, but there were. And I think it bothers a lot of people when they've got their mind mentally, they've got everything categorized and stacked up real nice and neat. Then something jumps out of that box and it throws the whole thing out of order. And I think it causes a lot of people to have different types of reactions, if that makes sense.
Right. No, it absolutely does. It goes against the grain.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah,
but
it goes
and that goes back to that old saying, the truth is stranger than fiction. It truly is.
Right. I agree. I mean, you guys are definitely proving all of that. And I think like I am just mind blown because I grew up thinking it Jesse James, Frank James, and when I have to take my pick of outlaws, it was always Jesse James. So I was looking to myself, yeah, this is going to be great. And now, because I believe in synchronicities and I don't believe in coincidences, and I come from like a Templar bloodline, so for me,
I do too. Yep, I do too.
And I think that when things tie in together, I'm sitting here kind of thinking, this is actually pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So
really?
I know. So guys, we're coming up to the top of the hour. So I want you to hang in when I sign us off, and I'm going to fill you in on a couple of things, but tell everybody how to get a hold of you, where to buy the books. I'm going to pop the book right back up here and do this one. This is one we've been talking about. Let me get rid of the banner so we can see Teresa's name as well. There we go. All right. Shoot.
All right. Yeah. You, our book, Teresa, I'm sorry. Now I'm getting tongue tied. Our books, you can find them at anywhere books are sold. Barnes and Noble, Amazon, Simon & Schuster, our publisher, InnerTraditions.com. there, and if you want to learn more about us, you can go to our late mother's website, which is jessiewjames.com. jessiewjames.com.
Oh,
And
okay. See, I didn't have that one.
his middle name was Woodson. My site is under construction right now. I don't know what I did, but I messed it up. So, but Mom's site's still going, and she's got a ton of information on there.
Right.
And yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think of anything I may have missed. Do you know of anything, Teresa?
No, just we're on Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook, Twitter.
I think you're on Instagram.
Yeah, I'll make sure all of your links are in here. So maybe just fire me off the Jesse James one, and I'll put it in there as well.
Okay.
So when people come on, they'll be able to find it. Just click on it and go to the books. All the links that you sent me are actually in the broadcast.
Oh, great. Good.
Yeah. Try to make things a little bit easier. So now I just have to go through some technical stuff. Bear with me. So guys, we have come to the end of another fantastic segment. Let's not forget this guy right here. There we go. The Halifax Paranormal Symposium, which is, of course, Halifax, Nova Scotia in Eastern Canada. And there's going to be some great guests. You know, Amelia and I, of course, the Outer Realm are sponsors of the symposium. So that's an even like cooler thing to remember. So I wish I could actually get there, but unfortunately, it's just my schedule. Like, good luck. I just can't seem to catch up with anything. But here are the guests for this one-day event, which is Kim Moser, Lauren Coleman, Richard Gallagher, Daryl Walsh, Chris Stiles. Daryl Walsh and Elliot Van Dusen will be on tomorrow evening, so you guys will have to come and check them out. So their podcast is called The Dueling Parapsychologist. They're a hoot. They're a lot of fun, really knowledgeable. Chris Stiles has been on. A lot of people will remember Chris from the Shag Harbor investigation, which was really huge with the Canadian and U.S. Navy when this happened back in the 70s, I think it was. So really, he's going to talk about a lot of things. So definitely prep up and get ready for that. And in the meantime, again, big thank you, because I didn't do the sponsor ID or anything right smack in the middle of the show like I was supposed to, because I was just like, so, my bad on that. So anyway, big thank you to Folgers Coffee for sponsoring us tonight and every night. We appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Big thank you to Justin Snicker, aka Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, who is an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found on all of your favorite music streaming platforms. He is the voice in the music that you hear on the intro every single show. Big thank you to him. Big thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind our banners and logos. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Tomorrow night, as mentioned, we're going to have Dr. Elliot Van Dusen and Dr. Daryl Walsh, so tune in for that. It's going to be a hoot. Till then, guys, behave. We'll see you tomorrow night. Good night.
Good night.
Hello, and welcome to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast. This is John Goodwin, your host. This podcast is dedicated to the aspiring writer and artist and will provide inspiration and tips from top professionals in the field. If you've been listening to this podcast or are new to it, I thank you very much. I would also appreciate if you took a moment to follow it on whatever platform you use to listen to your podcasts. Writers of the Future is one of the longest running writing and illustrating competitions in the world, now celebrating 4 decades of providing a helping hand as initially conceived by L. Ron Hubbard. I also want to let you know that the Writers of the Future volumes are available in bookstores throughout the US, Canada, the UK, South Africa, and Australia, as well as through all major online retailers. I'm here today at the Writers and Illustrators of the Future workshop, the day following the awards gala. That's pretty much the highlight of the Writers and Illustrators of the Future, where everybody is acknowledged as being the best of the best. But then we take the best of the best and find a bester of the bestest. And this morning, we now know who they are. And so I'd like to welcome Jack Nash and Tyler Vale. Welcome, gents.
Glad to be here. Thank you for having us. It's an absolute honor to be here.
Great. So it's possibly it's settled down, maybe not, but I guess we'll start with you, Jack, on the your journey in terms of entering the contest, how long you've been doing it, how you got started as a writer, and then what it's like coming out here to find that you actually have a whole new family.
Yeah, no, it's been just a wild dream. I've been writing fiction for coming up on 3 years now. I got started as a speechwriter for a former African head of state. She is very different from myself, but I learned a lot about writing, about taking on a new voice. So that made me wonder what I could do if I started writing fiction. So I started learning about the craft of fiction. I started studying. I found the contest. I found the online workshop where I learned a lot of great information from best-selling authors, and I started submitting, and just absolutely blown away that my story, Sun Spirit Snake, was chosen as a first place winner. And then last night was just beyond my wildest imagination, because Nnedi Okorafor, one of my favorite authors doing Afrofuturism, introduced me onto the stage to receive my first place award, which was amazing. I thought it couldn't get better. And then Jodi Lynn-Nye and Orson Scott Card, they announced the grand prize winner for the Golden Pen, and that was me. I was floored. I was shocked, but afterward, Orson Scott Card looked me in the eye. He shook my hand. He said, "I really, really enjoyed your story." And that's just lifelong memory there. That felt better than winning the Golden Pen, honestly, seeing that someone I've admired for so long, who is producing such great work, has been able to read my own stories and say, "I enjoyed it." That was just amazing.
That's awesome. And yourself, Mr. Illustrator of the Future, Grand Poobah.
Yeah, it was an absolute honor winning it, and everyone in this contest was so amazing, and yeah, I was just amazed meeting all the other judges, a lot of my heroes, and I watched the event for the last several years, and it did not prepare me for actually being there, meeting all my heroes, making all these friends and connections. And just being around such kind people. No one I've met here has been mean or anything like that. So, yeah, it's been absolute blast.
That's awesome. So now, what's your journey as an artist?
Yeah, so my journey as an artist, it was about 5 years ago. I decided I want to try this as a career, and I had been working, side jobs, just making a hustle, trying to get to the point where I could actually get professional work and really level up my art so that people had been interested. And I had been following the contest for years and not signing up, though, because I didn't think my work was quite good enough. And I had just been working on my portfolio and working on the 3 pieces that you submit to the contest to get judged. And it was actually my first time applying that I got offered here to this amazing opportunity.
Oh, that's amazing. It's funny, too, you say that. I interviewed Craig Elliott, who's, to me, is one of the most brilliant artists.
Definitely.
He's the art director for, like, Disney, Netflix. He's doing a big thing with Marvel right now. He runs the entire art department, controls all the horizontal and the vertical. He followed the contest from the very beginning. He never entered for the same reason. He never thought he was good enough. I was just like, when he told me that, I was just like, what? He exudes, he sweats amazing art. So there's a few things I wanted to be able to address with this interview, because you've hit the next plateau, but by no means are you at the end of, this. You're quite probably not going to have an event like you had last night ever again, but it recognizes you for what you are in a world where there's not a whole lot of recognition of the arts. This is really important, not just for you, the other 11, in the case of you, other 12 winners, because you had the 2 girls from UK, but for all the other people out there that can share your stories, personally, and then realize, wow, if he can do it, maybe I can do it. So with that, what have been some of the challenges? I mean, Jack, you entered what, 3 times?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was my 3rd time entering.
Yeah. So but you also were writing before, but you're writing in a different universe, a different world, nonfiction. So some of the challenges that you had to overcome, and even if it was be able to develop your nonfiction writing, just to actually move as you were progressing on this line of work of writing.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of challenges. I don't come from a traditional, maybe what you would call writing background. I've never taken an English class in college. I've never studied literature. I just enjoyed reading. So when I was first, assigned to start writing speeches for someone, it was a steep learning curve. I had to really learn how to craft short, compelling sentences. Study flow. Really listen to the head of state who I was making speeches for to understand her voice, her cadence, learn more about her life. And it wasn't an easy path to that either. It was a lot like working with an editor. I mean, we would know the event that she would be speaking at. I would sit down with her and say, okay, these are some of the things that they would want to be addressing. She would give ideas. Let's focus on this. I would write the speech. She would come back and say, this is good. Let's get rid of this, change this. Very much like working with a fiction editor. So in that way, it prepared me for fiction, for just doing my best effort, understanding that when someone says no, it doesn't mean it's not good. It just means that it can get better. And so when I started writing fiction, I got a lot of rejections. I have plenty, but it taught me that a rejection isn't meaning that you should stop. It just means that you just need to keep trying and keep working. And so applying that to my fiction writing, I think gave me a good platform to start writing the stories that I wanted to tell.
And are you going to stay focused in any particular genre?
That's a great question. If you would have asked me that yesterday, I would have said that I maybe wanted to focus on thrillers, just because that's what I enjoy reading. It's kind of my comfort reading, like the Jack Reacher series is. It's my go-to when I want to break from the world. But after this win, I think that maybe I should focus a bit more on fantasy and science fiction. I think there's a lot that people can do when they bring things from one genre into another. Bringing some of the more plot-focused aspects of thrillers into fantasy is something I'm curious to see how that would work. But then the other way around, fantasy and science fiction is very focused on setting and other world settings. And, what would happen if we brought that into thrillers? How could we change that genre? So I definitely want to experiment and see what happens. It'll depend on the readers. They'll tell me what they like and what they don't like.
For sure.
But at the end of the day, I'm going to write stories that I want to hear.
That's a good thing to do. All right. So now on your art process, one thing I was really impressed with is how many of the winning artists are using traditional methods of, they like, oil. A lot of the stuff is oil, and then acrylic, but the manual stuff. And obviously there are those that, learn to and are using, their iPads and stuff. What's your process?
Yeah, my process is all digital right now, and mostly Photoshop. And I'll start off with doing a lot of sketches and thumbnails, and they're really small. Just you're able to just make out big shapes, and that's about it. And for this contest, I think I did about 18 of those. And then I pick out my favorites out of those, and then I'll take that to a finer sketch so that people can actually tell what's going on. I did about 14 of those for this contest, and Echo was a real pleasure to work with, and helped me a lot on that. And then I will take that sketch, go and get references. So, for example, in the illustration Squiddy that won me the Golden Brush, I had built a whole 3D model for the actual woman, and then I had got my wife in a dress that was pretty identical, or like a little jacket that was identical to the one she's wearing there. And I'll shoot references, which takes several hours, get the lighting right. I have to go get like a little skull for the skulls in the corner of the image. Look at a lot of references of like squids, how their skin works and shines, and then I'll get all that, and then start rendering the piece and turn it into what you finally see.
It's interesting you say that on the Dan Dos Santos on his talk. Tell me about how that your reaction to his lecture.
Yeah, Dan DeSantis is one of my favorite artists and amazing guy. He's incredibly smart when you talk to him and just sharp as a tack. His speech was so good to watch, and learning his process and how he thinks. And anyone that's thinking about signing up and able to meet your heroes, definitely do it, because it was an absolute blast for me.
Yeah, I was just amazed that he says, I can't trust, just my imagination to replicate. So he takes everything. He just, how the angle of the arm, the angle of the ear, he'll like what you did, he'll make a replica of the thing and then shoot that, work out the lighting, spend hours putting together all the reference shots. Then he'll start painting.
Yes.
It's just, I had no idea there was that much, on doing an event. It's, the data, 80% preparation is 20% event.
Yes.
It's the same thing on a painting. It was like, once I get all this stuff done, then it just goes, then it's just for him. It's just really fast.
Yeah, exactly. And he goes on about once you get these references, you take all the guessing out of it. You don't have to make up stuff out of your mind and figure things out as you go, because art is a lot about problem solving. So if you get those references, it answers so many of those problems.
Right. Okay, now Jack, on writing itself. So you said that you're a fan. You read. So how much did that have to do with conceiving ideas? Because some people just they get stuck because the story never gets out of their head because you don't know how to the expose to translate it from in here to on the page. So a little bit about your process on that.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's something we've learned over this week too. Is it's helped me understand what I was doing right and wrong. Dean Wesley Smith, he talks about writing from the back of your head, which is just letting the creative part of your brain just go unhindered. And then I realized that when I enjoy writing most, what I start out with is just bullet points. I put aside any worry about prose, any worry about the structural things you learn in a lot of writing classes, like 25% you do the inciting incident, then you have at the 50% you have a turning point. I ignore all that. I just type bullet points because I'm not worried about spelling. I'm not worried about prose. I'm just going the beats. Like, this character does this. This character says this. This character reacts this way. We walk over here. And that for me is a really fun part, because then I can just shape the story in my mind and tell myself, well, later I'll go back and I'll write out the prose. I'll fill it out. I'll add more description. By the time I actually finish the piece, it's gone through several drafts, but it's just giving myself permission to be creative, to take on risks. And when I do realize I need to change something, it's a lot easier to throw away 3 pages of bullet points than 30 pages of typed out prose. I have no emotional connection to bullet points. So that process has worked really well for me. And to go back to my background, that's something I learned from nonfiction, from speech writing. When you're crafting essays or op-eds, it's easier to write things out in bullet points so you can see the logical flow of the argument you want to make. And so I brought that over into my fiction writing, and I think it served me well.
Absolutely, it has. Now, you're from Utah.
Correct.
We've had Orson Scott Card, Dave Farland, and Brandon Sanderson, all judges from Utah. We've had many winners from Utah. One of these days, I'm going to distill down, what is it about Utah that makes it the highest per capita source of Rise of Future winners of any other state or any other nation in the world? So is it the water? Is it?
It must be something in the water, something there. I will say my hometown, it's very small. We're 650 people. Our water is spring water. It comes from a mountain. It is delicious. I guess it does something from the brain. Everyone come to Glenwood, Utah, drink the water, become a writer. I don't know. Boost for tourism there.
Yes. Yeah, no, it is interesting. I know I've guest lectured at BYU when Brandon, earlier on in his career there, and that was actually after that I closed him to be a judge. He said, I entered the contest and was an honorable mention, and it gave me this spark to keep on going and not give up. Dave Wolverton, Dave Farland, the story doctor, just an amazing man, very, very caring. And Orson Scott Card, he's weathered a lot of storms. He's very, he's got very strong conviction with his religion, and which I totally respect. And it's funny. He's like, we so love him with this contest. And then when you said that, that on the other, as much as that means to you, what it means to him as well is that's what keeps him coming back. And he does the quarterly, he does his quarterly Zooms, to anybody that's entering the contest trying to win. But it's interesting, as much as the judges, you look at the judges and go, oh my gosh, what you provide to them too is what has them coming and stop working for however many days to be here, because it's not a paid gig for them. So with you as the illustrators, any particular, and I don't want, I'm not trying to know who's your favorite illustrator, because they're all amazing people, but any of them that more resonated with you on what you're doing and how you're currently envisioning your future?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to say who's my favorite, but Dan
I'm not
DeSantos.
asking that. I'm just...
No, it's Dan DeSantos was absolutely amazing, and his thought process and how to get references. Craig Elliott was so great to meet. I don't know how he does these like 8-foot oil paintings that have so much like amazing hue shift and anatomy, and still put a little twist on them where they're not just a portrait. There was another man I didn't know before that had won previously. His name was Irvin, and now he's one of my favorite artists. And the way he talks about art and just how good he is at rendering and bringing a final product and concepts. So I met people that I had no idea who even were, and now after this, they're some of my favorite artists.
Yeah, Irvin Rodriguez is. I have a habit of, like, I just check with people and just stay in touch with them and see which ones, bubble. Like Nettie was one of those such authors that I just like really took a liking to her. At the time, she was a published finalist, way back when. And we stayed in touch, and I'd see her at Comic-Con or whatever like that. And we'd have lunch and just chat. And she just gradually just kept on improving, getting more and more, like the African futurism, which is now attributed to her as a source of that, and it's a very popular subgenre now. And then she just earlier, I guess, last year, when she sold her autobiography basically on African futurism and herself, for 7-figure, contract. And it was like, wow. So I'm going to be interviewing her shortly so that the podcast goes out when she, just prior to the release of the book. But, I'll follow and I'll take a look, because you hate to have to admit it, but we're 40 years old. And so some of the giants that started this are no longer with us. So it's a sad thing, but it's also it's a very good thing too, that the genre continues to create itself. You are the ones that are going to create the next, incarnations of science fiction and fantasy. So how do you view that responsibility, Jack?
Oh my goodness. Well, the pressure's on.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I think what's so great about science fiction and fantasy is that the possibilities are endless. I think there was a craft book I was reading where the author was talking about the different genres and how a lot of things have to follow pretty strict rules to stay within the genre. I mean, romance, you have to have people fall in love to some degree. Detective stories, there has to be some crime that someone's working to solve or stop. But science fiction and fantasy, the only criteria is that it be speculative, that it be fantastical. And there's just, it's so wide open. I think that's what's so exciting, that this is a genre where you can find things that people haven't done before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with detective stories, someone solves a murder. After a while, you can read the best detective books there are, but for me personally, at least, that gets a little repetitive after a while, and I start to say, oh, I'd like to read another genre for a bit. But science fiction and fantasy, there's always something to surprise you. Like with Dr. Okorafor, there's Afrofuturism. When you go with Brandon Sanderson, you have these wild second world fantasies. You just have people doing such amazing stuff, and just to think that I'm part of that, or hoping to be play a larger part in that, is just really exciting, but also very humbling, because I'd like to make my mark in this very vast universe that I've now entered.
That's great. And then I'm also curious, so without giving it away, and this afternoon when we do our whole thing of how to promote yourself, it'll be a lot easier to answer the question I'm about to ask you. But give a little, elevator pitch on your story that's going to be, well, okay, so he won. So what? So what's the story?
Awesome. Well, I think I'll give you the first line, which is, "No one came to his brother's funeral, not even the spirits. Etienne knew it was his fault." And really, at the heart, the story is about a boy who's trying to overcome his own sense of guilt, navigate his belief, his community, and his family. And I think at its very, very core, it's about the relationships that bind us all together.
That's awesome. Yes. And then when you illustrated Squiddy, because that was a hard story, like, wow. I mean, that was a crazy hard story there to conceptualize, but yet you did it, and your author was just, well, authors aren't normally known for being speechless, but it was very much challenged on how to be able to express what you did with that. So you said that, you gave the mechanical process of, I did 18, then I did 13, and then I did this and I did that. But now let's hit when you illustrated it, you read the story once, you read it twice, you did what? How'd you go through translating a story that you read to what ended up being the illustration for that story?
Yeah, fantastic question. I had read the story several times, and then I would type out key scenes and the overall mood. And John Eric's story was fantastic, and it dealt with such a real issue. And I wanted to convey mood above all else, because I really think that's what the story is about, is a little bit of psyche and dealing with addiction, which is a very real problem, and putting a little bit of a twist on it. So I wanted to try to get that mood in a piece, which was incredibly hard to do, just because it's so real and emotional, and it's really hard to illustrate and being connected to a character on a Photoshop file or in a portrait or piece like that.
Yeah.
And just to jump in there, I just want to say, from a writer's perspective, the writing in Squiddy is good. From someone who reads a lot of noir fiction, a lot of detective fiction, John Eric absolutely nailed that voice and that genre and bringing it into fantasy, and it is a fantastic story.
It is. And I never have envied the judges on their task of narrowing down and selecting, because I look at like, however they look at whatever, telescope or glass or filter or whatever they're doing to actually narrow it down, I don't envy them at all. And at Superstars, I had dinner with Kevin and with Mark Leslie, and at the last night we went and had dinner, and they said that not Mark, because he hadn't been a judge yet, but Kevin and Rebecca are saying, this is the hardest we've ever had. This was like, and I said, yeah, Joni would kept updating me on where we stood on the standings as it was, the judging was coming in, and said they're all within 1 point of each other. I said, wow. And then all four came in even and had to have a tiebreaker. It's like, I don't know that has ever happened before. So the quality of storytelling, it dawned on me last night walking around, is like, we're always challenged to make each year better than the previous year. And when you think, how can we do that? How can we possibly do that? And people have been coming for a long time, said, I don't know how you do it, but you did it. It was better. But one thing is, I realize that every year the contest is a year older, and people have been submitting a year longer. The competition is that much stiffer. The number of entries has increased that much more. And so when you hear people, wasn't you particularly, but Jack, but I've been entering for 2 decades. I've been entering since it started back there in the 80s, early 90s. And like, wow, it's just what these contests have become. And the reason why the judges, align their name to it so much is because it is a true meritocracy, and it's beyond any shadow of a doubt. Like, if a person wins, it's because they're really good, because the judges have no idea who they're voting for, because all they ever see is a number. So on the what you're mentioning there about some of the issues that you can deal with science fiction, it's one thing that science fiction does both, is the storytelling and the illustration. L. Ron Hubbard says that science fiction is the herald of possibility. He wrote that in the introduction to Battlefield Earth. But you can address social issues with science fiction, political issues, very difficult issues to deal with that are so sensitive on, saying, this and that in real life. People will they'll reject it out of hand. They won't have a conversation. It's like immediately it puts them into their, they're in their fighting stance, and I'm ready to take you on. But if you take that same situation that you're discussing, you put it into another planet, another second world, and then have those characters there being alien or somehow or another not what you see here, and they can then experience those same things. Somebody can look at it and go, oh, how stupid is that? Even that's what's happening here. So can you discuss that a bit too, what your take is on this, on the value of science fiction and fantasy as a genre to deal with social issues, with political issues, just that. So
and that's a great point. I think my first exposure to science fiction came from my dad watching Star Trek on Saturday mornings. I'm sure a lot of other people have similar experiences. And as I got older, I realized that Star Trek it's a political show. Not for any one political leaning, but at its heart, it was trying to address political issues. I think that's what's so unique about the genre, is that it offers so many avenues for writers and artists to express or even just think through some of the things that they're seeing.
And religion too. Scott Card.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I think as writers, we're not even sure what point we're trying to make until we sit down and finish a piece and go, oh, this is how I think. But I also think for writers elsewhere in the world, it's becoming a very important genre, because it is a way to circumvent maybe authoritarian rule, talk about things that couldn't be talked about in nonfiction, a way to express ideas and needs in a way that is more palatable, but also a little bit more safe. I think in the current world, that is very important, and that's why it's so important that this genre be supported, because there are, it's not just the United States where science fiction is strong. It's elsewhere in the world, and we really need to support it everywhere in the world, so there's an avenue for discussion and debate.
Yeah. And then with the art, have you found that to be the case as well in illustration, on depicting and dealing with social issues that you can't take them head on, but you can take them this other thing and people can look at it and just have a new view at something, like what you did with Squiddy?
Yeah, definitely. And I see it a lot in B's art, one of our judges here, and how she handles. Man, I'm going to butcher it here, but
go for it.
How she handles race and minorities, and representing those through her art, and people that aren't represented as much as they should be. Bringing that forward in her art has been really great to learn from this past week.
Yeah. B she's a very special person to me, 100%. For sure. She's one of those people that I stayed in touch with and followed, and we maintained communication. And she called me when she got her first contract for Parker Looks Up. She said, "What should I do? Is this for real? Is this I don't all the stuff here." So then it's okay. You need to get then with Echo and Lazarus, and they definitely helped on contracts and stuff. But she is just brilliant. And then when she was invited out to the whichever NAACP awards it was, she came out there, and so I was her +1. And it was out here in this complex, Hollywood and Highland, where she went there, and it was amazing. She was just, she's grown so much and very, very humble, amazingly humble. But what she does, and able to deal with, with issues is just, it's crazy good what she does.
Yep.
So now you were both sent, I know this is true because I'm the one that sent it, a copy of L. Ron Hubbard's To the Stars, one for you for illustration projects and you for aligning how he wrote that book. And we picked it because that was Rob Sawyer's favorite Hubbard book, to the essays that did. So I'm going to ask you first, Jack. So what did you think of the book? And then how did that help bring what he wrote in his essays that you studied to demonstrable life?
Yeah, great question. So the book To the Stars, it's a really fun read. It's a shorter book. I believe nowadays it might even be a novella. But the whole idea behind it is, if you're in a ship that's approaching the speed of light, time slows down. So that's the basic premise of what happens to this crew of this ship as they kind of become out of time with the rest of humanity, and they come back and forth and see things change. And what Hubbard did that was really fun is he took this idea, but he said, okay, well, what would that mean for cultures on Earth? What would that mean for the crew when they're coming back to a world that has gone through wars? The languages have changed. They don't recognize their own home planet. And it's just fun as the book goes more along, those differences become more exaggerated. From studying anthropology, I was like, yeah, this is a good way to look at, culture would change. You would be a stranger in your own home. It's just a really fun way to say, well, let's take that idea and let's take it as far as we can and see where that story goes. And where it comes back to Hubbard's essays, one of his big things is that he says, you really have to just put your butt in the chair. You have to do the work. And the future is something that you create. And I think that's a really good way to approach things like his own book. You could tell that he was having fun with the idea, and he wasn't stopping. He wasn't questioning himself. You could kind of feel through his writing that he was having fun telling the story, and he was just going. And it's really fun to see the energy in his prose come through. And it's been good for me to say, yeah, I need to stop doubting myself. I need to trust my own instincts and really just put my butt in the chair and get the work done.
That's good. And yourself, so how does that translate? I know some of the original judges for the contest, like Frank Kelly Freeze, Frank Frazetta, loved L. Ron Hubbard's writing because it was so easy to picture what he was saying for them to come up with illustrations. And you saw on the tour, you saw all the illustrations that were done for his stories by Ed Cartier, another very, very famous illustrator of the Golden Age. So you're on.
Yeah, it was a fantastic story, and I feel like he was one of the first to do time dilation and tell it really well, with traveling from space and then coming back 80 years later, and everything's different in Earth, and trying to illustrate that was difficult. And I almost wanted to put it more in a movie than a single image, because it's such a complex story. But I just went back and did a lot of thumbnails for it and trying to figure out, like, okay, what would I do if I made this as a book cover? Yeah, it's a great story.
Good. Yeah. The original artist on that did Jocelyn. That's the cover that was that ruddy faced, that orangish thing. That was the original art cover for that. That was done. So the fact that you're now going to move forward, like, what's your next step? What are you planning on doing? Like, you got short story. You're going to continue with short stories. You're going to go to novels. I mean, novels is where the money is, obviously, but short story is where you get name recognition building as well.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to approach it in two directions. First, I'm going to focus a little bit on short stories. There's a number of story ideas that have come out of the workshop. Those I want to refine and hone and improve, and hopefully submit them to markets going forward. But at the same time, I want to focus on novels. as I write, I realize that my ideas start to become pretty long and complex. And I think I'm one of those writers that is a little bit more home in novels. Even though short stories are great practice for honing craft, I think it's where most writers should probably start, just to be able to finish something. It's much easier to finish a short story than a novel. But I want to, really start digging into novels and start working. One of the great things about having the golden pen is now I have some extra money where I can afford to do some more workshops, just to add on to what I've learned here this week. I can afford to just study a little bit more, and that's a really great gift that I now have a little bit more at my disposal to improve my craft going forward.
Good. Now, you also mentioned more workshops. Tell me a bit about the Writers of the Future workshop that I believe you took.
Yeah, so the workshop, it was like drinking out of a fire hose, but like the best fire hose in existence. So it was taught by Jody Lynn Nye and Robert J. Sawyer. They were our instructors. On the first few days, it focused on the basics of craft, going over character, plots, voice, but with the unique thing is that you're hearing it from people who are already best-selling authors, who have been doing this for decades, who are well into their careers. And that's very different than what you would get in a lot of the other workshops or craft books, because you can ask questions. You can say, you said this, I have a question, and they will actually answer that question. But the workshop is also focused on the business of writing. And that's not something I get elsewhere. I really thought about that much, because I'm still at the point where I'm telling myself, I just need to write better. But something I learned is to think long term. To really have a career, you need to have that at least in the back of your mind for now. So it's just been great to hear from them, the other guest instructors, also having their perspectives, realizing that there is no one path.
Exactly. That's the point I wanted to really get across. Like, sometimes they'll actually say, you need to go to conventions. And the other one will say, don't go to conventions, totally contradicting.
Yeah. And I think the big debate of this week was traditional publishing versus indie and self-publishing. One thing I've learned before this workshop, I thought, the only way to make it as an author is you get an agent, you sell the book to a major publisher in probably New York. You get your book in Barnes and Noble, and then you're set. And what I'm realizing this week is, no, the industry is changing significantly. That is no longer, the only path to success. There are a lot of very successful authors. Some of them are the judges who gone indie publishing or self-publishing and are just as or more successful than the traditional route. So there's a lot about what you want from it, what works best for you as an author, but to not really restrict yourself to kind of what worked 20 years ago isn't what is working now or the only path forward.
Exactly. Now, did you do the Writers of the Future on writersofthefuture.com? Did you do that workshop that was put together?
Yeah, that was one of the...
That's something that's available to others.
Yeah. No, the online workshop is fantastic. I would recommend that everyone take it. Actually, how I found out about Writers of the Future is I bought Orson Scott Card's craft book on writing fantasy and science fiction. He has a page in there where he mentions the Writers of the Future contest as a place for new writers to look at. As a side note, I had him sign that page when I saw him this week, so it was great to get his signature on that. I Googled Writers of the Future. I found the online workshop. I said, well, this is fantastic. There is Orson Scott Card. There's Dave Farland, Tim Powers. They're going to teach me how to write. And I learned a lot from that workshop. And it was a great basis for me. It was, okay, this is what I need. This is what works. This is a way to start improving. And that really changed the direction of my writing. And it got me here. So I would just highly recommend that workshop to everyone.
Great. And now yourself, on terms of Owen Hubbard's legacy, just having created this and endowed it and continuing to endow this contest, 35 years for illustrators, 40 years for writers. Can you address that, please, a little bit, just what that means to the genre?
Yeah, it means so much. And there really is not anything else like this in the entire world. And, all of us have had people in our lives that have helped us and paid it forward without getting anything in return. And I think Mr. L. Ron Hubbard is at the top of that, really, right? We all wouldn't be here without him, and all the other judges and people paying it forward for pretty much nothing in return except for helping each other fellow human and really pushing humanity to a better spot by helping each other and lifting it up. And it really is what is best about humanity.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting too, just the progress of the original illustrator judges were the kings of illustration, and as art and illustration diversifies, you didn't have it was at the beginning of like the comics back then. So you had Kelly Freas did some, and you had others who were the grandfathers of sequential art. But now you've got people that do movies and TV and the storyboards and all the different aspects to art that someone can like burgeon in. So we have all of these different aspects of art being addressed, with this contest and a workshop. Where do you see yourself going now as an artist?
Yeah, I this past week has been so eye-opening on all the avenues you can really go to. There's a judge, Rob Pryor, who
he's crazy amazing
guy. Crazy amazing and a crazy guy, crazy charismatic also. It's someone you really listen to when they're speaking, and he was incredibly helpful, and his approach has been so different than what I have learned over the last 5 years of making my art. And that dude's going to space. He's
been training for it. He is so buff.
Yeah.
he said I still have to gain 10 more pounds and has to go down to 3% body fat in order to go up there. But he's been commissioned, I think it's 32 paintings, weightless, as he's touring the earth, painting these paintings, and then it's going to go down. I think he's going to place them in the Louvre for display.
Absolutely incredible. And his approach, and he was saying he gets up every morning at like 5 and just does studies for the morning. And he says he can draw with both hands, and
his eyes are closed, and he's listening to music. He's just like, and you look like, how does he do that? And for him, it's a total out of body thing that he's just like into that creating, and it's amazing.
And, he says he can do up to like 4 paintings in one day, where it takes me at least a week at minimum.
But he taught you a technique.
Yes, yeah, he taught me some amazing techniques in his process, and it was crazy seeing just how different it is, and how successful he is from taking this different approach and being able to be someone that is able to make their own process and learn all these rules from these amazing other artists that are paying it forward, and then take that and put your own twist on it. And I think he's a great example of that.
Yeah, that's one thing that's really interesting too. From a professional, you can, like musicians, like the really best musician. I had this experience with Chick Corea. He passed away a few years ago. He was way out there in jazz, but he could sit down and do all the etudes. He could do all the all the greats. He could do all the classics. He from memory. He could do all those things there and perform them like nobody's business. And then he can take off and then create all this amazing music that's like not like anything else. But he had this basis in to do that. And you take a look at these other artists too. And you got Rob at Echo, what she did. I mean, she's got all of her basics down. She's got everything covered on traditional, but then she can take it and combine this and that, So I think that's one of the things that this contest definitely brings, is the ability to cross it over.
Yeah, definitely.
So now with writers too, I had some of these earlier interviews I've done with some of our judges on to follow rules, to not follow rules, the value of grammar, the current issues that society is bringing to writing and its impact and its need or not, what have you learned about that? Because it's a real problem. Like, you got the gender identification, you've got, dealing with social issues, problems with drugs, with crime, stuff like that. What have you taken home on that? or what's your take on this?
So far as for making rules and breaking rules, I think one thing I've learned that is there are no rules. When you're engaged in creativity, you want to be different, you want to be unique. And that's one of the great things about fiction is you can make your own rules as you go up. There are things like the basics of craft, but when you want to write about a subject, if it's a subject that's near and dear to your heart, it's up to you to stand out and be unique. And I think that's where breaking rules comes in. You need to find out what your truth is, and then you just need to put it on the page. And if people aren't ready for it, fine. As long as you are doing what you feel the story needs, whatever that is, that's what you should be doing. I mean, the authors who are the judges, they didn't get here by following rules, by being like everyone else. They struck their own individual paths. They talked about what they want to talk about, and they did it in a way that they wanted to do it. And ultimately, that's what set them apart. Writing, the arts, creativity, it's not something where being like everyone else gets you recognized. I think last night, one of the winners in her speech, she said that she realized during this workshop that she was worried about would she fit in, and she realized that no, this is the place where you need to be different, and we embrace differences and we embrace diversity because that's what makes your art unique and enjoyable. If you want something that is identical and the same, you're probably not reading. You're probably not reading fiction. So
your sense of art is the Saturday morning cartoons.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. This is it's such a great genre to be in because you can be your true authentic self, and break all the rules that people expect of you. And that is what ultimately gets recognized.
Good. Now, one thing too that I just want to get your take on this as well is family, the Writers of Future family. And it was funny because I'd already talked to most of you because as we were setting up doing media interviews, many of you I was able to call and talk to before doing the interviews just to prepare you, And so I had a good sense of what was coming, but just the change, the metamorphosis of all the winners, that first welcoming night where I was talking to everybody and people were just kind of like, very reserved, quiet, no smiles. And it's like, I'm used to that as the opening thing. And by the end, it's like, smiling, laughing. And so tell me about that, like for yourself, how that happens. Cause it's a thing these are now going to be the friends you're going to have for the rest of your life. You saw the people from volume 1, they're still friends. That was 40 years ago.